Your style, your flavor, make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that. Your style, your flavor, make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
All right, welcome one and all to the coach's desk. I am your host, Coach Minzy, and we are here for another show, another night. Yes, people, this is the second night of the weekend's triple treat, and we are here to talk football. We are here to talk sports. Definitely, this is what we do over here. Big up to the persons on Facebook. Enough respect to the Facebook persons who tuned in as well. They share, they like up the stream. Big up yourself. Can't do without you know what I mean? So welcome to everyone who decided to be here. Much respect. What a great show we had last evening. Yes, man, it was a good show. Some people cried for the extension clip. They got it. Yeah? Drum roll for that one. They cried for the extension ship and clip on, we obliged and they got what they asked for because the fans them run the thing, people. But you see, people, I just want to put in this. Next weekend, uh, uh, we are look for we are look to put together a nice show next weekend. You know what I mean? A nice show next weekend. So tell your friend to tell your friend, and can't miss next weekend. Yo, we have some bars. Yeah, man. So please remember, people, the golden rule that is significant. You can share the stream. You can hit the like button. And of course, the like button is the sanitization to come into the coach's desk arena because this is where you get your sporting experience. Yes, people, big up yourself. Um, yeah, man, all the people so them enjoy last night. Last night was a good show, hot topic, big showdown. And the fact of the matter is, no, people, Cranky and Cataract agreed last night. That made it better. You know what I mean? That made it better. Hold on, people. Hold on. Me telling you, come like every time I come on a show, my phone blow up, people. Jesus, please. Hot topic, hot topic. Chano. I have to give a drum roll for that one there, people. Hot topic. Wanna see why me have to cover my mouth? Because I don't know when we get the calls, what the person on the next line is going to talk about. So I have to ensure, you know what I mean? Because trust me, something does reach my phone just now, man. Why? It's like I got tread pan cobweb tonight. Hey, you know what them say? You're there on chalk line. Chalk line can step over easy, man. But yes, when you're there on cobweb, the simplest or slightest of movement you make that you're not supposed to make, cobweb tear down, You know what I mean? So, 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 that topic can sound like a cobweb. I know. We, people. Yeah, man, big up on yourself. All right, so we're supposed to have a special guest joining us tonight, people, because some things were talked about last evening, and guess said they want, you know, clarify some stuff because some things that were said, and so it go. Um, hey, why them something have to happen when we come on the show, man? Look how long. Me dey in my living room, star. You know how long me in my living room, and none of them something are not come in until the show start. No, but so the thing set here, man. So the thing set. So I guess many of you would have heard that. Yes. Yeah, smart you would still enough. Anyways, Samuel Eto'o, the former Chelsea, former Barcelona baller, understand that he's now the president of Cameroon. And that's a big feat for a former footballer. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Samuel Eto'o, you know, president from the grass field to the palace. That's a good look, you know. Hey, me tell us that she's anyways. Let me check out some comment in the comment section, people. Because by the way, people, how the thumbnails them look nowadays? Talk to me. Tell me if me are going good in the thumbnail department. For the past week or so, how has the thumbnails been? Come, drop some comment in the comment section on the thumbnail. Drop some comment about the thumbnail. All right, so we have J Dice in the building. Welcome, J Dice. 20 minutes Me a circle back. All right. Tennessee. Welcome to the show, Tennessee. Fresh God in the building. Fresh God is the is a moderator, is the captain for the comment section. You know what I mean? Big up yourself. Fresh God. Tremendous work you're doing. Laurel Maryland. Big up yourself, man. Yeah, man. Last night show did hot. Brain Drain. Big up yourself, Brain Drain. One of the erudite in the building. Lloyd O'Connor. Big up yourself. Another erudite. Jason. Wayne Evans. Big up yourself. All the erudites in the building. Who is the special guest? You'll see, man. You'll see. You'll see. You'll see. Michael Gordon. Big up yourself. Tavon and Kayvon Gray. Both Jamaicans on NYCFC in the MLS final tonight. Okay, that's good. Wayne Evans again. Big up your show. Big up yourself. Man say, up coach, good show, bro. Yeah, man. All right, so we are also taking calls. So if you feel like you want to call people, of course, there's a number in the at the base of the screen there. 1-876-474-3538. You can WhatsApp or you can call straight. You know what I mean? Jason is saying another erudite. Hot topic last night. Yeah, man. Topic hot. Formula, big up yourself, Formula. See, big up yourself, same way. People, my side lose today, no. And we don't talk about Manchester United. Yeah, man. High school get a flogging today from Manchester. What a coincidence. Yeah, man. Flogging. So, that's what we got. And semi-final hopes look dim right now. But we are going to play the rest of the games, them. But I saw the thing, man. Mark Chambers, welcome to the show. Thanks for joining. I enjoyed last night, but I was driving while watching. Yeah, man, big up yourself. Keep your eyes on the road, Laurel. Brian Jane, are you the special guest tonight? Richard Chads, big up yourself. New York in the building. Big up to all the New Yorkers in the building. Thanks for supporting the coach's desk. Yeah, man, we appreciate it. Phil Jones in the building. Big up yourself. If any here in Alabama, please tell me how the tornado wind there, please. Well, tornado there, Alabama right now. Yeah, man, stay safe, people in Alabama. Stay safe. I heard Kedisha from Waterford is coming to talk sports with coach. Might be just rumors, though. Okay. Rumors, they must spread. Herman Willis. Yeah, man, big up yourself. He's saying that it was a good show last night. Wayne Evans again. Big up yourself to Wayne Evans. Balakar in the building. Check. Balakar. Big up yourself, man. Brain Drain, I wouldn't rule it out, Coach Linkstall. Wayne Evans, look like you talk to the FBI. Michael Garden, big up yourself. It's a combo tonight. What kind of combo? No, KFC no sell around here, And we now on a digital double bubble, Jada is big up. 3% joining the show. South Cry in the building. Welcome, South Cry. Ensure that you sanitize. Hit the like button. So we have 100 and odd people on already, people. You have to hit the like button. You have to sanitize before you come in the arena, people. Please and thanks. Paul All has to say he believes, but it's a lost cause. Really, South Cry? Me want to know about that phone conversation. Hey, when you see me put on vice grip, I dumpling like me put on a while ago, because I don't want brain drain, decipher anything, Steven Ramdeen, welcome to the show. A Real Madrid player, yeah, man. We have 79 people, but the past 79, 100 and 40 odd likes. Samuel Eto'o did play for Real Madrid? You sure about that, Balakar? John Costa, big up yourself. Yeah, he played for Real Madrid too. Okay. The thumbnail, Jada said the thumbnail have a buzz. Me I talk about for the past week, man. I want to think about them. So we get a buzz for that one here. All right. Them give Paul Hall basket to carry water. Lord South cry. So if Whitmore get basket to carry water, so Paul Hall get basket to carry water too? So a peer basket the JFF have? Nah, man. South cry. Yeah, punch hard, man. SMM job, big up yourself. Welcome to the show. Pakistan's current prime minister is also a former cricketer. Yeah, man. Joan Clark, welcome to the show. Come tell us about that little phone conversation. I want to learn, like, that you're interested in. We're going to talk about it, man. We're going to talk about it. But we can't tell you no, what we talk about on the phone. But we might touch that argument there. Because that argument is very iffy, touchy. And, we're not sure how YouTube, will deal with conversations like this. So, better me leave you alone, yeah, and go to my bed. Sabrina Ponton, after late night last night, you're back. Yes, man, we're back. Night 2 of the Weekend TripleTreat. Kieran, Chelsea baller. All right, Chelsea. Tomorrow we talk about you. We have not touched that today, no. Coach, big up yourself and the entire Chelsea management team, Dre and MPEC. MPEC, Dre, anyway, that big up. Kieran, I send shout out. Yeah, man. Duckland Stennett, the thumbnails no longer feel like a nail in the thumb. Them good. So Duckland, you see people like you. So why didn't you comment on it before I asked? Eh? If it was like nails in the thumb, brother, why you never say something? You're under duress and you don't say nothing. Come on, man. That's unacceptable over here. Yes, man. Brownman Security in the building. Welcome, Brownman Security. Listen, bless up, coach. The show don't miss me, but because of the work. Yeah, man, we understand, Brownman, man. Go on, preach, because we don't want you to lose your work. One done MUFC 45. What was the score, coach? A 4-0 me get, 4-0 me get from Manchester. Claudine. Pick up yourself, Claudine. Welcome. You have to win some, lose some. Yeah, that's true. Triple E. Big up the coaches desk from the DMV area. What is the DMV area, Triple E? Where's the DMV area? I don't know where that's at. Tell us. People, hey, make sure to hit the like button. Everybody who may have read them comment, hit the like button. Dante Dunn. Big up yourself. Welcome. Kevin Reed, welcome to the show. What you say, coach? Tap ready to play some call on social media. Tap ready to play some call on social media. That me say? No. Sanitize long time. Hey, Duckland, make sure you sanitize now. All right, Balakar. Chris Smith, big up yourself and welcome. Dre Webb in the building. Welcome. Gary 100, Eto'o never played for Madrid. Some people are saying, and some people you're saying that's not true. Jason said JFF a weave basket, it seems. Coach, I know mathematically we have a chance, but do you really believe we stand any chance outside of that? No. So we have to work with the maths. A math session we're coming up. Math session with them now. Remember, we passed through the certain classes already, So now we are at maths class. Reggae Boyz having math class. So we have to work with that. Pristine coach, you always big up New York, Brooklyn, Queens, Bronx, but never Long Island. We here on the island. My apologies. Big up to LI. Long Island. If we do that and we friend Neo out there, wait. Hey, forgive me. So big up Queens, big up Bronx, big up Brooklyn, big up Mount Vernon, the whole White Plains Road, big up Jamaica, big up Long Island. The whole New York, Manhattan, all the works. Big up to New York. So Pristine, anytime I come on, I'm in a big up a Long Island. Just let me know. Yeah, man. Just raise your hand, man. I can remember that name, man. My apologies. J-Rob, Eto'o was owned by Madrid. All right. Great, you check it out. All right, Rowan Davis, big up yourself and welcome. Coach is this. We're there. Hold on, let me go sanitize. Yes, man. Ensure you sanitize people. Stephen Ramdin, it's not the president of the country it's for the, yeah, man, Cameroon FA. Boogie Bugatti, Eto'o is the FA president, not the nation's president. Yeah, man. Malik Mills, coach, I have a question. I've been playing FIFA and I see India League in the game. Why can't Jamaica Premier League? Why can't Jamaica Premier League get put in FIFA to get our league exposure? Malik, that's a very good question, you know. Very good question. Yeah, man, very good question. We are going to store that question then at the memory bank, you know. We'll be storing that question in the memory bank. I'll plug it in now. So we plug in the question to Malik Mills. We need a bad studio setting with these new thumbnails. All right, fresh God. Yeah, man. We're going to start out, man. Everything take time, you know. A step at a time. You know what I mean? Gary 100. JFF are the biggest problem. All right. Sherman Scott, big up yourself, boss. Big up yourself and the whole Clarendon Massive. Big up the whole Clarendon Massive. Big up the whole of Mobile. Big up the whole Dungaton. DC, Maryland. Okay. And Virginia, that's a DMV area. All right, Malik. So big up Maryland, big up DC, big up Virginia, big up Florida, big up Atlanta, big up South and North Carolina. Wales. Well, we said New York get big up already. Boston, bigging up Boston, LA. Where else? Texas in the building. Yeah, man, the whole place. I don't know if I the 52 it reach yet, but yeah, man. So we are going to big up these folks there. Triple E, DC, Maryland, and Virginia. All right. People, please remember to sanitize. Eto'o's first team was Real Madrid, but he only played in 3 games and sent out on loan. Cygnus Media. All right. Dre Webb. See, people in my school, me. I'm alive. Big up yourself. Welcome. When Cornwall play. I think Cornwall play today and lose, you know. I think Clarendon College beat them 2-1. Teddy Lee Great Tapper will be back as JFF president. Teddy Lee. People, boss. Big up yourself, Teddy Lee. Eto'o played more than 3 games. Okay. So what happened to Florida? Me know get see me just big up Florida, Claudine. Me just big up Florida, man. Atlanta, the whole works. Oh, Staten Island. All right. Big up Staten Island too, you know. I miss nobody, you know. That's why sometimes I call name, you know. I think Eto'o played for Barcelona, but I'm sure he played for Real Madrid. Yeah, man, he played for Real Madrid. System boss said, big up coach. Me just sanitize, just a giant solid Manchester United fan. Glory, Manu. All right, big up yourself, system boss. Welcome, man. Yeah, man, you know, tomorrow we're going to touch a little review on the EPL. So you can join us tomorrow as well. So we can talk about how Manchester United play. I not want to talk about it today. Because, you know, I don't feed there yet. Yeah? Eagle Republic, another erudite. Big up yourself, Eagle Republic. I hope the game on January 20 will feature all the forgotten US and MLS players. Let us see who those players will be. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, Massachusetts. Hey, that word they say. Why may I tell you? Yeah, man, big up all topic. Coach, I go list out all the states now. It look like I don't go on, Jason, but me stop here. um, is that Cartix? Big up yourself. Talk in the building. Canada. Big up yourself, Canada. Toronto. All the Torontoites. All the Canadianites. Big up on yourself, man. Mississauga. Toronto. Quebec. Whole Canada. Big up yourself, Brain Drain. Brain Drain, you're part of the DMV, right? Oh, me think at Texas, Brain Drain is. That's why, I know people from Texas are tune in. All right. Rowan Davis says Stets to Massachusetts. All right. Closing, Rowan. Big up yourself. Hometown, Texas. Wayne Evans, everyone. Ian Campbell, the big man. Big up yourself. Glory, Manu. Malik Mills, the Indian market is massive. EA Sports have nothing to gain from Jamaica and and the JPL. That's why. All right, big up the whole of Europe now. 5 or less. London are checking in up, people. And once we say London, we know we cover Europe, So big up all the Europeans. The people down in the Middle East, big up on yourself, Caribbean people, Jamaican people, wherever you are. Massive respect. How much practice matches JA have lined up before the next window? From what we have seen is just one so far. Alaska in the building. All right, big up Alaska. Ian is saying my 4-3-3-11 to face Mexico. Blake, Pinnock, Lowe, Lawrence, Brown, Grant, Morrison, Johnson, Bailey, Lowe, Antonio. Okay, that not bad. Wayne Harris, yeah man, big up DMV. Kalita Walsh, big up yourself. Yeah man, ensure to sanitize people. Sanitize. And when you sanitize, I just simple this, just touch. Let me tell you, you just touch the X where you see the chat, touch the X, it's going to bring you where you see the like, dislike, whatever, and the live chat. You click on the you just click on the like button and then you click back on the live chat and you come back to the live chat. Easy. You know what I mean? Christopher Carroll, welcome to the show. Big D, Lone Star State. All right, big up. London, El Padrino. Yeah, man, London in the building. Giovanni. Oh, okay, that could be possible, but Jamaicans are all around the world. Yes, that's true. And I'm from DC. All right, DC in the building. Ian Campbell, Wam to lay. Man say Greg Lay. Come, people, get the likes over 100. I remember you can call in up, people. The phone line is up and running. Up and running. Up and running. Give us a call. Let your voice be heard. All right, so Brain Drain, it's a people from Silver Spring love talk about them from DC. All right. When is that Jamaican International Friendly going to be played? January 20. January 20, people. January, enero, de enero 20. Mm-hmm. All right, big up the persons over on Facebook, persons that are watching. Big up yourself. Thanks for tuning in. Will not hear me clearly, people? Talk to me, talk to me. Are you hearing me? Let me see what's going on in the comments section. Um, it is not looking good for Anthony Grant, bro. It appears that the coach of his club is done with him. He's not featuring in any more games. January is looking problematic for our midfield. Interesting. Kirk Stewart Berry, welcome to the show. Jamaica can still make it to the World Cup with 4 wins, a draw, and a loss. Okay. Silver Springs in Maryland, not DC. It's a borderline, though, but still not DC. All right, Richie Richards, big up. All right, you're hearing me. Eagle Republic, yeah, Grant's coach is bad man. Jerry Miller, big up yourself, Jerry Miller. Long time we don't see you. We know you're the panic grind, Jerry Miller. Why, me get a little mashup today, Well, not a little mashup, a big mashup me get. 4 hit the onion bag, brother. I me see a silence on people. Anyways, we not touch that yet, When you win, we are carry on the show, man. Yeah, say, man. Um, I think Taxi is better than Lee. Knowing Hall, he will be calling up new faces to fit his attacking system. All right, one done is saying, which Jamaican is playing in the Serie A for Team Venezia? I saw a Jamaican flag in the stands today. Probably we need to investigate that. Malik Mills, Jamaicans are all over the world, yes, but India has a population of 1.38 billion. Yeah, man, India is a big place. Very big place. Somebody check out the Venezia team now. Find out if a Jamaican play upon it. South Korea, if its coach or anyone here willing to put money on it that Jamaica can qualify with your wishful thinking selves, come let me take your money. No man, me not gamble South Korea. Even if me dey gamble, more the better. Me no want take, me no want, yeah. Reflections, blessing, me happy tapper out. Me have a big barrel I want for some of the JFF. All right, loud and clear. Yeah, Jeremy Lap, the 4-9 onion bag. Tell you, the onion that weigh about 2 pounds, them 4 onion, the brother. Brindrin say grand place for Jamaica based on supply and demand. All right, so you look at me, I'm gonna drop the link right away now because we have a special guest in on. Let me check out what I'll go on from early because okay, not drop it, not land it. All right, it not land it. Which team a coach? Yeah, man, I say go, Jerry. I say go. But it's a good achievement still, back to back season would have gone to the second round. And that not happened for years, brother. Never in the history of the school. The first chance in second round we went to the semi-final. Gotten beaten by Clarendon College. Now we're going to be playing them in the next game. Ah boy. But the team is young. Team is young. So the thing said. Oh, DJ Van Anderson is playing in Italy. All right. Hey, Claudine, you're not easy, you know. I always say monopoly money matter about. Can we ask your guests a few? Of course. Hey, we're not gonna love to see that guest there now. And right now, we're gonna start right down on the questions. Right. No, don't put it in the chat, you know. Just have it on your phone or beside in your notebook. Yeah, man. No one are gonna love ask that guess a question. But basically, wait. Your browser has lost connection to your camera. People know see what going. What is happening? You can't leave the stream, you know. Coaches express from our friends in KY. In KY? KY, which place again? Different mic. This pop up, you know. Another mic I already did on a while ago. Magra High. Oh yeah. Yeah, them thing they can't record them, man. We may have two CDMs in January apart from Grant. I guess I come on about next hour and a half, you know. The guest turn off your camera, coach. No man. I wonder if StreamYard act up, you know. But that camera ain't look bad though. Don't. Which one I camera them better? This or the one before? Brain some if check my wire. Mine, I do something to your wire, you know. No man, no voodoo can't come around this one. Oh, we start ask questions, boss, and we don't know. No, that's why I say when you put the question together. Me never say when you ask the question. That's why I say don't put it in the chat. Any question regarding football and JFF or anything, man. I don't know a thing, man. Kentucky. Oh, I say what go on a Kentucky run? 50 dead in Kentucky. What is happening in Kentucky? Dennis Morrison, I really know that Jamaica will make it through to the with the Almighty help. So let's pray for the special blessing for our team and nation. Oh, tornado. I say, I need to know more about the Jamaican coach. What I need to know about him? Ask a question, let me see if I can answer. Hopes at the last we'll see of Aka. Chelsea. At the general from Brazil. Nah, man. Tornadoes mash up people. Couple states. Kentucky get it hard. Okay. I say Ricketts finally coming on now, so. Oh, I eat Laurie Little Ox, but okay. Lord O'Connor, big up yourself. It's a hard spinning breeze. Mm-mm. Big up yourself, Mark Plunkett. Want to say which camera look better? This one or the one before? Talk up people. Which one look better? Each a fix back the stadium seat where Michael Antonio make a mashup. Fitness with Jerome Sewa. Each you fix back the stadium seat where Michael Antonio make a mashup. Each, I don't understand that. Roving ball player, big up yourself, tornado. Coach, you fix back the stadium seat where Michael Antonio make a mashup. Me never mash up the seat. Virgin, your light keep going on and off. Like back in the day when sound money used to thief. I know light a camera, brother. It's the camera. Kyle Walker Peters, coach a bad baller, Jamaica need to get him. Yeah. Yeah, now I'll open a bottle when the Margaret gets here January. The Formula Sport, my bad, thought you were responding to a question I posted. This one has a better lighting. Okay. City, United, Chelsea, and Liverpool all won because of penalties. Your camera had Tiddlywinks business from last night. Yeah, that me see what go on. It does decide for give up the ghosts. So when you say the lighting here better. Let me see if the other one come back. No sign of come back at all. Yeah, King Job, big up yourself. Oh, you say please get brighter with this camera. Okay. Turkleman production. Big up, good night, coach. Means it is a good look. We do not have to do a petition. uh all right. Look, I'm gonna drop the link right away now. Look, I'm gonna drop the link right away because who's Paul all assistant? We're gonna ask them question there, but I don't think there's an assistant right now. All right, Birmingham in the building. Big up yourself, King Pips. Kingston 6 pips. I know that Paul Hall will do very much better than Tapa because we have to prove that to the nation. All right. Me a Liverpool man, but me not lie. All the winning penalties today in the EPL look suspicious. Ian Campbell, difficult question that to answer always. Anyways, with the pool of players we have, I would use the 4-3-3 and its variation. Sound like a 3% is a special guess. Bullseye. Coach is just a tapper invade the video feed. No man, coach not do that. NYC FC win on penalty kick 4-2. Okay. The camera is tapper in and then boot him. It start act up. Giovanni, you go at it. Tapper is now Paul Hall's assistant. No, Mr. Stennett. Nothing like that. Hey, you must relate it to Manning's man, because I see some Manning's man get trouble when even in the comment section, Big up to Manning's one, I am sure sports him team. Manning's are going good too, Queens in the building. All right, Grimy. Big up, big up, big up the whole New York. CC Sports Lab in the building. Man City game ref is a walking yellow card. I want to ask him if I'm going to see Eto'o in Peru. I have a load going to Alabama and I just stopped in Georgia. I wait on the tornado here. Yeah, wait on it. Yeah, wait on it for leave or yeah, wait on it for reach you. Watch it to that. If Junior Flemings is really going to Toulouse FC in January, he may be lucky because Toulouse FC is actually in a good position to get promoted to League One. Yes. Coach, what happened to this player, Michael Seaton? I haven't seen or hear about him again. Him there not is it him? They in some place in England a play ball. I'm not sure no. Things Michael Seaton, yeah man, him supposed to there someplace. Alright, there's the link, people. Cause but look how Excelsior and stats get back in the competition and produce two wins. Produce wins. Produce two wins. Produce wins. Seaton is playing in Germany, somebody said. Or more than one person is saying. Who they know one deep league playing in England? Hold on. Michael Seaton did get called up for the game versus US. Listen, last night's vlog show today. Very good one. Yes, Everton Jackson. Last night showed it hot, man. It hot till the people don't want to leave. Oh, oldness me I mix up Seaton with. Okay, okay. Yeah, man. That's why I did I say that. Respect, respect. I mix them up. Yeah, man. So said it. All right. Jerry, anyway, in the building. People no hey, if you need to jump on the panel or jump on early, because when the guests forward, probably room full, all full. You might can't get a spoonful. All right. So based on what we were deliberating on last evening, Paul Hall, from what I'm hearing, is very much of the belief that the Reggae Boyz can make it to the World Cup. No, Duclan Stennett. So he's of the belief that the team can qualify for the World Cup. So he's not here just for development, even though I believe that it's going to be a part of it, because I saw an article that is indicating that he's going to be, doing some sort of development across the island, in terms of developing players, developing some of the coaches, because you know that Paul Hall has some qualifications in development. You know what I mean? So it is it a case where he's not only just going to be the interim coach, but he's going to be responsible for development Plus, is it a case where he's gonna be pressured by QPR? Because I mean, if you're gonna do all of these work, you have to be on ground, you have to be present, You know what I mean? Professor CC in I'm labs.
Yeah, we just come out of the lab in a coach.
I would subject at it. Physics and
No, they will tell a man say a CC Sports Lab. So we
yes,
have to come.
yeah, say, but in doing sports, you have to know about the sciences, So I don't know the joke thing. That's why I ask if a chemistry or physics you are gonna teach. Because when you talk about kinesiology, and you talk about physiology, when you talk about anatomy, don't make me go any further,
You
Cause
remember the coach, I've been using words such as specimen.
yeah.
No man, earlier I just dropped a video. I was talking about the Samuel Eto'o rise to the position of president in Cameroon FA. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? And I just felt as if it was a fascinating story to see a player of his stature moving into administrative after the things that I've seen him do. For example, when he beat um his club, his team, his country beat Ivory Coast 3-2. I remembered he gifted £35,000 to the team. Each member got at least £1,200. And then I remembered even in the time when they qualified for the South Africa World Cup, where
Mm-hmm.
he actually gifted every member of the team one of the watches that he said he gave Usain Bolt worth £29,000. So this is a person who has been doing stuff for the Cameroon national team and for his people for a while. So like I'm telling you, like to see another black person, another powerful person, another player of his stature rise to that level, it's just great. It's just joy. So yeah, man. But as you know, coach, as I say, from one grade to another, we see where Paul Hall is now stepping into the role of head coach. And as you mentioned about development, I think he's the head of, I think he's the senior development at head of development at QPR and at
QPR, yeah,
QPR
man.
at the
Mm-hmm.
QPR club. He's head of development.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that is why I don't know if it's synonymous with him being the head coach of the under 23, because
Mm-hmm.
normally the under 23 squad is the developmental squad.
Yeah, but
So
to add to that, CC, Paul Hall has developed a whole lot of youngsters that has I read an article that Chelsea thought that they were the ones who were developing the youngsters, and it was QPR that was beating them because they were putting out more youngsters that are doing well in the Premier League than Chelsea. I know Chelsea was leading with that one.
yeah,
That's what the article said. You know what I mean? So he's doing a great job in terms of putting out the youngsters, putting their names out there.
I
Somebody
mean,
might ask, who are some of these youngsters? I did not finish read the whole article, but we can put it up on screen. Let me look for it.
as if you look at it, Um, there's another Jamaican in the ranks at QPR. Trying to find his name again in terms of. I see there, Paul Hall is the head development coach for the under 23s. So his progress is he has spent, if you notice, coach, he has spent 8 years at QPR, 8 years and 3 months currently, where he went through the youth phase coach for the under 14s. He went to the became the professional development coach for the under 18s, working alongside Paul Furlong for the progression
Mm-hmm.
of under 18 players. Then since 2015, and now is the head professional development coach for the under 23s. As I know, normally the person who is the head of the under 23s is normally the head for the professional development of the youth setup, because
Mm-hmm.
that's normally how it goes. Once you're the under 23, you basically govern everything that's beyond when it comes down to youth development. So and we all know that QPR is in the in the second tier as one of those clubs that are up there, and I think he has gathered. That's why you do things in phases. So as you look throughout his career, he has come through the under 14, under 18s, and made his way to the under 23 job. So it's just progress. Um, we have seen where Pep Guardiola was doing the same thing, coming through the youth ranks at Barcelona, at La Masia, where academy where he was coaching, he was heading the under 23, under 21s, and so, and then he got the opportunity to come and coach at Barcelona. So you understand, say coaching and anything in life is like is progress. And I think where Paul Hall is now in his career, this is just one of those challenges that you kind of think you're ready for to take on. And I think persons underestimate the knowledge that you can gain be training youngsters and coming through, because a lot of persons, um, a lot of persons, oh my,
What's that? What's that, CC? I hear a second voice will come through. All right. So Claudia is saying that I don't see Paulo leaving his job, England job for Jamaica based on his this man's achievement and Jamaica's ability to compensate him. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna leave, no. But I think he's gonna play a very integral role in the whole developmental aspect, probably a template or whatever, in prepare a document so it can help the whole developmental process of the league and the coaches and all of that. Fresh got a link drop a long time on. A long time the link drop. Triple E said, I believe Paul Hall will bring some identity to the Reggae Boys team with his experience in a well-structured football system in England. Can definitely be a lot for the country. Definitely. Lloyd O'Connor is saying that correction, Sydney is at a regional league team BVS Reden in Germany. Okay. CC a freeze. I would appoint Paul Hall as sporting director of JFF football. Yeah, him can full the role there. Definitely. Man know the
oh,
thing,
but
you know,
you see,
man.
it comes back down to even the thing that happened with Eto'o today, where seven persons were in the lineup, coach, and
Mm-hmm.
five pulled out, leaving him and the former president, and he won. But it goes back to show you, I think having foot, football persons within the administration, to me, can help, because guess when I look at it from this point of view, right? Persons in the administration that comes from a football background, depends on how they come up in the system. They A lot of footballers come through hard, tough times to get to where they are. So
Mm-hmm.
they I think they possess the art. Some of them will possess the art that you need in order for the program to go forward, because they know where they are coming from and where football can bring you. So their passion translate through through the administrative section to the development of the youngsters, because remember, football is another avenue, like education, in terms of becoming a doctor and those things, out of
It's
your
a career. It's a
circumstances.
career.
Yeah, it's a
It's a
career.
viable career.
Yes, it's a way out. So I'm telling you, say a lot of players that has gone through it,
I don't want it to sound like it's a way out, man. It's a viable career.
No, I mean, when I said a way out, remember, so we use some of the education as a way out to, coach. I'm not playing down, I'm saying I'm saying that football is a career in and
Mhm.
of itself.
So it's a way
Football,
out.
just like just doctor, just like teacher, just like lawyer. It's an
Mhm.
avenue. It's an avenue, viable avenue for many, many, many players, many youngsters. So I
Mhm.
think having certain individuals that have been in the situation and come out through becoming a professional football player and what it has done for them in terms of income and their families, those type of individuals is will look at it, I think, from a different point of view and help with the whole development because they know that you help one youngster, you help an household. If you
Mhm.
understand what I say.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm not knocking the persons that are in it, but a lot of times you see people that are in it that have not necessarily have to go through that process to get where they are. So sometimes you can see where you're really questioning the passion behind the development. Because look at it like this. Eto'o made a statement. Eto'o said in his mandate that he wants to build 10 stadiums in his 4-year reign, right? Whether
Mhm.
it is realistic or it is not, coach, is something that things that he has said is things towards development. We went to the 98 World Cup, right? And we are yet to have a proper stadium. Even the stadium that is there, the field and such, it isn't even not our stadium in terms of the JFF owning the stadium or anything like that. But there's nothing wrong with not owning the facility. But it's just that we haven't really had any something there. We haven't really seen the remnants. If you look at Trinidad, there are remnants of their qualification from 2006. There are certain remnants. There's a football clubhouse or a football something like house, I think. So there are remnants. It just goes to show you if the money if they are qualified again, what else they could have achieved. So
Mhm.
when you look at it, coach, unless it's on YouTube and we are bringing it up in terms of talking about the 98 campaign, you can't go around and say, all right, this was here because of 98. This was
Yeah,
there
yeah.
because of 98.
We
There's
don't see none
no,
of that. Yeah.
we don't see none of that. It's just when we are in a
Hold
World
on. There was a how much? A $10 million football that was built.
coach
Hold on, let me read some comments, CC.
out there, go on.
All right, so Grammar Zone is saying JFF is very fortunate to have Paul Hall in the federation so they can use his expertise to develop the youngsters coming up. Mark Chambers is saying Etu has a good heart and he means his country's football good. He won't deviate funds into his pocket nor his friends. And Fabian Foley saying that Trinidad built 5 stadiums. Jeremy and Allen, big up yourself. He's saying Professor CC's out tonight. And a man is saying Jamaica built 5 bakeries. I don't know anything about that, So but I mean Paul All, like I said before,
No, I don't know anything about.
this man wants to take the team to the World Cup. And differently from what we were saying about it can't happen, I think he still believes and they want to push to make it to the World Cup. You know what I mean? So I don't think he's just coming in to fill a gap for 6 games. He's gonna go all out to ensure that that happens. Big up to Stan Cranky.
Bless go SCC, I could recognize your sunglasses on and didn't know it's sun in your house. Couldn't recognize you at all.
You could recognize me.
Yeah, with the sunglasses. No, you look like Lacazette.
Professor
Hey,
Lacazette.
as
Yeah,
you're
Professor
talking about
Lacazette.
Lacazette, I told you guys to link me out of the sunshine and look at the results.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we're gonna touch that, man. We
Yeah,
don't
don't
want
worry about
we don't want to talk about nothing about that today. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah.
So, Cranky, what say you? Paul All targets qualification.
Well, I mean, that's the least he can do. I mean, it's been hard to try to get to qualify for the World Cup. I mean, his target qualification is is what is expected, even though it's an uphill task. I think I heard the attorney last night chastising Devon for inferring something about never. I think Devon was saying that no team has won probably 6 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the view of, you know what? History, that's how history is. There's always somebody making history. So we should try to do so. I do think if we talked about this last night, if we source the players in those key positions, we put ourselves in a better position to try to accomplish our objective. Because I think that we're lacking in certain areas. Look, the last window, we should have won the games that we played. We beat the US, didn't get the result, both in terms of the miss by Reed and also Lowe's goal was a goal. But that's the run of the ball. That's how things go sometimes.
Brain Drain is saying, please tell, I should tell you that you should show him the utmost respect on the show tonight.
Those who give respect is due. I have never seen Brainless give anyone respect, and he's asking for respect. Brain Drain is an interesting character, actually. He looks for any window, any sense of vulnerability, any situation he can just peeking and push the knife and twist it. That's Brain Drain. So you have to be in your P's and Q's with him. So let's hear what you have tonight for me, Brain. But I do expect us to, even if we don't qualify, Coach, I do expect us to play well for the rest of the 6 games. We have a tough home game against Mexico, who I'm sure are not feeling comfortable where they are. So they're going to come out with their best team, their best squad. And also, we have not played well against Panama historically. Not only just at the office the last time when they beat us, but we have never beat them in a World Cup qualifier. I think we have played them about 18 or 19 times in total, won 3 games. So they're a boogeyman opponent for us. But hopefully we can overcome that, frankly.
Yeah, man. But the first hurdle is that friendly game against Peru.
Coach, the only hurdle we have are World Cup qualifiers. That's not a hurdle.
No, I think it's the first hurdle for him. Quite frankly,
no, because it really doesn't matter. The result doesn't matter. It's the play. It's how you play. Because what you're trying to put a system in place, trying to put a process in place. So the question is, are you setting yourself up for when you get to the qualifiers? And the question is, who will you have available? That's the first question. Is one going to say we're going to have a friendly or 2 friendlies before we commence playing in the qualifier? The question is, do I have all my players available so I can deploy or employ the strategy I want to and be able to then put that into the game situation in the practice game to figure out how it will work, what doesn't work, who fits where? I think that's important, actually. But I don't think the outcome is important. I think it's what style of play he wants to employ, how he wants to play, and does he have the right people to play how he wants to play?
Okay, that's another question. It's a good question. But for me though, in terms of the World Cup qualifiers, you're right. Those might be the bigger. Well, that is the bigger picture. But for him, I think getting through this first game, with the players that possibly will be available to him, might be. I think he will still come under scrutiny by the fans. You know the Jamaicans stay cranky. You know we stay already. We grade very hard and all of these
things. Any team in any country, no matter how the coach does, even when he wins, he gets criticized by some segment of the population, right? The first question is, who is in the squad? The second question is, what team does he pick? The third question is, how does the team play? How does he set them up and how do they play? The fourth question is, how does he game manage? All those things are in sequence, right? So what is he doing before he even gets to picking his squad? Who is he engaging with? How is he communicating with them? How is he managing, right? How is he leading? Those are important in terms of get the players' confidence in him. Some players had loyalty to the old coach. You have to win those players over, make them feel comfortable, make them feel like you value them and you want them to be part of your organization, and they are important for you going forward. So you have to lead, and you have to make sure you're inclusive, because the last coach, and I promise I wouldn't be going back to the coach, but the last situation, I'm not going to say the coach, last situation, it wasn't as inclusive as it could have been, right? It should be much more inclusive in terms of we're one team, we're one body, no matter where you come from, and let's operate that way versus how we were before, which is I was born here, you were born there, and I talk to you and I don't talk to you. That's nonsense. You're a team and operate like a team. So hopefully that's what he employs as he goes. And frankly, he was communicating with the British-born players, so now he just has to communicate with the other set of players. Hopefully he was doing that also. Hopefully that was the case. So I love how we have these anti people in the chat, coach. Like, this is what you pick up. That's your best comment, Declan Stennett. You can't have something much more. So we got 3 from Panama, right? Where we had 8 people in Jamaica training. We had a whole team in Mexico. How are they communicating and engaging? 3 of the players from Mexico played in that game. I think Taxi played. I think Blake played. That wasn't a body that was together, coalescing, engaging. That wasn't a body. That was 8 nomads and 3 additions. When we talk about a team, the team is the 18 players or 24 players you have. 18 matchday players or 24 players you have in the squad for whatever next round we're going to be playing. So I wouldn't say, I think you guys are going back to the whole Panama thing. Panama is dead and gone. Antonio played in Panama. He didn't play well, we all agreed, but he didn't have any support. We had Morrison and we had DJ playing center midfield, for Christ's sake. I mean, that made no sense. So don't use Panama as a barometer to judge Paul Hall or to judge the British-born players or to judge anything about the program. Look at what we have done over the 8-game period. Think about what you want us to do going forward, and then think about how we can deploy that to give us the best chance to be successful. Coach, you're on mute, or I can't hear you.
Oh, I think that scenario was just a messy one. That game, in every time I think about it, every information I get in regards to it, it was just a messy situation.
So Coach, we judge Pinnock based on that game hard.
Yeah.
Pinnock, Antonio, Roof. Pinnock hasn't come back since. Roof has shown he has quality. Antonio showing that he can be exceptional. Right, so there were players in that game who played hard and didn't come back. Who was the left back? A lot of players.
All right, let me ask you a question, Cranky.
Yeah.
We have observed Tapa's selection, right?
Right?
We know the type of team that Tapa wants to play. That is why I said last night, it was a sabotage game in a coach. In which world does Tapa start a team and it don't start a true defensive midfield player?
No, but I would say this though. I'm not going to blame Tapa for that.
What I'm trying to say now, Cranky, is that he started a midfielder, Daniel Johnson, Ravel Morrison. Daniel Johnson, Ravel Morrison, and I think he had Corbett there as well, and Roof. At no point in time, that is not a Tapa's team. So you see that team from the get-go, when I saw the team went out, coach, I understand, I knew that this team was set out to show that see there, when I bring the players them in where I want to play my way, but you want this way. So me I just put these men out there. Whatever happens.
So it was a frustrated selection then.
Yeah, it wasn't. I'm telling you, it was no selection in terms of we're trying to win the game or anything. It was just a selection in terms of JFF invest in these players. Me want play, me no rate these players. Me no rate no player outside Tapa. You understand? Because you say you're better than all these players if you suit up. Me no rate these players. These so-called creative players are lazy. They don't follow instructions. So, all right, see them here. The result that we got in the Panama game is the result that he wanted. He might not have wanted 3-0 or that, but based on what transpired, because At no point in time in the Gold Cup, he did not start a team like this. After that, he did not start a team like this. So it just meant that he got what he wanted, and he got it in the mind of a lot of persons that the players are rejects and Roof no good, Antonio no good. I'm telling you, coach, because a lot of persons started after the match. Them man no good English reject and a bag of things. So he got the mindset of the
The
fans
funds, yeah.
on his side.
So I'm not gonna.
You mute, Cranky, you mute.
So coach, I view that there was a sense of arrogance going to that game. You know, when you get to that, you just star bottle and coach, and get star bottle can just destroy anyone, supposedly, quote unquote. I think there was a sense of arrogance saying these players are playing at a high level. They should be able to beat anyone. We just got to supplement them with a few players. And I'm not sure we showed the respect to Panama that we should, and understand that we didn't have the cohesiveness or the setup to allow us to be successful in that game. And a lot of players paid for it. Antonio paid for it. Pinnock paid for it. Roof, they all paid for it. This DJ hasn't come back. Morrison was benched next game. They all paid for it in some way, shape, or form. It wasn't fair to the players, and it wasn't fair to the fans. And I would blame the whole look. It was when COVID was also very in a heightened state. So we remember that time. It wasn't the best time, right? Certain players couldn't travel to Mexico. Even was on the ban list. It wasn't the best time for us as a team. So I'm not going to blame Tapa for what transpired. I'm not going to blame the JFF. I'm just saying the environment wasn't the best. And if you remember, Coach, I'm gonna call out someone. There's a certain person who come in your channel, who was one of your panelists, who came on here and told us how Panama gonna get 4 and got people all excited. And I'm gonna repeat. I said to people, which is, what if we lose and I get bottled 24/7? I think myself and TJ was on here. There's so many bottles. I just asked a simple question: what if we lose? That was never contemplated. As I've always said, Coach, in life, even something that looks improbable and is a possibility, you got to contemplate that. So I don't think we gave Panama the respect they deserve, and the outcome reflected that. And look, Coach, we got chances in that game, Coach. That's another thing too, Coach. Roof got 2 really good chances. Mm-hmm. So if we had scored those chances and we drew, the narrative may have been different.
Listen, I'm just saying that I'm saying the narrative. All right, the thing, as I said, Cranky, right? I can show you something. The list, the COVID list, was something that is public. I knew it, you knew it, everybody knew who could not travel to those countries. So it simply meant that when we left from Mexico, we should have started 7 players from the Mexican game and 4 of these players in this game. You see, who never started in the Panama game? When we went to Costa Rica now, we started 5 of those players from the Panama game, because I know the time frame between is not the same. And then we started the rest in the Costa Rican game, because at the end of the day, we would not have the players, the English-based players, to go to Costa Rica. But what you would do is you would have at least 5 players playing through the 3 games. So you would have that continuity over the period. So the logistics, the logistics and everything was messed up. It wasn't really.
Here's why I can't agree with you. We had about 7 days to play 3 games. It's unfair to players to play them 3 90-minute games in a 7-day, 9-day window. It's unfair to them. You want to kill them off. So they had to rotate the players. The issue was, how did you do that rotation?
That's what I'm saying.
Was the well thought out rotation? Look, hindsight is great, right? We can all sit here after the fact and say you should have done.
And talk about it, exactly.
Hindsight is wonderful. But if we brought those British players all the way from the UK and they didn't play and we lost, you would have said to Tapa, you don't know what you're doing.
No, but Cranky, what I said, in my estimation, I wouldn't start all of them. If 8 of them come on to play, I would start 4 or most 5. And then if they have to play, then they will be substituted. But nobody's going to be forcing my hand to play all of them at once. No, I would not do that.
Yeah.
My strategy would be bring back most of the players or play most of the players who played in the first game.
All right,
So
look
the
at it
so
like
the
this.
majority of the play, and we know about the whole 3 games in the 7 days. But if I even substitute some of my man, then make them start
So, coach,
and all of
coach,
these things.
so coach, think about
That's
this,
what
coach.
I would do.
So, coach, you played that game in Mexico, a very difficult game for 90 plus minutes, right? You come a few days later, and you're gonna play 6 of those players against Panama. You didn't go to Costa Rica, you're traveling, Again, you're gonna play another 6 or 7 or 8 of those players who play the Mexico game and play the Jamaica game in Costa Rica. That's
No,
difficult.
but Cranky, look at it. Look at it. Then if that is the case, if you are arguing that way, Cranky, then every single game that we play and we travel, nobody except the goalkeeper should play on the team. So if you rotate with 10 players in every game.
No,
Because
coach. Here's
would
what I'm
it be
saying,
fair?
coach.
Hold on. Would it be fair for Taxi to play over in Mexico and then you put him in the game, but you're gonna say it no fear for your next man to play?
No. I didn't say anything about taxi. I didn't call in the name of our players
No,
who
but me
played.
I call name. I'm calling name.
Right.
He
So,
played in the game.
yeah, but here's the thing, coach. If you said to me, look, we had 18 people in Mexico. We're going to play a few of the ones who played in Mexico and a few who are on the bench in Mexico didn't play on that team, and some of the British-based players. That's a different argument. I'm going to play 8 of the players who played in Mexico. Those same 8 are going to play in Jamaica, and they're going to play in Costa Rica.
No, the fresh 8 now are playing at Costa Rica. Remember I said them man they were playing a Jamaica game, never got Costa Rica,
No, but here's the thing, coach. If you're going to take, how many are going to take from Mexico to play in Jamaica? 6? 7?
That's why I'm saying I would play 4 players.
From the
So
British.
that would be 7, right?
Right.
The most I'll play is 5. And that's why everybody philosophy is different as a coach, because individuality will come out. You understand?
Right.
I would play maximum 5, but I'll play 4. You see my defensive unit? So help me God. Me never did I go change that up. I rather substitute them. Me I make my team we start in Mexico, start my defensive line.
Look at the problem. I said it, I said
nah, change that.
You had 4 defenders. You know what we did in Jamaica? We started 3 new players.
That can't work.
Liam Moore, Ethan Pinnock, and Wes Harding started in the back line with Lawrence. I am saying that we could have started 1 central and 1 wing back additional if you're going to put in there. But start one of the persons who have been there before with Lawrence at the back line. So you have 4 persons, 2 new players, 2 players who have already played in the team.
So here's what I think the problem was. I think the problem was this. We didn't play people in their right positions.
That is another problem too. I was getting to that because the numbers also is not the issue,
So we played Roof and Antonio in a 2-man up front. It was all over the place, right? Then we played Morrison and DJ in CM. I have no idea what we're doing, right? All out of position. You either play Roof up to be or Antonio. Who were the wingers? I forgot who were the wingers in that game.
Not that I told you Roof and
no. Burke was playing out wide. Right?
We never really had any wingers because I think it was 4-4-2 flat, and unless they changed up with Bobby Reed
more like 4-2-4. More like 4-2-4.
Bobby Reed and Antonio was up top.
Yeah.
Corey Burke was on one side, Roof was on one side, Daniel Johnson and Ravel Morrison was in the middle here. You had Liam Moore, Ethan Pinnock, and Wes Harding, and then you had Kemar Taxi Lawrence. That was the outfield players. So that's why I'm telling you, it's so vivid. And then in the Costa Rica match, you know what we had? We had Corey Burke, Taxi Lawrence, and Andre Blake. And then we made 8 changes. So it's 8 players that never started in that game, came on in the Costa Rica game.
You know some guys, it's not 8 new players. It wasn't 8 new players.
No,
it depends on how you define new. How do you define new?
No, I didn't say new, I mean
playing for the first time.
I mean together in terms of them playing together.
It's not true actually.
But maybe it's 7 because Bobby Reed was home.
That's not true. Taxi, Bobby Reed, DJ, Blake, who else? Reed. All played in the Gold Cup.
DJ played in the Gold Cup.
Yeah, DJ was in the Gold Cup. How are you there, Mom, CC?
Yeah. Maybe I'm all right. I stand corrected.
Those players in the field played in the Gold Cup. More played in the Gold Cup. So 6 of those players. Oh Lord.
I stand corrected you. But even so, Stan, you remember that the Costa Rica game, right? This is why I said that. This is why I said that if you started the players in a good, if you started the players in the proper places,
Hello, what?
Is that your true face?
Am I this, am I,
Was it the match last night? Is
In
that the match?
Bahrain son, Ty.
hey, greetings, coach. I'm the special guest. What are you talking about?
Yeah, man.
because
you know,
if you know,
Pete,
if you know this is a coach, the Costa Rica
you know what?
game.
You know what is funny? I forget to have on the mask on, so I'm trying to scratch my face because I can't see anything. Forget to put it on, I have to take off my glasses.
Well, you see, coach, if you notice in the Costa Rica game, we made 8 substitution. I would never look bad. But
Virgin, my problem, two problem issue me have with that game, the CC. No CDM was played.
No.
Plus, some players played out of position. That's why two issue me have with that game.
Not till I say Costa Rica game, we go 4-2-3-1. We bring in 8 changes to that game, and look how we're looking at the game. We bring in Maggie, we brought in Flemings, we brought in Maggie, we brought in Flemings, we brought in Nicholson up top. Nicholson was playing up top. Flemings was playing out here. Corberg was playing out here. Maggie was playing in behind. Then you had Anthony Grant and Speedy. Then they brought back Alvas, Maria, Pandilo, and Lawrence played back in the game. And just look at how the game was. So you're saying to me that you could not have played Speedy and Daniel Johnson or some. I don't know. It just baffles me. I don't know. But the thing is, that's the past, and we are focused on the next 6 games. And well, here it is that Damian's low that was robbed triggered VAR to be activated for the next 6 games. So
it is. That's interesting. Why they give that VAR throughout it? Well, you know what? VAR may have gotten low sent off. Maybe it's a good thing.
No, but remember, I understand. There's a lot of things
in the game against the US. It wouldn't matter anyway. In the US, when he made a tackle,
yeah,
he would have gotten a red card. But he and
but
in the last game, those tackles could have been red cards.
But I think because of the goal was blatant. It was so blatant to the point that it was like the Frank Lampard goal in the World Cup. It was so blatant to the point that it triggered the response of VAR, just like how that triggered the response of goal line technology. Those are the things that when it's so blatantly wrong, you can really see it where the US themselves, who are so patriotic, the US players, Clint Dempsey, all of these players are saying, no man, this was a goal. We got away right there. So I mean,
so look at this comment on screen. Jazz is saying that Paul Hall is not the man. What say your Mannings?
Well, I think it is only fair that they give the man an opportunity, right? Is he the best option right now? I don't think so, but I think he's probably the only option right now, given what the salary is, the short time period, and somebody who knows how to get the players. Anybody else would have been a little bit difficult, or else to go for someone local. So I think it's only fair that he be given a chance, because whether we qualify or not, it's not down to him. I think what we should expect is some good performances, and then we can measure him at the end of that to say, listen, he can keep the job or he can't keep the job.
Will he keep the job? That's the next question.
Yeah, well, like, if we qualify, I can see him keeping the job. If we don't qualify and the team performs well and they can afford to pay him, because based on his qualifications, I mean, you're talking probably up in the region of what Winifred Schaefer was getting. Can we afford to pay him that because he's going to have to leave a job? Can we compensate him enough for him to leave the job? So my thing would be to let him just go. Whatever happens, and then make an assessment. I think the only way we can afford Paul Hall is if he decides not to take the money, the right amount of money, and I doubt that he's in a position to do that over a long period of time. I think short term, 6 games, he could do that. work out something with Queen's Park Rangers, and then he come. And I think that is why the friendly is being played. So he gets to come and he will lose that amount of money, but it's not like a whole lot of money. I don't think he can afford to take this job without being compensated equally for what he's getting at. Well, let me say it this way. I wouldn't do it, because I would think, like, as a footballer, I made my sacrifice already. As a coach, over the same football team, I'm not willing to sacrifice all of that right now. So
The one thing I want to know is why a lot of
Hold on, there's a follow-up. CC. Mannings, there's a follow-up on the screen.
That's it. He may not be the best. Now, in my opinion, given some of the other names that I heard that were interested in the job, I don't think he was. If you look at the accomplishment of the other persons in terms of their acumen and their achievements, he was not the best in that. But he may work out to be the only one because he's willing to take what is being offered. So that's the point I'm making. But I am not going to use the 6 games, honestly, to judge whether he gets the job long term or not, because I think it's just 6 games. And he's in a very, very tough spot. He's going to get some local players who are going to be out of season. Is he going to have a camp with them? Because all the MLS and USL players are not playing any football right now, starting today, for the most part. How are they going to be conditioned after the winter to play against Mexico? Is he going to have a camp? How long is that camp going to be? So he's been dealt a very tough hand. So I'm not. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you see, Mannings, when we're taught, even when we bring up camp and some persons are saying why a camp, the same point that you just mentioned, a lot of the players, if you're not an English-based player, are like a Shamar Nicholson and those players, you will not be. A lot of these players will not be playing any football. They won't come with any football come the Mexico game. So if it is that these players can get some football under their legs, even in January when they come, right? Because I think if a lot of them are not playing any football, and we could get some form of camp with them, even here in Jamaica, because remember the first game is up by the stadium. So as I said, as you rightfully said, the job for Paula will be a difficult one in terms of you won't be able to be selecting players that are in form, or you won't know if they are in form or not, in terms of them not being playing in the football over the period that he will be selecting them. So
all right, stick up in.
I have a
there.
question, coach.
Hold on, Mannings, man. We have Florida man online. Florida man, go ahead.
Yeah, man. I was watching the YouTube and I see them bringing Paul all.
Mm-hmm.
But after me go through the guy resume, the guy have a good resume, man. Him saying play 41 games for Jamaica and him score 14 goals.
Mm-hmm.
And him score a lot of goals in England, man.
Mm-hmm.
The man have a good resume, man. I believe that Jamaica shouldn't get a guy that run. Since he's a former player and him a coach for Queen's Park Ranger under 23 there, I believe that they shouldn't give him a run.
Okay. He's gonna get a run.
I believe, because me read when some man they say, the right man. But if you read the guy's resume, you will realize that the guy is a good baller.
So only, but you look.
All accounts.
Hold on, Florida man. When you look on resume, you can't look on only his playing days, You have to look at his coaching acumen as well.
Yeah, we understand. Yeah, we understand all of that too. But you have when you have a player like the guy, they have a lot of exposure that play for different teams. Because the man have a degree in journalism and all them things like that. So the man qualified.
Okay.
You go through the man resume and read up everything about him.
So you're happy with that selection? You're happy with him being the coach?
But we don't have a problem with that,
Okay.
I don't have a problem with him. All him have to do is use a Jamaican man to understand him. Put a man with him like the guy there from Onyx Garden, the Price, or the guy from Waterhouse, or one of them guys there from coach Portmore United or Mount Pleasant, one of them team, one of them coach as an assistant to him.
Okay.
But me definitely not have a problem with him at all.
All right.
Based on what me see about him,
Yeah.
I feel real good as a farmer player.
Okay.
Yes. To me, like we do a better job. You know, me tell you something. Why me tell you to give me a chance. But me understand. I don't know Chopper. I when me left Jamaica, me about them guys. I don't know. That's why they call you.
Mm-hmm.
And what me realize, I mean, here, when I know truth is that what me heard from people, is that he has certain friend when he use and I want to play a certain man.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a guy we used to play for Waterhouse. We don't know my name. The guy is a dread. The man him used to go urban marriage together. And that year they in the Premier League, the guy was the leading goal scorer. And you know want to give the guy no game. You know if you want to met up.
No, me not pick up. But Florida man.
You know what I'm talking?
No, I don't know who you're talking. But Florida man, are you the call about the big belly man?
You guys to pay for Waterhouse man on dread.
Bingy Blair?
No man, Bingy and a Rasta man. We know Bingy. We know Bingy from schoolboy. But I know Waterhouse from 1968. So we know the whole of the youth them. And things like that. The youth come from Montego Bay.
A Tuffy Andy say attack.
He man came Chopper.
Tuffy Andy.
Go to Urban Marison Comprehensive High School.
You attack Tuffy Anderson.
And the youth was to pay for Waterhouse.
You attack Anderson. You know, listen up, Florida man. Tuffy Anderson. You attack?
Boy, Chucky something and name Chucky Brown or something like that.
Oh, me don't know how we attack then.
The guy's a Rasta man. He played for Waterhouse and he was the leading goal scorer. Me never Chucky Brown and call him or something they used to call him. Because me read up on the autobiography, you know.
Okay. But Florida man, are you did that talk about the big belly man for assist? I mean Admiral Bailey.
All right. What up, man? You know, the man used to roll ball.
Who is that?
Admiral Bailey used to roll ball in school and thing, you know. Is that you don't know? A lot of the man them who you see, all right, where you so all right, all you they play for Harborview, they play for Jamaica. You better with a cricketer, you know, the big player from Harborview there. When you used to go to Camperdown School. A cricketer used to play now, you have a son now who play.
You know, so I have a clue who you are talking though. You have to come with name.
The guy play for Harborview, man. We got to him name. Him retire now.
Well, whole lot of people don't remember Florida, man.
Yeah, but long time, listen me, when we left Jamaica, you just like a school in a virgin. At 30 years that me left Jamaica, you know.
So all your research from Paul Alla, you know? Well, I know. All your research from Paul Alla, you know, research from them, man. Where you know about?
Oh.
The man that you call, you don't remember them name. So why you never research?
Well, I don't pick up on Google. Hey, listen me, hear me now. Anything we want to find out, we can just go on Google and just Google it and read it. In 2 minutes, we can give all the information. Anything you want to look up, we can look up it.
All right.
We are two following me right now.
All right, you want...
Tell Coach.
You want to find out...
Google.
No, man, we have some people on the panel, man. So you what I want you to do? I want you to look up them so when you're calling again, you can just tell me names.
Coach. Ask him to Google the Waterhouse player. I tell us.
No, but me don't know who you are talking. A whole player in Jamaica, you know, man. Me ask if a Tuffy you say you don't know. Is it Boa Hines? Somebody has say if a Boa Hines you talk.
No, I do name.
Is it Kwame Brown you talk?
Telling you that when we left Jamaica, all them youth and happen.
Man keep saying when he left Jamaica, Jaja. Jermaine Anderson.
Jamaica and all them things there. Jamaica got a World Cup 98. We don't know none of them youth, man. A long time he left, you know. Me
Okay.
I travel from 1971, me I travel. Before you hard. And things like that. We don't know for the youth, man.
All right. Me don't know who you talk.
We
So,
don't know time.
hold on the Florida, man. We have to go.
All right, we gonna look up.
Yeah, man. We have to go free up the line, man. Cause me don't know who you talk. To be honest.
All right, go and talk to them. Me listen to you meantime.
All right. Big up yourself, man. Thanks for calling.
We'll call them back and give the youth them name. We'll call them and get it, yes.
All right.
Coach.
Cool.
Coach,
Or you can put in a comment section.
Coach, as a man from the East, born and grew Harborview, I think I on the low and mix him up with the Campbell and Damian low enough. So he's gonna play now. Please, I just like Morgan, but I'm all over the place.
Caller, good night. You're alive.
Hello.
Yeah, man. Good night. You're alive.
Yeah, good night, coach, and good night to all the family.
Yeah, man.
Panelists. You know, say, me I look for the thing look while and me I say Manning's man. I don't
Mm-hmm.
tell him Manning's man is a big hypocrite, you know.
Why you say that?
Yeah, man, when Manning's man used to come earlier on the program then, especially the team program,
Uh-huh.
he used to never to want the English player them on the side.
Mm.
In bad for the Jamaican player them. The
Mm-hmm.
only time Manning's man changed, and when the other panelists them start giving the real information and the real things from the player them, and it have no other alternative. No, Manning's man in the first place different. The big belly man who used to play, the big belly guy they were did play song and with more go feed. I tell him I drink the rubber from my belly.
140. Now stop party.
All right. 140.
Well, hold on a bit, coach. Let me respond. You can't hear?
You can't hear.
You can't hear.
Man. I'm not try Manning's man, but I feel no way thing. I just want to see.
Yeah.
And I just observe.
But he might get a chance to respond, you know. You understand? You can't go hear him, I say, but he might respond. So when you finish,
Yeah.
you're going to listen what I'm going to say, all right? So go ahead.
All right. So may I say,
Mm-hmm.
when in the first place, when we hear about the English player that come and stuff like that, Manning's man never too up with that, right? When we hear Cranky and we hear my bedroom there where I run to PNP pass, you know, Cataract.
Jesus, please.
When we hear them on Monday,
Okay.
you know, logic and talk about the guys from England who are represent Jamaica and stuff like that. Manning's man never too like it. So I ask Manning's man a question.
Mm-hmm.
Because me might change. A couple weeks ago, he might change in temper and stuff. Why you ask him why what changing in concept are in thinking about the English player them now that you know everything all right now
Mm-hmm.
that can come to Jamaica side and then be Jamaican like a local player them are Jamaican. That one ask Manning's man.
All right. So when you hang up, I want you to listen keenly because I'm going to make Manning's man answer, you know. So I want you to listen. If you have any more respond to what he's going to respond to, just put it in the comment section, all right?
Yeah, man. All
All right. Big up yourself for the call.
He's respond hypocrite.
Well, Mannings, the caller you come out here, but before you move, Mannings, I give you a little time for second, you know, when you start talking. You know. Let me read them two super chat here. Lulu, big up yourself. Could Paul Hall hold a camp in England and scrimmages with QPR teams? Could that work? We're not certain about that. And Jason is saying Florida called to perform. Mannings, are you in Florida, you know, Mannings?
Yeah. Big up to the call. It will be nice to hear some of these caller names, you know, like everybody in Florida, because a joke like they know it. But no, man. I mean, the caller absolutely wrong, man. I know the caller getting nonsense wrong, man. At no point. I mean, we have always been working to get players into the Jamaica setup from the very, very beginning. We made contact with players from out of England to come and play for Jamaica. We have one probably don't fourth cousin who came in from England and played. We just don't call him name on the program, but related to me that we help with them documentation. We go through RGD to get all of them things checked out, go through government ministries. You know, I was very part with Cataract, and I worked diligently to get all Anthony Grant was making plans for him to join. So the call on a really, it looked like there's a thing going on and things. So from the very beginning, we have always said that. But here's what we say. All right. And I mean, I don't even know that I've changed my position. My position has always been the best. You know that right now that the youngsters coming into, both male and female, coming into the Jamaica team, not only out of England alone, but even from the States. We bring a lot of them in. A lot of the kids for the U teams out of the state, male and female, will bring them in. So the call are really wrong still. I think so many times them, that's I'd love to know, because there's a group of people, who connected to a particular person on radio that have a problem with all the vloggers, and they have a local gang will follow behind him and see all kind of things. And they take it very personal because they feel like they need to come out and speak about it, because this is absolutely asinine that this person just said. It is coming straight from the cracks. You understand me? That releases unpleasant stuff. But it really don't make any sense. But not only that, here is the other aspect.
But somebody comment, the person that comment, I say true,
Check them. Ask them, tell me one time they heard me say that no Englishman in the Jamaica side, or they shouldn't be. None of them can say that. And come on, man, we know that anybody on the panel can know that. So
people, you can always go back and watch the videos them and search
and
them.
Find any video, go on my channel and see what you're talking about. This person's coming and sing with Haka. Remember, I did a video. I did a red flag video talking about red flagging players. Remember, I was the one who talked about Haka, and what I said about Haka, it has not changed. Haka was training with the assistant coach. Does this mean he will be called into the team? Let me say it again. Last night we had a very interesting program, but all of us agreed that at this time you cannot bring in wholesale changes into your starting 11. There are key positions that players need to be filled. And I will say this, and I join with people who believe if you're going to come from the United States, you're coming from Japan, you're coming from Zimbabwe to represent Jamaica, you must be better. Not just playing in a better league, you must be better than the player that you're going to replace. I'm not looking at the league that you're playing. Is your quality much better than the player you're replacing? If you're not better, or you're at the same level, I am going to take my chances with a local person. So if I have two similar talent, if I have somebody just as good and no better than Tyreek McGee, I'm going to give Tyreek McGee the chance over the other person. If the person is absolutely leaps and bounds above Tyreek McGee, then he has to play wherever he's from, and we keep advocating that. So I don't know where the caller get him, if hogwash from still. But
yeah, I think in all fairness, this is my view on it. I think Mannings talk about the local players, but that still did not negate from the fact that he was against the English players.
Yeah.
So I don't think
so let me tell you where it come from. Let me tell you where that because I've never had a thing on my program. So this comes from a radio station in Jamaica, where the people say that the Jamaican league is bush league.
CC no auto, man.
Right. There's a radio station that there's people who consistently say that it is bush league. So anytime I go on it and say don't speak about the league like that, people have a problem with it. It is weird, that conversation. Nobody can ever come find any video where I say that no player have a problem with players from England playing.
Yeah, I might not say it is a bush league, Mannings, man, but I think a lot of things happen, which I can say is not a professional league. So I would say it's not a professional league. Even the US situation that happened, I don't think things like that should have been allowed to happen. Because I don't believe you should have been in the league any at all in terms of I was here, what I heard in terms of how they operated. I don't believe they should have been in the league.
Let me say this again. Up to recently, I spoke to a former national player who said he has a son and he couldn't get his son into. And I said to him, if you are a national player and you couldn't. So I don't know, let me tell you, this is coming from radio. Nobody can find one clip of me on YouTube saying anything about English-based play. You can ask Cataract behind me how instrumental I was in Anthony Grant representing Jamaica. I have a relative that played a game. He's a Christian. He played in one of the windows. I'm not going to call his name. And we helped. There's a player that we had to call people and find all death certificate for people to get information change to get them to play from the time I started my channel. So anybody who said they hear that on the channel, they are telling lie, and
they're economical with the truth, man.
No, man, it's a lie because there's nothing. So what they did, they hear the conversation on the radio about. They hear the conversation on the radio about it is not a bush league, and you can't come and say that Jamaica has not produced no talent. The only talented player Jamaica has produced in the last 40 years is Leon Bailey. You cannot say that. That's what was said. So when you say that is wrong, there are people who run with it and say that is what they are following. Nothing about no English player on any of the platforms. So please, come on, be easy. But let me tell you again, if you have a man playing at Chelsea and he's not better than Tyreek Magee, he's not going to play in my team. He has to be better than him if they play the same position. I'm not going to play you just in the same way I'm not going to play the leading goal scorer in Jamaica. If he's not better than Antonio, if he score 1,000 goals at Jamaica and Mikel Antonio scored 10 in England and Antonio is better than him, then Antonio is going to play because I'm not looking at the league, I'm looking at your quality. So if you're going to play for Jamaica, you must be better than the player you're replacing. If you're not better than him, you're business where you want to come. Simple as that.
Because we see the leading goal scorer in the EPL.
I have a question.
Never played in the team over Javanis.
So I have a question. We keep saying the person has to be discernibly better. So if we both are holding up a citizen's card, that we are both Jamaicans, if we both have the same ability, then McGee should play over me because why?
So let me tell you why. So I have Andre Blake and I have Dylan Barnes. I'm not dropping Andre Blake for Dylan Barnes if Dylan Barnes were playing in the Premiership because Andre Blake is a better goalkeeper. That's the point I'm making, you know.
No, but that answered my question because yesterday you're killing us with questions. But answer my question again. Don't dodge it. Don't dodge it.
No, man, I'm not dodging.
If Dylan Barnes and Andre Blake and it's theoretical, right? Have equivalent talent. They're the same talent.
Yeah, and I can only choose one.
Yes.
I'm going. Listen. That's what I'm going to answer. So they are the same talent. They are both Jamaican. One is playing in a professional setting in England, and one is playing at Humble Lion.
Right.
Because they are similar, I'm going to play the Humble Lion goalkeeper.
Why?
Why? Because I believe I can help with his development by giving him more time than the player who is already in an environment where he's being developed.
So you're being unfair to the player who's playing the Premier League because he doesn't need development, you're saying.
But none of them are better. So if I choose a player, if I choose a player in the Premier League, would I be unfair to Andre Blake?
So if you had said this,
No.
If you had said this, you had said, look, based on the system I play and my style of play, I'm going to select this person. But the criteria
we have one choice. We have one choice currently.
Yes.
So let me ask you, if I said, listen, I'm going to choose Dylan Barnes, would I be unfair to Andre Blake?
No. But I'm saying you got to have a differentiation as to why you select one versus the other, right?
But I just told you. You may not agree with it.
But the reason you're using to me is not logical.
You're saying that my reasoning. So my reason, my reasoning is this: if I have two Tyreek McGee's.
Right.
Exactly the same.
Right.
One is playing at Chelsea and one is at Harborview. All right? I have one spot to choose one of the two players.
Right.
I believe if I play Tyreek McGee, it helps Tyreek McGee. It helps local football because the other player is already playing in the place where McGee is at. If that player is better, I have no problem. Even if he's selected, if you say, Cranky, I am going to select him because he's playing in a professional setting, I would not have a problem with that either. But if I were given the opportunity, that's what I would do. But if you select him because they're the same talent, but I wouldn't do that.
So you're saying,
yeah,
if Jamalo is playing in the championship,
yes,
and Bailey is playing for Villa, and they have the same talent, you'd play low to try to get in the Premier League and you wouldn't play Bailey. Is that what you're saying?
No, man. No, man.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
No, Cranky. Cranky, remember.
No, really?
No, Cranky, that's not what I'm saying. We're talking about, remember the issue. We don't want to go from the issue. We're talking about, watch this. We're talking about Jamaican players. Because what the caller said is that I have a problem with English players.
I know.
Careful.
Conversation is evolved, right?
Let me answer.
No,
so the conversation
careful.
is evolving. Yeah. No, man.
Tread lightly because you're not helping your cause because you're comparing the level of a JPL level player to a player that's playing in the EPL.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not.
Careful.
No, I did not. You see, this is why we always miss the point. I said to you, I am not looking at the league. I said that, Cranky is bringing in a league situation. I said, no, people. Did I say? I want to make sure. Didn't I say that I don't look at the league? I look at the quality of the player.
But you're judging him playing against those oppositions as to judging the player playing against EPL quality player.
It's a development thing.
Let me help you. Guys, let me help you. If Manning's man had said, you know what, I'll flip a coin because I can't choose based on the quality, I could live with that. What Manning's man is doing is what people in Jamaica do. There's some big out now. People anything are saying, stop, Cranky. No, I can't stop.
Okay.
Guys, hold up. It's a theme. It hasn't gone away. And people local are like that. If you said flip a coin, look, Cranky, I'm going to flip a coin because I can't choose between them. That's a different story. When we go to this local, and I want to give them exposure.
But Stan, it's set up a way. Look at Bobby Firmino is playing in Europe, right? And you have Gabriel Jesus who is playing in Brazil. And and Gabriel Jesus wants to get to Europe. The people are more in favor of Gabriel Jesus being called up in the national team than Bobby Firmino, even if they're as long as they're at a similar talent level, they would rather to bring up Gabriel Jesus in the national team.
We're going away from what we're talking about.
I'm not going away. What I'm trying to say is the person who is playing locally out here, right? As management would say, if him and the person who is playing in a league that the local player wants to reach already is you have to choose between those players who are at a similar talent level and they have similar output. I would rather to play the person who is local more than the person who is already where we want to be.
Okay.
That is what that's
the problem. That's the problem.
Let's move on because all of you guys have the same view and you don't realize it. You haven't looked in the mirror. You haven't looked in the mirror.
Right.
Well, on the Cranky. Well, on Mannings. I think that will pose a problem, Because if you are gonna play the player because you want him get
coach. But what
on Mannings.
Yeah.
You see, my issue with that.
Yeah.
If a local baller is at the same level as a man in a League 2 or League 1, I would prefer to call the local baller.
Why? Because
if they're at the same level, why you go overseas?
That's what I'm saying. Are you saying I'm wrong?
Who, me?
That's what I am saying.
No, me just coming an argument. Based on what me hear CC and Cranky says that, and probably you need to clear it up. What I heard from them is that if two players playing at the same level, you are gonna play the local man for him get a contract. That's what I heard.
No,
That's
I
what I
didn't.
heard.
You know,
Please clarify.
no. Let me say it again, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are two players, Tyreek McGee. Let me say it again, people. I'm not looking at what league you're playing. When I look at the quality of the player, they are the same. Now, somebody going to say, well, if Tyreek McGee is playing in Jamaica, no matter, as long as the person is playing in some other country, he cannot be at the same level. Maybe you're right on that, and I'll give you that. I did also say, if Antonio scores 10 goals in the Premiership and a Jamaican player scores 100 goals in the local league, I said that, I would still play Antonio because on quality, Antonio is better, though his goal output is less. If both players are the same quality, hypothetically speaking, there's no difference with the pace, there's no difference with their IQ, there's no difference with their passing. One, because, listen, he's a Jamaican, but he's born in a place where the opportunities to go at the professional level is way better than the one who is born in Jamaica. All right? I believe, in my humble opinion, I would play the one who is here because the other one is being developed. And if this one doesn't play, where will be the development for him? Because I believe the experience he will have. If, however, Cranky have a different criteria and selects the one out of England, I would not have a problem with that because the quality is the same. That's all I'm saying.
Why we had to make it so complex? That's simple maths, you know. We not do some simultaneous equation and some algebra and them something there. We just make a point. Because based on when me hear Mannings I say now, if you play on the overseas man that is same level, he might work with the same like what I say, he might work with the local man.
Yeah,
you
that's
understand?
what I'm saying.
But if a man that prem and a local man, you have to go with the man with that prem.
Yeah, because the output is great. Yeah.
I think if a player is in the championship and the Premier League, especially if they're starting, 99.999% of the chances is that they're going to be far better than a local based player, right? Not necessarily a local born, but a locally based player, right? But I think one of the arguments that, and I'm not saying that I see the logic in it, but I'm not positing this. I'm just saying that one of the arguments that I always hear people talk about as well too is logistics. Logistics and also, the cost effectiveness of if you think a local player, and a player, let's say in the English 4th division or the National League, is on a similar level, then because of cost effectiveness and logistics, a lot of people have said that they would go with the local based player over the UK born Jamaican.
All right. Can I jump in, Formula? All right. So pretty much I differ from Stan, Coach, Mannings, man. Okay, this is how I look at it. Where's the measuring stick at for the league level? Are we measuring the Jamaican local league to the championship level as the same level? Or are we going down to League One in England to the Jamaican Premier League? Where's the measuring stick?
I did not say championship. I said lower league, and I mentioned I think I mentioned League One and League Two.
Okay, so if we're going to measure them up to League One, League Two, yes, I agree with what you guys think. If we say the players,
Jay, we're not measuring them up to the Premier or the champion.
Premier and championship,
different level. Those are top 7 leagues in the world. Go through CC.
But look into it. A lot of people don't want to admit their biases. Maybe if I ask Jay would want to see an 11 English-based players in the team. 11, starting 11 with English-based. I'm not saying he wants that, but I'm telling you a lot of persons would want that. While a lot of persons are on the fence, so they won't want 11 local base or locally born players. So it's like the two sets of the camp. There's some bias in the argument. I think I just want the best players available in the team, right? Whether they were
Yeah,
born or whether they were born out here or they have the heritage from their parentage to the Highland. I want the best 11, but it's a touchy subject when you're trying to say that because of the person who is born in Jamaica, they have a much more difficult time in getting to Europe, right? Or getting to the mecca of football, which is Europe. If so, I guess if you can identify that from the eye test and you watch these guys play and you're saying,
What I'll also say what I'll say is this. Listen, we live in a world now that we believe that if a person don't agree with us, something is wrong with them. So it is here's and we have to get past that as adults who are intelligent.
yeah,
It cannot be that you believe, for example, like what CC just said. Your opinion is that we should use 23 persons as an example. This is hypothetically example speaking. Please don't miss that, people. You believe that we can use 23 persons from England to make up a squad, and that is okay. But the person who says use 23 persons from Jamaica, you have a problem with them. It's their opinion. What makes your opinion right and their opinion wrong? Allow people to share their opinion. But this thought, I mean, listen, did I agree with? Let's go back because we're talking about the coach. I don't agree with some of the decision of Coach Whitmore. But if in his opinion he thinks like Bowser should start, all I can say, well, if you start him and you don't get the result, you lose your job.
Yeah.
But that's what he believes.
Let me say one
I'm not saying that he's right. It's okay for somebody else to believe something else because all of us can't believe the same thing.
Yeah, I think it is of vital importance to the development of local football that the persons who of Jamaican heritage is in the system. And I can say this because I was watching an interview today with O'Neal Bigger Thompson, right? And he said when he was playing even the national and Jamal Campbell Rice was in the national team.
Yeah.
You remember that Campbell Rice introduced him to his coach, and that is how he ended up in England. So this is the reason why I'm saying that you have people who are on the fence on one side of the camp or one side of the camp. But to me, it is just the best players, but all players of Jamaican heritage, parentage, and their linkages with the island. Whether you're born on the island or you're born outside the island should have equal opportunity. The issue arises where you realize that if you're born locally, the opportunity for you is you're at a uphill task. You're there a spur tree hill. While the man of England they are very plains. You can understand what I'm saying? So it's just how it is, and that's just how society is. So at the end of the day, I'm not batting local, I'm not batting a man born local or a man born overseas. But I understand both sides of the camp, but it's just that you need the mixture because you are always going to need the players that are born outside of the country who have a desire to play for the country. They're always going to be needed. But also we have a need for the local program to be developed in such a way where we are not scurrying about together an 11 every time a campaign comes about.
Can I say something?
Coach, can I
What on the formula? We are going to take formula then cranky. Because you see why this argument come up, and I believe why it is important. Because players should be picked on merit.
Yeah.
And that has not been happening. So this is the reason why I believe that this argument has come up, because that should be happening and it is not happening. So when a man say local and overseas, that I go on because some man live outside of the country, even though they are Jamaicans. But the fact is, comparison has to be made based on how the players are playing, whichever league they are playing. I think the disadvantage would be for the locals, because most times they are not playing at the high level as some of the other players playing in various leagues. So that will cause the issue. But at the end of the day, they are Jamaicans and they should be picked on merit and all of these things. Go ahead, Formula, then Stan.
You know, I'm very happy that, you know, Stan Cranky has decided to rejoin us, because this issue is such a touchy, very, very touchy subject that, all right, perfect example. Yesterday, Mannings and I were accused by Cranky of, you know, being biased against the UK born players, just because we said we would take Demari Gray, we would give them Demari Gray, and we'd give them a Lewis Baker or a Kevin Stewart, right? But, you know, the one bagger new arrivals wouldn't support that, right? And I say that to say that people who follow this space, and many of us are diehard Reggae Boyz fans, right? Whether we are hardcore fans, whether it's the panelists or the viewers, commenters, etc., right? Or vloggers such as myself and Coach and Mannings. I think CC just started up a channel as well, so he's a vlogger as well. But it is such a touchy topic that automatically, when we said yesterday that we wouldn't be in favor of the one bagger arrivals, new arrivals, all of a sudden, both people in the chat and even fellow panelists like Cranky, automatically their minds went to these individuals are biased against UK born players. Right? It is such a touchy topic that people are looking, right? They're examining and they're listening. And if you say, if me even say, you know, me not like Wes Harding, me just not like the player. I'm not a fan of his game, which I don't have an issue with the player. I'm just giving an hypothetical example, right? If I say that, all of a sudden, you know, oh boy, Formula, you know, like the UK born players, him biased against the UK born players, right? It's like them just people in the space generally are just looking for the slightest indication of quote unquote which side are you on? Are you on the side of the Jamaican born, or are you on the side of the UK born? And that is very unfortunate, and that's why I got a little bit upset. And I said yesterday to Cranky, please don't insult my intelligence, because when we were making the arguments yesterday, it had nothing to do with where somebody was born, right? That was not that wasn't even in anybody's minds, right? It was just strictly about we didn't want to have a shock, a quote unquote shock to the system with too many new arrivals. So it's such a touchy topic. People just listening to see which side of the fence you fall on. And, you know, it's kind of unfortunate. I understand why, but it's really an issue that we need to really dissect. And it's really an issue that we need to move past as a fan base, right? I mean, I'm listening to shows and it's just, you know, respective individuals talking in the space, and it's just always coming up, and it nags me sometimes, honestly.
All right, go ahead, Cranky.
So let me make clear of something. I didn't drop off. Almost every single time I come on this channel, somehow my computer is plugged out, because I have two plugs, one for my iPad, one for my MacBook Pro, and they're the same plug. And I don't run from conversations and confrontation. I run towards them, not from them. So I didn't drop off. It plugged out. That's why it took me a while to come back in. Secondly, I'm going to give you guys an analogy. We have a lot of people who left Jamaica to seek opportunity someplace else, right? If they told me in the US, I'm a naturalized citizen. Oh, by the way, Cranky, you and Manning's man have the same qualifications. And you know what? Manning's man is born here, so I'm always going to hire Manning's man. Wow. That's the criteria you use with decision about who to hire, because we have the same qualification. Isn't that what I'm hearing from you guys? Because I don't think you guys listen to yourself sometimes, you know, and what you're saying and the arguments you make. As I said to Manning's man, if he said, you know what, Cranky, I'm just going to flip a coin, that's one thing. I think Manning's man head is hurting him because he thinks I'm off on a tangent. If he said I'm going to flip a coin, I would say, you know what, I hear what you're saying. What you're saying is, if I'm not local enough, then if we're equal, you're going to hire the person. Because I'm telling you, all people who migrate someplace else would be challenged to get opportunities, be challenged to get jobs. And that's why we have affirmative action here for some instances, because people were disadvantaged. So we shouldn't be disadvantaged others because they didn't born or they didn't grow up in an island. In fact, the country should be thinking globally. Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. Let me finish. The country should be thinking globally and as one global community versus disparate components about who born where and who resides here and who does what here. And it's very frustrating for people like me hearing that narrative, and then you guys go around in circles to justify what you're saying. Because you don't hear what you're saying, which is, if you're local, you have more rights as a citizen. That's what you're saying. If you are local, locally based, locally born, even though you went to the process and get a naturalized citizen, that's what you're telling me. And for people like me, it's very disturbing to hear that, because I live in a country which is a foreign country to me. I wasn't born here. So if somebody told me I'm gonna hire you, I'm gonna hire a coach because you know what, he was born here, versus me, even though my resume said the same thing, I wouldn't respect that. I wouldn't like that. I would not applaud that. I wouldn't encourage that. And I do not support that. That's all I'm saying.
All right. So listen, people, I retract everything that I've said. Everything that I've ever said about this issue. And I totally agree with Cranky. If the player, no matter where they're playing or where they're born, even if he's just as good as Andre Blake, he should be starting. So I'm wrong, and I retract everything that I've said. It is discrimination, it is discriminating, and once they are equal, it shouldn't matter. In the selection, we should just flip a coin, one take heads, one take tail, and that's it. It shouldn't be, we shouldn't consider anything about making anybody better. It's just flipping a coin. And so I humbly retract everything that I've said. Cranky is absolutely right. If the player is just as good as Maggie, a coin should be flipped by the coach to decide who should play. And
thank you, man.
I'm done.
Thank you for the retraction. Stan Cranky, I agree with you 100%. 1,000. It's the longest retraction in the history of retractions, but I accept Madisbad's retraction.
I wasn't speaking to you, Cratera.
No, I am commenting on your public utterance, and you are a public figure, and I'm commenting on your public utterance. It was the longest retraction in the history of retractions. And then it went from the sublime to the ridiculous, which suggests to me that this is not the last time that we are going to hear Madisman on this topic. He's just been backed into the proverbial corner. So let me say this, Madisman, a bit clear, because I listened, and I didn't come on, Coach, because Stan was representing my viewpoint fully. But I really wanted to challenge the ridiculous aspect of it. Look, the selection of a sporting team that is done on anything other than merit leads to subjectivity rather than objectivity. A coach is entitled to have a player that he or she feels is going to carry out their instructions and their style of play. And so even if two players are the same, man, the coach must be allowed.
But isn't that what I said? Didn't I say that if I am the coach, that's what I would do?
That is man. Just like you are familiar with the Bible, familiarize yourself with the mute button. So to help you not to interject. No, I am giving my perspective. I am giving my perspective. Why am I being caught?
you
What
always
lie?
come on and
Hold
say
on,
things that are not being said,
Mannings,
brethren.
hold on.
I am
Cataract,
not saying
can I
what
get
you
a minute,
said,
please?
sir.
Can I get a minute, please? Interjection. All right, since me I just give you a second to calm down while we take this call. Caller, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Good night, everyone. Good night to the panelists and all of the viewers. This is Kyle again from the Supporters Club. Anyway, I'm from New York.
You have to speak up here.
Oh boy, can you hear me? Sounding better?
Yeah, man.
Okay, good. Right. So I'm in New York, and I'm listening to the conversation, and I have to say that I agree with management because the issue is, there is a developmental problem back home. Okay, the guys back home want the opportunity to basically get out of that environment to improve their skill set. Now, management basically made a point. If you have two people of equal skill set, one local and one foreign, why not give the local one an opportunity? Because basically he wants to get out of that environment, to a higher skill set so he can improve himself. Now, I don't see anything wrong with that. Be it football, be it business, be it whatever. Everybody wants to progress and better themselves. We're comparing apples and oranges. It is not a anti foreign sentiment or a local sentiment. It's a reality that we have to deal with. It's a developmental problem. That is what we have, and it will always be around because we don't have a developmental program back home. So we can spin it and say that, you don't like this person because he's a foreigner, and blah, blah, blah. But that's not the reality. It's an opportunity issue of development. And
yeah, but Kyle, hold on. Should the national team be used for developing players? Because that is the issue, That is the issue.
Well, that's a part of it. That's what listen, René Simons did that back in 98.
Yeah, but 98 is a different dynamics than now.
Right, but the problem is, I wouldn't suggest that we do it now because we're in the middle of a World Cup campaign. But we have been doing it, and it's not going to change. We just have to find the balance. When do we give these youth the opportunity to develop themselves?
But Kyle, sorry to cut you again. But I put it to you that it is the responsibility of the clubs to do the proper development of the players so that scouts can see these players. They will get a contract based on how they are playing in those leagues. Then, based on good performances, they will in turn get a call up to the national team to represent the country. I don't believe that it should be the other way around, where you have players in the local league. They are placed in the local league for development. They are placed in the national team for developmental purposes. I don't see it that way.
Coach, when the call finishes.
Our clubs are broke. Charlie Smith feeds on it, Garden. Okay? That's where we are.
Kyle,
we have to go to the schoolboy level to be fed players. Sorry, I'm Arnett Gardens. And it's not only Arnett Gardens following that league. They all recruit from the school. So expecting them to develop players for export. Come on. If one or two get exported to a club, that is fine. But we have to use every tool at our disposal to get our players out there. The GFF, the clubs have to come together and have some kind of plan as to how to get these kids developed. You know what I mean? And that is another issue because, as you notice, the clubs and the GFF are at loggerheads. But anyway, back to the central issue. you know, this argument will always be around.
Mm-hmm.
We need to focus what the problem is. We have a developmental problem, opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I'm in New York, and I believe that you need to give those youth a chance. And I'm not saying that you're going to do it in the middle of this campaign, you know, but that's been going on from 1998, and it's not going to stop now. The foreign versus local argument has been going on, and the developmental argument has been going on. It's not going nowhere, okay? And it's not as if anybody's anti-foreign. No, we have a developmental problem. We have to deal with it. Anyway, that's my two.
All right, big up yourself, Kyle. Thanks for sharing your point of view.
Coach, may I continue?
All right, go ahead.
Before, right.
Yeah, man. No, I had to do that
interrupted.
Catherine.
No, I understand.
No,
I
man,
understand. But
I had to do that, you know, because you're Mannings, man, you know? So me have to make you take a little breather. Go ahead.
No, but I don't take a breather because I don't interrupt persons. I am saying I am not quoting Mannings, man, so I can't be lying. I am referencing him and giving my opinion. So Mannings has to be cognizant of the difference between analysis, which is my viewpoint, and quoting him, right? No, he has done his part. He has intercepted my intervention to support Stan Kroenke. I even forget where I am, so I'm going to deal with the caller. This is the bottom line is. The issue that Stan and I have is that you are introducing a subject. It's not even subjective, but you're introducing a clearly discriminatory criteria into the selection process. And that is your place of birth. So we have two equal players, equal skill sets, right? And then we say, I'm going to select Manningsman because he was born in St. Anne, and I'm not going to select Ohilible because he was born in Georgetown, Guyana. Both are Jamaican citizens. But Manningsman is disruptive. Manningsman don't listen to the coach. Manningsman don't come training on a Sunday because he want to go church.
No, why you pin that on the local, man? You see that discrimination.
No. I am giving an example. No. Coach, listen. No, I'm being cut again. No, coach, allow me to finish. I am not pinning it. I am giving an example. I am giving an example. I can't get to finish. Every time if it's not coach, I'm
why man? We're having a conversation, man. Come on, man. Let us not have this again, man. I am the host. I can cut you. You gotta get back the time. Me no need for say this all the time, Cataract. Please, man. No make we have to go there, sir. You made a point, and you're going to get back your chance to speak. I am saying to you, why use the example of the local player not being cooperative if that isn't discrimination? And then you get your chance to speak again. Go ahead.
Coach, it's not a matter of time, you know. It's a matter of train of thought. If at each time your train of thought is just being cut, then you go up. If I'm allowed to finish, then maybe the question you would have wouldn't arise because I was going to give two examples. The example I'm giving is the example where preference is given based on some where there are other factors in there and you're giving pride of place. But I believe that. I can't remember what I said. I'm a train of thought, God. Let me deal with the caller. Maybe Stan can pick up because we are understanding each other on this. The national team, as the coach said, is not a development. It is not a shop window. The national team is meant for fully developed players who have excelled at the club level and are deemed to be ready to represent the nation and win games for the nation. If any other thing than that, we are in a problem. There are 211 leagues around the world, because there are 211 nations in a FIFA, that a player can go to and earn and get out of the environment. Again, if you try that, you are going to end up with what we have had over the last decade, which is that even though you're shopping or selling your wares, nobody is buying it because the wares are just not good enough. Period and point blank. And Stan, people duck from this thing because they don't want to call it by whatever name it really is. It is discrimination on the basis of place of birth. Even by the argument, Stan, tell them, you have said the man are foreign. He's not, he's a Jamaican with the same rights under the Constitution. The Jamaica, it does not recognize your residency status. We are not that the United States that have permanent resident thing. It recognizes Jamaicans with a passport and a naturalization thing, the same as Jamaicans born here. And the football industry is attempting to carry out a discriminatory practice. I will end my intervention at this point by saying the cream always rises to the top. If you attempt to insert, you're going to find yourself in trouble. There may be times when it is not prudent to make those changes as you would want. But right now, to tell you how discriminatory we are, Stan, we are with a team that has failed, gotten 7 points from 8 games, less than 1 point a game. And instead of saying, banish all 23 of them and bring in 23 different men and see what happening, we are defending it. The team has failed up to this point. Any team getting 7 points out of 8, if you were in the club situation, in a relegation zone.
So I'll say a couple of things. One is, the reason I'm very sensitive to this is this, Manny's man. Manny's man, you have traveled, and you know more people in the football community here than I probably do, which is shocking. I thought I knew a lot of people. But here's my point, guys, which is, the reason why people from the Caribbean in Jamaica do so well when they leave Jamaica, because they're not afraid of competition. Because when they go compete, they have to be as good, they have to be better than the person. That's what you say here. That's what we're experiencing here when you're a foreigner. But the person say the local person should get preference, and you're saying, no, that's not fair. I did my time, I'm a citizen, I should be treated equally. We're all looking for that. So when we start set up criteria that is not equitable, I am very, very sensitive to that. And as I said before, I know people, the coin thing just sounds flippant. The point I'm trying to make is say this: don't come some special dispensation for people because of where they were born, when they both hold the same citizenship and the same rights and privileges based on where you say they're a citizen of. You can't start making special dispensation for a certain amount of people, because then you're, as Cataract says, and it's true, you're discriminating, and you can't do that. And us as people should be most sensitive to that. We're the ones should be most sensitive to it. That's when we discriminate against anyone, whether they're disabled, their sexuality. I have a problem with that. Treat people how you want to be treated and treat people fairly. And I'm sure we're making special dispensation for sports and for football in general, where we're not making for the larger society at large. It is not a fair thing to do. Now, I say this, we should move on from the subject. It's a very sensitive subject, and you will never consult people otherwise. And people have their views about developing people and allowing people to get opportunities. I am all for that, but try to find a means. I said this, try to find a means that is not going to be deemed discriminatory to do so. Figure it out.
I have a solution.
I wanted to say something to you in response.
Hold on, gentlemen, hold on. The guest that is supposed to be on is having some challenge. So another 10 minutes or so, the guest will be on.
All right. I have a solution for the problem. My solution is this: wherever the player is born, once he has a Jamaican heritage or Jamaican passport or naturalized citizen of Jamaica, right? Naturalized through passport, through the means. If he's in Mars or any of those planets. You see, if he were our under 17 or under 20 and our under 23 team should consist of these players. So, for example, a Max Aarons and these guys, we shouldn't be waiting until these guys reach 27, 28, 29. We're trying to get them to come to a World Cup qualifier. We should be recruiting the guys once you're Jamaican, anywhere there in the world, from your 14, 15, 16. So
And that's why the quota system is an issue.
that is what I'm getting at, coach. I'm saying that from then, right? If the guys are coming in, plus the players that are already here, and they are playing with players that are in at a higher level than them, then everybody is helping everyone to develop, and you go through. Then you see, after that, we would not know who come from Urbana, England, Urbana, US, Urbana, Mars. It would not matter because at the end of the day, we would have these players coming through the ranks straight through, not just when there's a World Cup qualifier. We are going to look for a Max Arians or Ben Godfrey and these guys after the arse gone through the gate. So this is what I'm saying. We should, from under 17, from the under 17 level, from the youth level, coming straight up, we should be recruiting the players wherever they are once they are at a certain level. The best players at the youth level, the best players at the senior level. So the players that are here in our local under 20 out here, if they are at a certain level, they play with the players that comes from all over the globe of Jamaican heritage and Jamaican parentage. And this would solve the issue of persons questioning why, because the problem is what a lot of persons are having is that leading up to the World Cup, you don't really have a set team up to say you have some local guys or some guys, and then when the World Cup is coming, like in a less than 12 months, we try to get players outside who is also Jamaicans. Why couldn't we get these players 4 years prior, 5 years prior, 6 years prior? Why couldn't we get these players from their 15, from their 16, from their 17, from their 18s? And I know that some of these players, if from their 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, we could have gotten a lot of them. Some of them probably would turn us down, some would come. But that is the big issue. The big issue is that we're not trying to get the players when they're young. We're trying to get the players when they're at a certain stage, and then it bring them in, and then it causes this friction within the public locally, within the team, and with everybody.
So you see,
Hold on,
comments.
Cataract. Sorry, Cataract. We have a caller online. He wants to make a point on the same matter too. Just give him a 2 minutes to do so. Go ahead, caller.
All right. Blessings. Good night, gentlemen. This point is kind of touchy, but I think you guys are missing a lot. Number one, the national team is not for development. The JFF.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, give a look of volume there, Michael. We can get some volume. We are hearing, but you're kind of low.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Hear me louder now?
No, me not hear change, but go on talk.
Yeah, you hear me louder?
I am hearing you, but the persons in the comment section and on the panel, some persons are there. Are no good with that? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, right. The clubs and the JFF have the responsibility to develop national players locally, and I think over the years we have been doing this as Jamaicans, trying to match the level of how we play. Our league is far lower, and our players are not fully developed. To be honest, not that we don't have good players, but when they're on the international team, you can see the difference of development and how we play.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I guess that's the major issue we are having and cannot differentiate in Jamaica, because over the years our league has been to me personally, back in the 90s we have better ballers, skill wise, everything. Now them youth are not talented as the ballers we have back in the days, and they were more willing to play. Them man now is a whole different bunch of youth. But the point with developing players and using the national team, personally for me, I think we need to move away from that as Jamaicans and start looking, no matter where you're in the world, as long as you are a citizen of Jamaica and you're a Jamaican, the playing field is supposed to be level. And the truth is, if a man play a Premier League, me I go choose him over a local base because him I go look far different from most of our local base players.
That's
when
true.
we bring them in at the national team, them look far different from the man them who play. It's just the truth. Right now, our under 20 team can't even beat Dominica in the Caribbean right now. A lot of countries are developing far better than us, and we tend to not looking at it. So when we argue about developing, we are doing the wrong thing. We are trying to use national team to develop. We are going to continuously go backward.
Yeah, man. All right.
Thanks for making me say that.
Yeah. Cool.
Guys,
I want to make a point before Qatar come in. CC made some decent point. Hold on, Qatar. CC made some decent points about getting the youngsters from early on, and I don't know, if some of you notice, but there are a lot of persons who are interested in repping the national team. A whole lot of them.
When they are younger, especially.
When they are young.
Yeah.
So you see this thing where people are come talk about rejects and they are Jamaicans. I mean, Cranky made the statement about remittance and it never sit well with a lot of people. But we prefer to grab those things and send a barrel for me, send a soap or whatever in a barrel. But when it come on to them being equal in terms of sports, there's an issue. And if you look on it, you know, it's only football. Check the other sports them.
So
we just leave that there. So Cataract, go ahead.
I just want to say something.
No, man, make Cataract first. Then you. Yeah, man.
Coach, I ever want to address the issue of the caller. Because the caller is on, I agree with him in the development aspect. Any other sport, coach, because football is such a large team sport, we would not be having this discussion. Manningsman, who is an overall sportsman, would never subscribe to Jamaica selecting a slower female over Brianna Williams for the 4x1, knowing that it would cost us a goal. He would never do that. But because football has 11 players and you can kind of hide this thing, anywhere else where it would show up immediately, we would not be having this discussion. We would not be selecting a slower sprinter over someone who happened to be born in the United States or England who was eligible to represent Jamaica. That's point number one. But what I was making, I can't remember before I got caught, but I was making it for is, look, the issue of bringing the players in from young, I want to address two people in there. This matter of reject. Where was Cameron Archer rejected from? Where is Keenan Davis rejected from? Where is Dane Scarlett rejected from? Three strikers who have expressed, where is the Manchester United Deshaun Bernard rejected from? Who rejected? You? Because I know that at this point, they were England youth players, all of them, and they have all, I know of four, I know Simons keeps saying there are 5 Manchester United, there's the Manchester United 5, which is the largest club in the world. 5 young players who have indicated that interest to represent Jamaica. So this is an interruption. And therefore they cannot be styled as reject, and it's offensive. That is at the heart of it. Because let me end by saying, for example, I look at Jamil Matt, who is born in Jamaica but just happened to have gone to the States, to England for a long time, who has been scoring for a few years, not a looking. We really have to look in ourselves and say, what is it that causes this? And it's not only in sport, coach, even in music, it's the same. Make an artist who born in America do a tune. Look how many of them successful in Jamaica. Because when man to play them songs, said, yo, pay youth from the ghetto song, man. Them man, they have money already. Patra, Shaggy. Shaggy's song is not played in Jamaica hard until it played overseas. I see management jumping at the bit and I think
Cataract, before you go, Cataract, somebody is saying that Jamil Matt is not good enough.
Oh, really? Okay.
And somebody is saying again that to be fair to Manning's man.
Can I speak, Coach? Because I've waited when Cranky came on and Cataract started speaking to us 12 minutes after 9. And in the last 42 minutes. That
is mendacious. That is mendacious.
2 minutes I've sat silently and I've been.
No, him not say you are talking for 42 minutes, Cataract. He must say for the past. Him not say you are talking for 42 minutes. Nobody get it.
I've been told that. I've been.
Well on, Mannings, well on.
Okay.
Formula, you can't say what you are saying at 2 minutes. Are you yield to Mannings?
No, man, I can't say it all, man. I can't say it all, man.
So, people, Mannings is going next after Formula. We don't want nobody interject.
All right, cool.
Me.
First of all, Jamil Matt is scoring in the National League and League 2. That's the first thing, right? He's scoring in League 2 and the National League. That's where a number of his goals have come. Am I lying?
League 2.
Then that means a National League.
No, not National League. When he was in the National League, he wasn't a prolific scorer. But go ahead.
But I'm just saying his goals have come from
League 2. League 2.
He has been prolific in League 2. Okay. Fair.
Yes, that is true.
All right. Right. So that's the first thing. So to say that to act as if we have been unfair to him, I understand the point to a certain extent, but I don't think that's the best example to use, right? On the point of rejection, right? I think that's a little bit disingenuous, right? Because let us be real here. There are some players like, obviously, Mikel Antonio was not rejected. Obviously, Ethan Pinnock, if he was still eligible to play for England.
Yes. I think Mikel was rejected, but continue.
No, well, he got called up by England. He got called up for a world. Yeah, he got called up on a couple of occasions.
I was talking Jamaica still, but sorry. I didn't get your point, but sorry.
Yeah, man. Mikel Antonio is a Jamaican rejected him. He's a Jamaican rejected.
Yeah, man, that's the point.
Remember said he was no good.
Yeah, man, that's the point.
Remember somebody looked at him and said him no good.
Yeah, man, go ahead, Formula.
Cataract, you need to familiarize yourself with the mute button. Anyways, as I was saying, so I wouldn't dare label a Mikel Antonio or an Ethan Pinnock as rejects, right? Because those gentlemen would have a really realistic chance of making the England squad, right? But here's where you're being disingenuous, right? Players like Wes Harding, don't get me wrong. I have sat on this platform and defended Wes Harding against attacks from Cataract, right? But what I'm saying is that players like Wes Harding, boss, 9 out of 10 chances, if players had both England and Jamaica wanting to bring them into their setup, right? 9 out of 10 chances most players would choose England, and understandably so, especially the UK-born players, understandably so, right? But so let's be clear. Players like Wes Harding would want to get into the England national team. Now, if you want to get into a club, right, and you cannot gain access to that club, right, that plain and simply means that you have been rejected. You have been denied access to the club because you're not good enough to get inside the club. So this argument about these players are not rejects is a bit disingenuous. Some of them could make the England national team, and there are a number of them that have no chance in hell. They are nowhere near the English national team, right? Another thing I want to say is that we keep on using the word development. The national team is not for development. I think we're using the wrong word. The word that is more fitting to the context is exposure, right? I think that's the word that we need to be using and not development. I'd love to hear Cataract response to the rejects argument because I see I make
No,
a
Qatar
bag of
can't
lies in
respond.
the dungeon, you know.
In can't respond, you know. In the part time out. Man is man time.
Yeah, you know what is funny? That Cranky asked me a question. And to that question, my name has been attached to how people in the diaspora and who contributing, players being rejected, the selection of a squad. My name has been ascribed to the league in Jamaica, local selecting player in the local league, and none of those things. My name has been attached to development, being in the national team for development. None of those things were utterances from me. All right? At no point did I say the national team is a player development. At no point did I say a player in our local league should be selected over any player that is better than that. If the player is better than them, at no point. All right, at no point. So when a comparison is being made with a slower person than Brianna Williams, I'm trying to figure out how my name get attached to that. When I clearly said, if we have two players with the same ability, same output, my opinion is, that's what I stated. I didn't say the player, I used Tyreek McGee. Then I used Andre Blake. I said if Dylan Barnes is similar to Andre Blake, I'm going to play Andre Blake. Stan Kroenke issue, I understand. Stan Kroenke is saying, if I am saying I will select one because he's born, not talking about lead, born in Jamaica, he sees that as showing favoritism or discrimination in one aspect. Let me finish. All right. So at no point did I say any of those things. I went as far as saying, if one player, even in the local league, scores 100 goals.
Dre is going next. Yeah, man. Dre is going next.
Yeah, man. And Mikel Antonio scores, I think I say 1,000. Mikel Antonio scores 100. I am going to select Mikel Antonio because I know Mikel Antonio's ability and talent is better than the player, though their output is different. I want to make those things clear. This conversation started with a caller, and I find it very strange that the caller called and spoke about my dislike for English players. And Cataract, whose cousin, Cataract and I, let me finish. Cataract and I called how many persons he asked me to call. How many days he and I were on the phone to get his cousin to play for Jamaica. And when he came on, he didn't seek to tell the caller that Manny's man was very instrumental in helping him get Anthony Grant to speak. But he's going to, because all of this is going back to the caller, he's giving the caller the impression that Manny's man have a problem, because this is what the argument is about. The argument is about Manning's man. This is where the genesis of the argument was the caller. It evolved, and Cranky said it by asking a question. From the caller saying, I am a hypocrite because, let's go back to it, because never forget context. Whenever you take text out of context, you con people. And when you come on, you took everything out of context. And you carry on a whole and you add all and juxtapose and interject all kind of things into the conversation. Bro. And you need to stop that. You need to speak to specific things. The comparison was this. If there are two players, same output, same ability, local. I didn't say player playing in the local league. We have already established that the league needs development. The only time the league came up was when I made reference to what was said on the radio. And I said, because it was referred to as Bush League. So two players, same ability. One is playing in the USL. One is playing in England. If I'm the coach, If I'm the coach, while I agree with Cranky's disagreement,
Me
if I'm
soon
the
let you
coach,
in, guess. Me soon let you in. We just
if
want
I
to
am,
wait till Manning's
yeah, man,
finish.
if I am the coach, watch me. If I am the coach, because this player is just signed a contract, he's in the Manchester United setup as an example. Hypothetically speaking, he's there already. Listen, this USL player, same Jamaican, and I have a game. I would play the one in the USL because it gives him the opportunity, hopefully, to move from there to the league that Manchester United is playing in, because the other player is there and they have the same quality, the same output. If the other player is better, obviously he's going to play. It was a hypothetical. It had nothing to do with the present national team. It had nothing to do with the failure of the team. It had nothing to do with Coach Theodore Whitmore. And if Cranky's honest, he will tell us that. The point was just Cranky asked a question. So I don't know how the thing has evolved into all of these other things.
But what Manning?
Coach, you must let me just write off Mannings.
No. We have the guests in the waiting room. We not give nobody. Me alone I got talk because you see interesting.
You don't have a talk, man. But Mannings have to ram off Manning.
No, well, let me say something. Me and Manning share the same sentiments about the local player. And all they not attack me. When you attack me tonight,
you save Mannings tonight.
Attack me, make the show nice. Hold on, I bring in the guest. I bring in the guest.
Mannings have a dub plate.
We can't take it up tomorrow, man. You know, so we have a show tomorrow, but the guest is here, people. People. Welcome, Mr. Speed. So.
And it all falls flat.
Yeah, man. All right. So some things talk up last night. I'm glad to say almost the same people end up on the panel, you know.
Coach, before you start, Mr. Speed, is your phone working? Is your phone fully charged?
Is your phone charged?
Is your phone
Is your
fully
phone
charged?
charged?
Your phone, is it fully charged?
Man, me use it.
Make sure it's charged first. I don't want to drop out. And make sure that computer plug in, coach. Make sure my computer plug in, coach. Make sure it's plug in.
Laptop.
So, Mr. Speed is here to, we can't say to clear the hair. Yeah? So, Mr. Speed, welcome to the show again. How is everything,
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, man. So, people, some things were spoken of last evening, but we are going to get into the meat of the matter. So,
I would love to hear his views on what, Manny's man just said.
I didn't hear you.
That was the third person.
So, Mannings, you speak so in that format, eh?
What format? I'd love to hear Mr. Speed.
You're in the third person.
Yeah, you're in that third person. Anyways, Mr. Speed, as we say, welcome you again to the show.
Thank you.
Basically, the first things first, we are gonna ask you some more question, and you are gonna clear the ear on some things too. And the people in the comment, you know, so them always have questions to ask you. We have 370 odd people on, so and it's a 3-hour mark of the show, so you know the show ripe. See, a man starts to speed out already.
There's no mark on the show, coach. This has to go to the end, extra time and everything.
Well, I know cataract. Well, I know 1 hour left in the show.
No. All penalty shootout. All penalty shootout tonight.
Well, it depended on Mr.
2 hours, coach. 2 hours.
It depended on Mr. Speed.
The coach.
Anyways, Mr. Speed.
Yeah, man.
What pushed the technical committee to? Well, that's probably an easy question, but just to lighten it up and soften it up, we are going with that question there. What allowed the technical committee to make the decision that they made in terms of the dismissal of the coach for the voting? And you can't tell why 2 people in a vote.
I wouldn't do that to them. Once the vote is like that, then is all of us vote for it, you know, because it's majority carry all the time. But you know, we review every coach performance. Ever since I've been the technical committee chair, nobody spend the federation money, go abroad and come back, and we don't assess what they have done. So it's not like it's something new, it's something that we have always done. So every single tour, we have to get a report from the coaches, the respective coaches. We assess and we decide where we go forward. So some of them you don't even hear anything about. You just notice that this coach is not coaching the under 17 anymore, or not coaching the under 20, or them contract expired. You don't hear nothing about it. But we do it all the time. So it's not new.
Okay. And we heard that this recommendation have been made from the end. You people had made recommendation at the end of Gold Cup that the coach was to be cut. Is there any truth to that?
Look here, we did have that. No, not everybody on the committee was of the same view. There was a significant amount of persons, but not everyone.
Okay. And in terms of the new coach now, with interim position, could you elaborate on that a little bit? What is it a case where it can go after? What is his position with QPR and this situation? Just tell us.
He's still working with QPR, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but then it's a modern world. So, but they have agreed, and they had agreed before he became the head coach that he will get all the time that is necessary for him to work for us.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, that is one of the reasons why we went for another assistant coach. So some of the groundwork will be able to be done by the assistant coach. I remember we have a whole department of managers, not just Mr. Simpson alone, that also will help out with other things. We have people who deal with booking separately from the management role. So we have a team, in administration that makes life easy now for any coach who comes in to take over.
In terms of the other personnel of the coaching staff, can you give us some insight on who is going to be the assistant coach? Will Paul Hall have the leverage of selecting his own assistant? Anything of the sort?
Well, there's no. Well, what we try to do, I know there's different views. What we try to do is to keep the team as much together as possible. With a few changes, there will be a few changes, but we're trying our best to keep the team as much as possible together. Of course, we're not naive. There's a lot of loyalties that would have been built up over the years, so we have to be wary of those. But we're trying to keep the team together. But if the persons believe that they don't want to be a part of it, then definitely they're out.
All right, we see an article floating around in one of the local news outlet that Paul Hall will also be doing a lot of developmental work in terms of coaches, players, and all of that. Could you elaborate on that?
I'm not so sure what is floating around. I know that is not in his remit or purview. The development is the technical committee who makes the recommendation to the board. Of course, he'll be a big part of it because every national team coach, the rest of the country is supposed to take their cue from him, from the national team head coach as to what they play. Because, for instance, clearly the under 20 coach will work for the senior national team coach, because if you want people to progress from your team to the higher level and the 17 work for the 20, then clearly you should be on the sync with the higher coach. So when the progression is made up, the player knows that this coach now like the wing back to give you the Mexican overlap or to stay on the outside, etc. So the transition will be seamless. But so definitely every head coach, part of what they are doing is supposed to aid with the development. So from that angle, yes, but it's not his purview or remit.
Okay. Now, being a part of the coaching staff, you know what I mean? Why wasn't Paul Hall dismissed of his duties as well as assistant coach, the chief assistant, and why was he given the job?
Well, the way we look at it, was for the entire team basically failed, including us, the technical team too.
So who fired you, Mr. Speed?
The board would have to fire me.
So but you say you failed?
Yeah, look here, all of us fail if we don't go to the World Cup. All of us fail. Why would anybody believe that all of us don't fail? But is your failure? Is the failure your responsibility. So should you get fired? That is the next assessment.
Okay.
And we believe that based on what has transpired, and because we still want to qualify for the World Cup, we should not get rid of the whole team, but keep some as the ones that we think can help us go forward.
All right. So in terms of the path way ahead, 6 games to go. Hiring Paul Hall for the interim position with 6 games to go. You strongly believe that he's capable of getting us out of that rabbit hole that we are currently in.
Well, the first thing you look for is progress. I mean, I don't know if he's gonna get us out, but what you look for is progress. So if he's doing better than the coach before, it's still a good sign. Now, remember, Jamaica is split as to what the decision that we made, if it is a correct one or not, right? But at least we have a standard to judge from,
right?
Because people have accepted that standard for 5 years. So what we are looking at, we're not going to be rushed, just like we were not rushed in the initial decision, is to look if progression is being made. I'm not going to hold a big stick over Isaiah and say he must qualify the team, because to qualify the team, he would have done something that no other team in CONCACAF has ever done, win 6 matches in a row. Never happened before. Nobody has ever scored at 3 points per game. The best team in CONCACAF has ever scored at is 2.2 points per game. So you can see that his back is against the wall right away. But again, sports is full of these things where people believe that you can't come back, and people have done it.
All right. So one of the burning issues, Mr. Speed, is that this decision took almost a month to be ratified.
3 weeks.
Yeah, man, it's still almost a month, that man. 3, 4. So what would have caused such a delay, being that with the in December possibly so finishing up, and then we have an entire month for January almost? What would have caused that long delay?
All right, so people are using the stand. You see, we always have standards, even if it's subconscious. So the standard was Captain Burrell after he didn't get the required points that he wanted. You'd hear that in 100 hours.
100 hours.
Oh, yeah, the coach would have been fired. But Captain Burrell is a precision man. He's a military man. He doesn't go anywhere without a plan B. So if a coach is under pressure, Captain would carry his technical committee chair. He would carry his vice president, the executive, would have been on the spot. Of course, I would get calls too when I was the president of CASAFA, and he would say, this happened. What do you think? So what you would have is the moral authority and the numbers, because as you know, there's 13 parishes, so you'd have probably line up at least 7 already, ask them their opinion with his executive, and then make the decision. So that is why that would have looked so much more precise and sudden. As it relates to President Ricketts, it's 2 different animals. He's one person that will put his committee in place and ask them to do their job. So he would have said to me, you need to get what your committee thinks about this whole situation. So we had to put together a meeting. We talk about the pros and cons, put everything on the board, make our decision. Then he's the type of person who would say, okay, let us meet with the executive. And he could have met with them via some electronic media, but he wanted to meet with them face to face. So for different reasons, that meeting did not take place till last week, Tuesday.
All right. Okay. Some of the questions might be like, not in sequential order, because I'm not using a script, right? So I might be somewhat all over the place, as some people might think. But there were some individuals who were, quote unquote, interested in the job. Did their resume go into file 13, or they were looked at and spoken to?
Right. So we had like about 5 persons who applied for the job. Look here, 5 that I got. My understanding is that a lot more people applied for the job.
So you can't tell we 5 now, Mr. Speed, like how we have a new coach.
No, because some of them is still working. I mean, it's unfair to call them. Some of them still working, and I wouldn't want to do that to anyone. So, but when we looked at them, I mean, there's nobody in the world that is more qualified than Paul, right? So we could get that out of the way first. He has a UEFA Pro. He also has done another course that you have to do to coach
in the Premier League.
English Premier League. He has done that course too, right? So we look at all of those people. We look at somebody from Spain who is coach a national under 23 team in Spain. He applied, but I mean, come on, can we adapt to the Spanish style? So when you look at all the styles, you start to wonder if that is a good fit for a World Cup qualifier that we're going into action in a month. The players won't change, but can somebody come and play tiki-taka? I mean, so that's just out of the question. So that is some of the reasons why we didn't choose those people, even although they have more experience and look like they would have been a better fit.
So in other words, from what I get from that though, Mr. Speed, is that the possibility still lies that these resumes might be on the table to be looked into, since Paul Hall will only be having 6 games. Is that true to say?
He's certain for 6 games. That don't mean we can't continue with him.
Yeah, but I mean, do the JFF have the funding, Mr. Speed, to quote unquote buy out Paul Hall's contract, or is it a case where he can work, because it's a global world that we're in now, work together with his club and the federation? And will it be good enough where he's gonna give it his all to the program?
I think we're suffering from old-time JFF syndrome. There's so much quality persons working at the JFF now. If you notice, we're not getting sponsorship, we're not getting money from the government, but you notice the program running, you notice we're taking chartered flights, you notice sometimes we have 35 people here, players here.
Money.
We're managing with resources very well. Trust me, we now have no issue in managing our resource. It's just the old-time syndrome where everybody keep on using to beat the JFF. Forget that, man. There's people like Dennis Chung. Those are accomplished business person. A lot of people in the federation, the expert advice, people on the different technical financial committee who are very, very good people, astute people. Those are not our issues, right? We want some points. That's our issue. We're committed to spend all the money that we can to get these points if we can get them. So those money things that we keep coming up with, those are not issues. Those are just red herring that people like to come up with. Those are not any issues. We budget, we have budgets, we have financial accounts, we know what we have to spend, we know what we want to do, and we're going after it.
All right. So Mr. Speed, I brought the news about Juan Carlos Osorio. I was reliably informed that he was interested in the job. Did he put in an application? Or you can't say?
I can't say. As I said before, I can give you a type of person. You have people that working with the FIFA, people in the English system, not just Paul. You have persons from Brazil. You have persons from Spain, as I said before, and people with name. You have people from USA. One player, this is the funniest part, one player called to say that his coach wanted the job. So, I mean, that's his one national player. You're surprised who it is. So, there was no shortage of persons who wanted the job. But as I said before, I wouldn't want to do that because of the different, where the persons are, they're all working, and I wouldn't want to call names.
We are hearing about a magnificent 7 that will want to burn a fire since the coach Tapa Whitmore is out. Any truth to that?
I heard the rumor. I don't know if it's true, but it's one of those magnificent 7 who call about his coach.
Okay.
But I must tell you that we will be prepared. This is nothing that's gonna take us off guard. Because in the past when players pull out at the last moment, it is because we didn't have a lot of control over. We didn't dictate who comes, but at this particular point, we talk about it this morning with the relevant persons that might happen, and we will be prepared. It won't affect us much. What it might affect is the magnificent 7, but definitely we won't be careless.
All right. So, is there any possible, what you call it now, indicator that you might, or Paul might be needing some new players?
I mean, you know, one of the hallmark of any national team is that they probably pick between 30 and 35 players, no matter if they have 1 million players, and try to keep that steady. When I spoke to him, it's something that he wants to accomplish. So I'm not worried. I think he's gonna show steadiness for the 6 games. He's gonna show where you can reliable, almost can pick the team yourself for the 6 game and pick who is going to be in the squad for the 6 game. That is the type of feeling I get from him. So I'm really encouraged. I'm not perturbed. If there's a new player, definitely you know that we need central defensive midfielders and we need wingers. So we talk about all of those. So I'm not saying 1 or 2 new players couldn't come in, but it won't be a lot.
But a hot player like them, alright, Gray. Have you any contact make to him? Because I'm hearing this thing floating around, you know, that the boss can't find him father birth certificate. And people in the comment section last evening, you know, Mr. Speed, because I
Then when they not start it out, the talking.
The contact has to be made. Contact has to be made.
No. RSP at me, send me the birth paper right now. Whosoever have it, send it, come give me. RSP.
No, I know that they must say, Mr. Speed. They are saying that it is a simple thing for them to assist the process.
Email. Tell them to tell me how to do it. Just send the instruction.
Hold on, let me drop in the comment. RS or R Speed
at hotmail.com. I hope I get all the abuse now, but tell them to send the instruction come, since them know for it.
Coach,
go ahead.
May I, on this particular point,
Yeah,
Mr.
man.
Speed,
if you needed a lawyer, you would engage a lawyer. You wouldn't say that the lawyer send you a defense. And you're an accountant. If somebody needs their accounts done, they would ask you to send the instructions on how to do their accounts. They would engage you properly, officially, and formally to solve their accounting problem. Just saying. But thank you for doing the interview. Like you said, welcome.
The people them say they can do it. So just
no, hold on. That people. If you wish, and I'm being 100% serious, if that is the wish of the JFF, you have my contact.
There's another question, guys. Mr. Speed, here's a question. Sorry, quoting coach, but
yeah, man.
Has he expressed I have a lot of questions here, but anyway, has he expressed an interest in the program, in part of the program? That's the first question.
All right. So there is interest on both sides, but I don't know if there's enough interest on both sides. I just want to leave it like that because I wouldn't want to. I don't have the exact information to say him say yes, I want to come play, and this is the reason why I can't come. I don't have that information because his persons like the manager of the team would have that type of information. I wouldn't.
All right. Lewis Baker. You say we need 2 different central defensive midfield. Lewis Baker. Any contact made with them?
That's what I said. I said we know we have issues with central defensive midfield and wingers. Yes, I said that, but I don't know if we need 2 or 1 or 3. That's the course decision. I just wanted to clear up that point.
Okay, that's well clear. But we're asking specifically, Lewis Baker, as a CDM, who we have been reliably informed has an interest. Has contact been made?
I don't know. Remember, I'm more of a policy person, not operation, right?
Okay.
So I don't know about detailed operation. I'm a policy person. That's
Okay. Anybody come? I don't want to be seen like me.
I have questions. I mean,
okay, go ahead.
So, Mr. Speed, I'm going to change the direction of traveling to questioning.
Thank you.
What is the JFF's? Well, does the JFF believe they have an obligation and accountability to the Jamaican footballing public? And if so, how has that been demonstrated over time, even during the campaign? How and where has that been demonstrated? Because unless it's these forums, we rarely hear from those in the hierarchy who are making decisions because they're not in the public domain in a lot of instances and a lot of times.
Well, first, I know this might come as a shock to your cranky. but the JFF is a private company, right? Now, we love football, just like Miss World, Jamaica Limited, or whatever it is called, is a private company. So, because we love football, we believe that the JFF must come and tell the public every single thing. That's not the case. It's a private company, just like any other private company in Jamaica. But, right? And remember, it is not a case where I know you guys laughing, but it's not a case where the public is pumping money in the JFF or the government, right? So a lot of their sources and methods, they will not tell you, because it is a lot of it. Sometimes you even have to keep, based on certain things, you have to keep it private, right? Of course, the JFF does do financial statement every year and publish it, so people can go there and look and see what is there, right? And of course, everybody wants to know, because it's a national association, what is the development process, etc., 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 etc. And that has been articulated to the parish presidents frequently, and in some instances we have sent out press conferences, press releases for things that we think that is important. Now, I am the first to say communication is difficult, and we may not have communicated everything all the time, but those are some of the constraints.
So Mr. Speed, I say a couple of things. One is, can I wait 1 second? Mr. Speed, when he says a private company, they are private companies owned by individuals. There's a difference between a private company owned by individuals and a national organization, right? And even private companies, the consumers, the private company try to satisfy their consumers in a lot of different ways. And here, in essence, for example, the JFF want the consumers support its product. You want interest in product. So when you want to have games, you want, it's about the national public and how they engage you and support your product. Otherwise, you don't have a product. So when you say it's a private company, it's not the same as if it's a regular private company. Dennis and Geddes, I'm not sure Dennis Geddes is public in Jamaica. It's not the same thing. It's a whole different construct. So I'm not sure it's genuine to say it's a private company, and therefore what it does, it can do it in secrecy, or it can't be publicized. I agree there are certain decisions made which can be the public domain, but we can't be associating a normal private company with a national football organization. There's no way the English FA would say, people would lose their mind, we're a private company, you can't be out in the general domain communicating and telling us what you're doing. People would lose their mind. They lost their mind about
No. So hold on. Let me fix up that comment.
Okay.
There is degree of privacy, right?
Yes.
So if it is my company that I own, that you won't get even a peep out of that, right? I'll tell you also, not your business. And there's other companies that you have shareholders that own, and there's a certain amount of accountability, because you either have shareholders or government is contributing to it. There's more accountability. For the private company that we have, an assessment is made of what is to be disseminated to the public. Right. So in that assessment, you might have a problem with it, but the JFF people believe that they have sent out enough information to their stakeholders at all times. Let me just put it like that.
I want to ask a question. Hold on. Kataraki asked a question already, boss. You have addressed Mr. Speed already since
this. No, ask a question, no formula.
My thing is, right? Does the JFF receive monies from the government?
Yes, just and the amount of money, we wouldn't even want to discuss it. It is so small, it can't do anything at all, like nothing at all. So all of the 44 sporting organizations get it. I just want to clear this point. Remember that money is from the Chase funds. It's not the government coffers. Is from a Chase fund that was set up in that way. So you know what the C is for, and the H is for, and the A, and the S is for sports, and the E is for education, right? So is like there's 40% of that money that is taken out for sports out of the 100%. Of course, it was set up for sports only, and the JFF get an allocation. Not the most by any chance either.
You just said it is a private company, and
yes,
also in an interview with President Ricketts, right? When asked about the firing of Tapa, he indicated that it was a private matter. Now, my thing is, where you say it's a private company, what's the basis for that statement? Why are you saying it is a private company?
You can't help him because I'm probably that believer. Listen, and I want to make this point. A lot of private companies in Jamaica get money from the government. So because you get the money from the government, don't mean you're a public company. I want to make that point clear, right? But a lot of people get money from the government for grants, and they are still private companies. So I don't want to go down there with it because that's legalities and things that we have to go in. But that's not a point really if you say because the government give you money, you're not private. The government give persons money in a COVID relief. They give companies money in a COVID relief. It's the same thing where government give money, but you can't go into those people's business and ask them any question. I just want to
are other federations around the world considered private companies? Other national federations around the world?
All in Jamaica is private companies. All of them.
Yeah, but we're trying to juxtapose what is taking place in Jamaica with what is taking place in overseas jurisdictions.
I can't tell you because I don't know, and I don't want to say something that I don't know. But I know for a fact that the ones in Jamaica are all private.
But Mr. Speed, I'm sorry to dwell on this issue, but it's a very important issue that you just raised. I don't understand. It seems to me from your response that it is not normal practice, right? This is not accepted or it's not standard for national federations to be private companies. What is so special? Why is the JFF a private company then?
I never said that. I said all the sporting organizations in Jamaica are private company, and I went on to say even the Miss World Jamaica Limited or whatever its name is a private company. Not because you're affiliated to an international body makes you believe these companies that get these franchises are public. They are not. I'm just explaining that point to you, right? And I went further to say the JFF believes that they are transparent. So you might have a problem with it, say they are not transparent enough, but they believe that they are transparent. I, for one, is first to say, yes, more can be done. But I have a funny feeling that a lot of people don't even listen to stuff. People, like I know Cranky go and look for our financials because they know where to find it, which tells you, give you a lot of information. I know most people, the bloggers, don't even go and look for it to see what is happening in the company.
All right, Mr. Speed, hold on, Formula. Hold on. The point on that though, Mr. Speed, in terms of the finances, there was an article of, what's the name of it again? Some whatever that of the rules that govern article of incorporation.
Right.
And it is no longer on the website.
Articles of incorporation for who?
That the rules and the things that govern the JFF operation. You have the president, you have the general secretary and all of these things, technical committee and all these. It's not there anymore. Why was it removed?
I don't know.
Is it because it's a private?
No. And I didn't know that. And this is not true that Sovereign is saying about. This is not true about GS1 represent sign agreements which require them to abide by certain.
Okay, that's
they don't sign no agreement. I was the president for volleyball and we don't sign no agreement. It's not true. What him just says is not true.
Okay.
Mr. Speed.
But Mr. Speed, hold on, Cranky. The finances that you spoke about that could have been found online, it's no longer there.
No. Go to FIFA. It is on FIFA website.
No, but there was a JFF website that has all of these things.
I don't know what you're saying. I have to check, but I know that account is public knowledge. Anybody want to find it there, you can find it. Everybody who want to find it can find it.
All right. Go ahead, Qatar.
So this is the footballing. Man, and we want to talk football, but this is what I would call a bombshell that has been dropped. I have one question with three parts. Firstly, if the JFF is a private company, who is the owner and where is it registered? Is it just
yes, held in trust. You have to understand.
Where is it? No.
It is registered with the company's office. It is registered in the company's office in Jamaica, but it is the persons who names who are on it hold it in trust, not for themselves.
Can we know who those trustees are? But that was not the question, but this is just brand new. And I'm saying, I really came to talk about it because this is brand new. And thank you again, Mr. Speed. This is brand new.
What I
but
think...
no, hold on. So that's a side you can answer that after. But I really wanted to ask about the what you consider private and what you consider not private. And I would suggest to you humbly, respectfully, that outside of yourself, the Jamaica Football Federation, we are stakeholders. Without the spectators, who are a major stakeholder, who, if we do not come to the games, or if we decide to boycott the games on block, neither your sponsor nor yourself will survive for a very long time, right? So understand that we don't require to know the daily nitty-gritty of who's signing, at what time come to work, how much time people late, but there are certain basics around the world that are accepted. I'm sometimes long-winded, so I'm going to cut myself, but I want to say this to you. For example, for every national team, every club in football, when a coach is signed, you are given 3 pieces of information: his or her name, the duration of their contract, and the value of their contract, their salary. This has not been the case with Paul Hall. And on every firing, on termination, every single one. We were just told in England that Gareth Southgate is going to be paid $6 million per year. The duration will be until 2026, and a lot of other details, but those were the basic one. Duration, so people know about stability and the financials. The ins and out of the financial, right? That he is the highest paid England manager. Equated it, they gave the rationale. It was equated to Sven-Goran Eriksson's salary, who was the highest before, etc., etc. But those 3 pieces of information are key. And when a coach is terminated, we are given the quantum of the payout. Newcastle, for example, and when my good friend Sam Allardyce was dismissed after a couple of days from England, we were told what the payout of his salary, his termination was, so that we, the stakeholders, can feel comfortable in knowing that the finances and what's happening. So I put it to you, may we have those 3 pieces of information, which is normal in the football world.
So we have financial statement from ever since, right? So that is not in dispute, and it has always been put in the public domain. What we really have is some lazy journalists who don't ask the question. Because when the journalists, the president is, or they don't know what to ask, why they don't ask those questions and demand an answer? Nobody has ever pressured anybody to ask us those questions. So why would anybody just come and start to talk about salary that people get? Okay. This is Jamaica. This is not like in the modern world where you talk about salaries and people. Even the players tell you, say, don't tell them how much money we sign for. Them beg us not to tell nobody how much money they sign for per match. Because they know so by the time they go on the road, man, I'll say, hold on, you just get $1 million for that match or you just pay. I mean, so you have to think about our reality. Don't think about the US and the UK reality. Our reality is not like that. Even the players that play for me at Cavalier, you know, they tell me, say, coach, at that club, I love it because you put my money in the bank and I can draw $2,000 instead you give me the $40,000 a month time and put it in my pocket and when I go home, I have to cheer it out on the corner. So think about our reality, man, and don't talk like that. Our reality is not
our reality is that the coach lives in England and nobody is paging him for a smalls. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm saying to you that Paul Hall resides in the United Kingdom. But overall, salaries are given all the time.
No,
for public servants. We know how much a permanent secretary earns.
No, hold on. Everybody know Bora's salary. Everybody know Schaefer salary. So those people, when they come from overseas, everybody know their salary. What we don't
Paul is
I
from
talk
overseas.
about, everybody know them salary. Bora, Schaefer, Simons, everybody know their salary. Not the paper all the time. The salary we don't talk about is the local people's salary, neither the players or the coaches.
Why?
Because
No, but Paul Hall is not local. Paul Hall is from
one
the
of you
United Kingdom.
ask the president when you see.
Well, we are asking.
Yeah, but Mr. Speed,
I don't pay salary. When I'm a technical person, I don't pay salary.
No,
But
but
Mr.
Mr.
Speed, when the
Speed,
tough
hold on one
questions
second,
are
problem.
asked,
Mr.
when
Speed,
the tough
Mr.
questions
Speed,
are asked, they say
the
it's a
technical
personal
committee
matter, a private
recommends.
matter.
The
What?
technical committee recommends the level of salary for the coach.
No.
So you just recommend the coach without saying what his or her salary is. You have no discussion when you're interviewing coaches. Salary doesn't come up.
So this is how business run, right? We choose when we are choosing our coach, we say first choice, second choice, third choice, fourth choice, right? And then we send them to admin. Admin and them start out salary and terms and all of that. We no business with that. That's how it works.
Mr. Speed,
All right, I got a follow-up
can
question.
I say something? Yes, Mr. Speed.
Frankie.
Go ahead.
All right, Mr. Speed, I'm going back to the football now. So based on the conversation with Paul Hall, by the way, Dre here from Dre Anyweather Sports and Football Ignite.
Yeah.
All right, I know. How about you, man? Not your words.
You're
All
above
right,
you, man.
so-
I want to promote say Tapa shouldn't get fired. You're above your boss. You know much people in fire over the field since Tapa was the national coach.
That's a Steve's opinion. He is alone still. Everything we're going above you, I agree with still, but we're heading in another direction when it comes to player development. So we youngster JC, top man at the Manning Cup. He shouldn't even have played Manning Cup. But that's a different story for a different day.
I wish
But anyway.
know when you're done. Tell me.
Yeah. All right. So based on your conversation with Hall, Coach Hall, so is there gonna be new players coming in that hasn't been capped yet, or will there be players coming back in that we haven't seen in a long time? Based on your conversation.
We identify two positions, right? So that could mean anything. It could mean all of what you just said. New players or players who come back. So yeah, but I don't have the details because I know that the squad hasn't been turning yet for the game coming up on the 20th. We don't have it yet. So I can't say.
Okay, and I might understand that the game coming up on the 20th, is it only going to be MLS, USL, local-based players, because no UK players going to be available for that date?
Players from the Americas only, yes.
Okay.
My question is to you, Mr. Speed. Are we able to get players in the U17, U20 programs from like England or the UK, Europe, America? And if so, is it that we have a system in place where we're saying that, as in, instead of trying to get players when they're at 27, 28, 29, at the end to get to play into a campaign, do we try to get players to come into the youth program to supplement the players that we have locally?
Yes. So the plan is, right, it hasn't been put in fruition, and we have advanced discussions is for every year, once every year. We're not sure what the month is yet. We'll have a rally, trials, whatever you want to call it, in US and in UK to see what is available from young players, teenagers. So that is the plan that we're going to be putting in place. So an example, I'm paraphrasing, this is not the detail. We could just say between January 1st and 10th, come to Miami. The national coaches will be there, both male and female, who want to see what you look like if you're a Jamaican, something like that. So that is been an advanced discussion to do that is in place.
Mr. Speed, why JFF don't really do press conference?
They do when they believe it is important. They do. Last year they did press conference for suspend the league. They did press conference for start up back. So the Premier League. So they do have press conferences. Maybe there's no set time though, like we'd say every month. That is not the case, but they do have press conferences.
All right, Mr. Speed, what has the JFF taken from the fact that there was 5,000 fans allowed in the stadium, but the take-up was only 4,100?
Right. So our reality is that when the government was giving away free money, because people had to sign up electronically for it, nobody tried to get the free money, the COVID money. Everybody remember that? So we have this problem in Jamaica. Once you have to sign up, which was the case to come to our matches, yeah, it was pretty complex for most people. I mean, and that is one of the reasons why I think we didn't have the 5,000 person in this.
All right.
4,000.
Hold on. I just have one follow-up question to that, Mr. Speed. The reason I asked that question, I asked the question in terms of how does the JFF see their image in terms of how the public views them?
Right, and as I say, we have a whole syndrome that is following us, whatever you call it, whole image. That's the JFF is nothing like that now, but it's gonna take a long time to shake. I think if we had qualified the team for the World Cup, we would have gotten rid of that image somewhat. But when it comes to spectators, I was in the stadium and I saw the love. I saw the atmosphere. Everybody in the stadium was happy. We put in a decent performance, robbed, we think, at the end. I think if we had more of those performances, a lot of us wouldn't have any long faces if we had much more of those performances in the national stadium. So that is where we need to get, and things will improve tremendously quickly.
But I think, Mr. Speed, your visibility, Mr. Speed, has enhanced the JFF's image in terms of how the public views the JFF, because you're accessible, you're willing to come onto these platforms, and you're willing to answer certain questions. The issue I think a lot of fans have is that they're not getting enough visibility of the JFF in terms of the same press conference question. So I think the whole visibility and the connection to the JFF, to the national program, the fans feel like they don't really get that feeling. So that is the thing that's the reason I asked the question. So I'm saying that you being on these platforms kind of enhance the image, and I think some of those things, if the JFF implements those things in their operations, then there would be a lot of the old narrative that you're saying would take time to drop.
I agree with you. So Monday, there's going to be a press conference. So all of you guys line up, make sure you're at the press conference. And Paul will be there. I want you to ask him how much salary you get. You Cataract, right? Make sure you ask him, Don't come ask me. All right?
Mr. Speed,
I've indicated a question. Okay, the Blake.
No, hold on, Cataract. A long time cranky, I want to put in a question.
Don't put up my hand.
No, but the cranky even for
come before. Go ahead, Coach. Let him go ahead.
Okay. Right. It really was a trader thought that, but it is two things. You are not really used to this person. Okay, the Blake, Reggae Boyz commentary. Official accredited. You are used to Cataract. You are used to Cataract, the sort of hooligan roughneck, right? I am now an accredited member by the JFF. I want to say thank you, right? Seriously, for myself and Coach, who the JFF accredited, and we have been able to really bring the information live from the stadium. I know Coach might say, but we even the YouTube world feel a respect, even though it's just two of us, but it's a level of respect. And I have to act with a certain maturity and certain discipline, that, with responsibility come accountability. So this is not the Cataract from the last time, but I want to ask you a question that leads on from CC. I think you may have misjudged, because when the government gave the grants, the Western Union outlets and the stadium were rammed to capacity with people who had applied for the grants. So I think the JFF might have to do something in terms of understanding why you did not fill the stadium. Because if you're trying to ask for 17,500 when you couldn't get 5,000, you might be surprised. Secondly, the sentiment, people were glad to get out them house and come out. But from where I was in the bleachers reporting, there were a lot of negative, and I'm going to be specific because you are a part of the technical committee in relation to Javon Watson starting the game and that decision. So everything wasn't all hokey during the stands. But I want to ask a question because keep it in track. I would like you to give us some details on the technical report that came back from the Dominican Republic, where our under 15 team failed to qualify to the knockout stages of the CFU or whatever tournament it was.
Right. So it was two teams. It was the under 14 and under 14 girls and under 15 boys.
No, so the boys I'm asking about. I'm asking about the under 15 or under 14, whatever it is, boys who failed to qualify for the knockout phase.
And I want to tell you that you need to talk about the girls, so you can't talk about boys alone. All right?
No, this is the hard question that we're asking about.
I'm going to talk about both of them. I'm not going to talk about the boys alone. So what happened there is that the tournament was sudden upon us, like maybe 2 months or less than 2 months. We had time to prepare. We tried to get permission from the government to have camps, and listen, let me not say it was denied, but we didn't get it. We didn't have permission either to even have training sessions, right? But we thought basically the generation was being left behind, because everywhere else in the world, both the girls and the boys in every other modern country was training, right, and improving themselves. So we tried our best with whatever means we had to put teams together. When again, our reality, what we have is that a lot of people who can play football in our hemisphere don't have passport. A lot of these good 13-year-old and 14-year-old and 15-year-old don't have no passport. They can't go anywhere. They can't leave Jamaica. And then normally, when we put teams together in Jamaica, we would have been able to go to the passport office and do something very quickly. That wasn't the case in this instance. So it was not our best teams by any chance. But we thought that, listen, if we even find 5 out of the 20 who can kick on, it was worth spending the money, worth carrying them to the tournament. And that is really what happened. Even some of the persons, they had COVID tests, some came back positive, some had blood work that came back. We couldn't carry them because we didn't want to carry those players to the tournament with their blood work not correct. We didn't have time to either ensure that the COVID passed or the blood work was corrective measures was taken for the blood work. And it was definitely not our finest moment. But we said we should still play. If we found 5 people, we're good. And guess what? We did find some really good girls and boys out of those groupings, so we're satisfied.
Satisfied with, but coach, you had a 2-month notice, and I'll let management right after. You had a 2-month notice on the under 15 tournament, or less. Passport office for the express can issue a 1-day passport. So as a member of the media, I cannot accept that as rational.
Hold on. You don't go for the passport for everybody till you know who you're carrying. You know, everything costs. So you have to go through the process first, identifying by going through all the parishes, which we did. We only could have 5 people each time to look at them, which was difficult to assess. I'm telling you, we admit that it was not the best, right? It was really terrible. But we figured that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. And passport, some of the time you say, I mean, you don't understand Jamaican players. Some of the time you don't even have the birth paper to get the passport. It's a lot of issues. Just trust me on that.
All right, so we'll accept these excuses, but let me just ask
not
my
excuses.
final thing. And
there were reasons. No, they are not excuses. There were reasons, not excuses.
Passports are available in 24 hours in Jamaica.
Not if you have a birth paper.
But Mr. Speed, if we are to accept that, we'd have to accept that every player that you identified that was good, who had a negative COVID test, mysteriously did not have a birth paper,
I
which you
didn't say
need to
that.
be in.
No,
Which
I
you
didn't
need
say
to be in school, Mr. Speed. Mr.
No, I
Speed.
did not say that. I have
Sir
seen
Speed.
players. Yeah, I did not
They
say
have
that.
to have a birth paper to be in
I
school.
said
They have to.
no, that's not true. Where you get that from? I know a player that go through the whole ISR competition and then on a birth paper. I'm telling you that. I'm not asking you.
So how do you verify their age?
I don't know.
It's a verify the age, but I'm not gonna hug it because man is coming. But when you answer management, just consider that 3 players from the UK, several months before that, were introduced to the Jamaica Football Federation under the age of 15, who received no contact whatsoever.
How are we going to assess them?
Oh, by Mr. Speed, by watching the video stuff of the under 15 league content.
Come on.
So you don't watch
I know
the game?
everybody going to laugh at your cataract. We can assess people by watching videos.
By watching the games of Manchester City, for example. The Manchester City goalkeeper for under 15, his name is True Grant, who his father had indicated, who plays for Manchester United, had indicated that they would be interested in representing Jamaica under 15.
What did they send?
Not video. They sent the general secretary. I sent the information. I sent the thing to the general secretary.
We never saw them.
So a Manchester City goalkeeper was available for consideration.
But all right. So let me just, if you want to get down granular like that, let me get there. Up to age 16, Jamaican can compete with almost anybody in the world at football. So to tell me that he play for Manchester City and him at 15, he's better than our 15-year-old. I'm not even going, I would have to see that player against our 15-year-old to make an assessment. I've seen a lot of players come from overseas, in USA, girls come down to train with our girls locally, and none of them can carry water for our girls, and they come highly recommended. So for assessment, you need to have people on the same field, and that was
Mr. Speed, the lead management really wants to ask this, but I'm going to suggest that I'm going to come back when I get my time. That is not an appropriate answer, because the truth is, those under 15s were not as good as those from Curacao.
I don't know that. I don't know.
They lost to Curacao. They lost to Curacao and Bonaire. They lost. And those countries,
understanding football now is showing.
No, those countries also
are training. If those countries are training,
they were not training. I did this research. Those countries, Bonaire, had a severe in terms of COVID.
That means they're not training. Dominican Republic have more severe COVID than us, and they train every time. They don't stop training. So don't say that. USA has more severe than us, and they kept training their athletes. So to say they have a severe case of COVID while they're not training, that's not a fair statement. Don't say that. Don't say that. Not a fair statement. But we couldn't train. That me sure.
No, man, I know Cranky was up before me, so out of respect, I'll have him go first, and then I'll go afterwards.
So, Mr. Speed, I'm not sure if you watched this program, but I'm of the view that the primary reason, so the coaches made a sacrifice for us not making good progress in the tournament. But I believe the primary reason is the JFF itself, for a number of reasons as to why we are where we are. I'll give you an example. You just said the technical committee made an assessment, I guess, of the coach's performance, and finally decided to recommend the coaches get terminated. But we only had, 5 points from the first 6 games. So how much information and intelligence did the JFF need to make an informed decision about the coach's tenure and his termination? Secondly, if you look holistically at the program and how it has progressed from hence to now, you can see a lot of missteps by the JFF to get us where we are now. So you mentioned this being a private company. In our public company, as you say, in a public company, you have shareholders. The board is accountable to the shareholders. The CEO is accountable to the board. So the board fired the CEO, and the shareholders can fire the board. But in your setup, you can't be fired because you hire yourself. So how do you make meaningful changes in your organization to allow it to function effectively, seamlessly, effectively when, frankly, it has been, I'm going to use my own word, and this may sound confrontational, inept.
Right. So I'm the first person to say, if you feel at anything, you must be held accountable for it. Because it's just a matter of life. And I said before that all of us in the JFF should be accountable. Does it amount to termination? I don't know. But what you just said is not correct. The board can be fired by the parish representatives. So it's not correct that nobody can fire them.
Well, Mr. Speed, in all due respect, what I've been informed, there is so much inherent conflict in that construct. We shouldn't hold our breath for that to happen. No,
but you first must agree that what you say is not true. They can be fired.
Well, so, I mean, fired is a very. Can they? You say it's a private company. So how does that work in a private company?
But right? It's a private company held in trust. The people don't own it, right? So the parish presidents are the one who send and represent. The clubs are the one. The clubs in each parish are the ones who send a representative to the board. Each parish has a representative. So they can fire that person.
But some of those parish representatives are on the board, aren't they?
Because the club send them to the board.
Right, but I'm saying they can't fire themselves because they're on the board, so they're not going to fire themselves.
No. But the clubs can fire them.
Right, and they Mr. Speed, you just said something about it, which is very interesting. You said we shouldn't analogize. We talk about the English FA, for example. We should be very careful about doing comparisons and benchmarks, right?
Yeah.
We should be very careful because we are a developing country. I don't want to use the word third world. I get a whole lot of harsh coming from us.
We agree on that.
Right, but we do aspire to be like those first world countries, don't we?
Yes.
And we do try to emulate them, because I'm watching TVJ today. They talk about the CDC, about nutrition in Jamaica. They use the CDC as a way of providing guidance to Jamaica, which is a U.S. entity, right? So they are actually doing their benchmarking in other aspects of society about how we benchmark. So there's nothing wrong with us benchmarking the JFF with the English FA or with the FA, right?
I agree.
Okay. So when we make these analogies, we should not say, well, we shouldn't do so. We should maybe say we can achieve what they've achieved, but we should leverage them and benchmark them for us to aspire to do really well. Now, here's my point, which is, why is there an introspection now being done with the JFF about how we change, how you operate? Because frankly, I am so frustrated to hear all of this, which is from day one with the negotiation with the player, to now, we blame Tapa for everything. And the JFF may say, yes, we have some responsibility, but it's superficial. Because in reality, in actuality, you don't have any responsibility because you're private. I know you say you're not private because of the parish, but you're private. So you really have no accountability.
But even a private company, people can get you out. The people who have the votes can get you out. Get out anybody out of a private company. If he is a parent or is a family, and I'm the head of, say I'm the head of my family, and I'm in a company and we have other directors, they can vote me out. So nobody's immune because it's a private company. If it's a mafia, them can gunshot you out. So don't say you can't be gotten out of a private company. It's not true.
Yeah, but Mr. Speed, we only seen one person who has been.
Who is blaming him now? Is you guys? Is not? Is you guys? Is doing it? We're not saying that. We are not saying that internally. We're saying that we should take responsibility. You just don't.
Who else has been fired from the JFF to take responsibility for where we are now, which is not a good place?
But that assessment, as I said before, is being done. That assessment will be done by the clubs, the individual clubs, with their representative that they send to the JFF board, who is tasked with managing everything. So it's a process, and you can see that we're not going the process where you just jump up and say, we're going to do this right now. There is a process, so just allow the process to work itself out.
Here's my last question, Mr. Speed, because I know a lot others want to ask questions. When you did an assessment of the coach's performance, and we talk about the results as a sort of main criteria, what other aspects of his performance, can you break it down about what he did that lend itself in accumulation to him being terminated, apart from just the results?
Apart from just, but frankly, may you agree so that
no, but here's an example. Here's an example. How he picks his team. the pool that he sourced. There's different there's different elements that informs that decision, not just the outcome.
No, but Cranky, if he did do all of what you just said, and we were leading the qualifier, there wouldn't be an argument.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Speed, my question to you is this. Do
Yeah,
you believe that
No, it's CC's
Well, on
management.
CC, Martins, you have to act and bother up thing to, you know, sometimes.
No.
It's your
man,
time, man.
you can't just lean back, so, you know. The man who asks questions to Mr. Speed, you know.
I have a question. I've had the privilege, Mr. Speed. Good evening. Thanks for yeah, man. I've had the opportunity to speak to several former players, persons who a lot of them represented the national team even in the World Cup campaign, and a few of them mentioned that they over the years they have had sons at the junior level, and it was a difficult process for their sons to even get a look in. Right? I know one mentioned that he was asked to send a video, and in his own mind, he's saying that, listen, if I been a national player, a former national player, I'm a coach, you know the level that I'm coaching at, and I call and say, whether it's my son or someone else, I'm recommending a player, is it really appropriate, given that I be told to send clips and the player have to say, you can assess the player, seeing that, you know, yeah. And so what they were asking, and what I want to ask is there any plans for the JFF to have something where there's one stream of information where persons outside of Jamaica, Jamaicans outside of Jamaica, 15, 16, 17, 18 years old, boys and girls, can contact someone, and this is a consistent place. It's not like let me call Mr. Speed, call management, let him talk to Mr. Speed, or call this person, let him call this person, and so all of this information goes to different sources within the JFF and may not get to the point that it's supposed to reach. Is there any plans, or is there a place where there is one place is that all of this information can be, someone look at it and ensure that they contact the people? Because often I've heard people say, I did not hear back from them.
So, there's a lot of questions. So the first one, yes, the General Secretary is the point of contact for the JFF, and just like, and I must tell you that when people apply for jobs, he send me the resume. I get them religiously. He's the point of contact. We have coaches for different units, and I've seen some that stuff come to him, and he would send it to the coaches for the different units. Remember though, it's the coach prerogative to decide if he want to call a player or not. Now, for a national player to say, because I am a national, means that my son or whoever me recommend must be on the team. That's not fair.
No, I didn't say most. What he said is that all he was asking is that he could be a part of whatever trial, so he could be looked at. And because here's the reason I asked. If this person were here in Jamaica, say at, I don't want to implicate any club, say Coach's Desk FC, let's use that club name, right? And Coach's Desk FC calls the present, say, under 17 coach. There is a notion that is quickly accepted more than the person outside of Jamaica making that call.
I don't have any proof for those things. All I can say, in the football world, your picker squad is 20 people and you have 200 million people. I've had calls in my experience where mothers, brothers, sister, coaches tell me, say, Speed, have a boy for you to come a Cavalier. And when I see that person, trust me, he shouldn't even come through the gate. So it is so subjective what you have said. I don't know how to answer you. But all I know what
you're saying is that you look at him
Mm.
You
Yeah,
look at him.
the
And
only
the problem,
fan,
yeah.
right. But I have 2 scouts in my club now, so sometimes I send the scout to say, tell me about this player. They come back and say, I have no use. I don't even bother to look at him. So sometimes it's not all the time I look at them. So the point I'm making though is that some of the time I know the coaches use other persons to say, I hear there's a player in Clarendon. Can you give me an assessment of that player? The person come back and say, it's not an international material. Because we're not so good judge for ourselves, the people who connected to us, and then not bother with him. I've seen that happen numerous times. So, but the contact point is the general secretary all the time, or you can contact the coach that is in charge of that unit, right? And they will make an assessment and decide if the person is good enough, or or not good enough. Or maybe some of the time the person is a number 9 and they just don't need a number 9, so they just don't bother call the person. So there's so much different reasons why that might not happen. But remember what I told you, we are going to be trying to ensure that every year we go to England and we go to USA at a particular time of the year, and we look at all the people who are available in those 2 major countries that contributes to us, and see what if there's any talent that we need.
One question. Let me just finish up quickly, Keturk. So we're playing against Peru on the 20th, right?
Yep.
A lot of things have been opened up in the nation. Our next game will be played at the office. Is it the best decision if the purpose of this game is probably to look at, for the coach to look at some of the players to play? Is the best decision for us to play the game away from home when the game that we're going to be playing will be at home? Shouldn't we be getting the coach to look at the players at least on the surface that he's going to play on in a competitive game? Or is it because of financial reasons why the decision has been made to play the game elsewhere?
You're correct in all of them. You're correct in everything you just said.
So, Mr. Speed, and I know that there are 2 others after. I just wanted to ask about following up from management's previous question, and also my previous question to you, where you said, how would you know? Among the 3 players that we highlighted, because I don't think it's appropriate for fans to pick players, but we can certainly highlight. Would ask the question, why doesn't the JFF, and he asked, how would you know about True Grant? Because he was playing in a league that has the following. Dion Burton is a youth coach at West Bromwich Albion. There were 2 youngsters there, and there are also 2 youngsters at Birmingham City. So you could have simply reached out to a former player who is a pro coach and said, we can't come, but you would have played against, you have 2 in your club. Here's a couple who are within the Birmingham space. Give us your take as a professional eye, right? So that's why I have a difficulty with that. But also,
the coach might not have known about that, though. The coach for the under 15. I'm just saying.
No, the coach for the under 15. I have never had any contact with him. As I said, I tried to put this information, but the coach for the under 15, there was a video done about True Grant, right? But I guess JFF has to open their minds that there's not only one reservoir of information. Football doesn't play on YouTube.
You know anybody else
but information resides on YouTube.
Yes. Everybody you know a Grant name?
Yes, but it's a footballing family. Lee Grant plays for Manchester United. His son, True, plays for Manchester City. Anthony used to play for Chelsea. It's a Premier League family of footballers. And not a joke family. But I just saying to you that you're not be off, but yes, I get the whole I grant them. Because all of them are Premier League, and but let me be here. You have Jason Ewell at Charlton. You have Marcus Gale at Brentford in a role. You had Paul at QPR at the time, and this was before he came on board, I think. The big man, Darren Moore, at Sheffield Wednesday head coach. Sheffield Wednesday. You have Wes Morgan, Captain Fantabulous at Leicester. Places where there are Jamaican youngsters in their academy setup. And I am suggesting that one approach would be to reach out to these former players and say, Joby McAnuff, right? To say to them, look, if you have any talent, bring them there. So use the economies of scale to be able to do some scouting. And my final, just a recommendation before I let in Cranky and formally had up his hand as well, Crank. I understand you about these trials, but may I suggest that what you could do in the interim is, for example, ask those youth coaches to host invitational games amongst the youngsters, so that, and you can have your analyst record and look, so that, you know, that might be a better way. Certainly in terms of UK, the idea of a camp or a rally never existed. But if you pick out 40 players and you have 2 teams at 20, you have Darren coach one, you have your Jason coach one, Dion coach one. I don't know. But you see them in a playing setting over one day. They might do that because they are in their academy. They're not going to have time to come and be in a camp for the JFF. That's just my take on the UK thing. You might tweak it when you get to the UK. But I'll let up for others so you can
as
answer.
I said before, we're giving it a lot of thought. And one of the things we think about is to go for a week. We might work with 11 Jamaicans who we think good and match them against who you are, because that assessment must be done. Because our company, private company, is Jamaicans who want to develop, right?
So these people are not Jamaicans? No, Mr. Speed, Mr. Speed.
Just listen to
they
me.
Are Jamaicans.
Listen to me and say, no, we can't. Yes, and that is why I want to look at them and give everybody a fair chance. Just to say, because they are in UK, they are better. We're not going to agree with that. So what we are saying is that assessment must take place, and the best way to do the assessment is probably the way we're thinking about it. Make sure we have a couple of people with standard, carry them across, match them up, so we can see if we're making the right choices.
So Mr. Speed
is not wrong. Right?
Mr. Speed,
yes.
What Ketereg is talking about is having some mechanism about how you go out and source talent. And for the view is, we think about talent as local talent, or Jamaican community as local, versus a global community of Jamaicans, right? Who all value the island, who all want to participate in some way, shape, or form the island, who want to support the island, who are all patriotic. So the question is, and here's another point, Mr. Speed. Nobody has a monopoly on intellectual capital. No one does, right? Ideas are all over the question. How do you source those ideas? How do you collate them, prioritize them, leverage them to help the organization move forward, even though you're a private company? Because I'm not hearing that, I'm not seeing that. Go ahead, sorry.
No, but I told you we're looking at it because we realize that if we can get some of these players, even Grant when he was 15, it would have been better for our national program. So no, it's not that we're not looking at it. We're looking at it. But what we have to ensure that the local program is vibrant, and we don't just pick somebody because you say they come from overseas. We have to make that assessment, and that is really the part we don't work out yet, or we make the assessment.
Yeah, and Mr. Speed, they're not mutually exclusive enough in terms of what you're trying to accomplish locally and what's overseas. And frankly, you know, we're going to granularity sometime we talk about these things, right? But there are things like, well, how does a player who have an interest, and you're right, you can't look at every single player, but how do you set up a process where you can get that done, like Ketereg is mentioning, leveraging a lot of different means of trying to do that, right? Whether it's ex-players, whether it's other organizations, whether it's building affiliation. We're trying to think outside the box to help, as you said, developing country, maximize its resources to achieve a common cause, right? And here's the thing to Mr. Speed. That's why I get frustrated. We have so much talent for quote-unquote Jamaicans, right? And we haven't sourced those talents, put them on the field to get us to Qatar so we can all sit in our chairs back home, be proud and wave our flags, watch us not only compete, but actually proceed and progress in the tournament. Right now we're trying to qualify. We should be focused on qualifying, Mr. Speed. We should be focused on, you know what? We're going to be in Qatar. We're going to kick back and drink our pina colada. I don't drink liquor. And enjoy ourselves, our country compete. We can't do that, and we're very frustrated.
All of
Can
us.
I ask a question?
15 seconds. Oh,
go ahead, man.
15 seconds.
Yeah,
Mr.
Manis,
Speed.
go ahead,
Yes,
man.
I just heard 15 seconds. I just heard it with a point, right? So here's my question. So you go on this trial thing in the United States. You meet a 15-year-old. He's just similar quality, ability, and output as a 15-year-old at Harborview, and you have one spot in the squad. What do you do?
I make Dre anyway that make the choice.
I'm told the same management never retract fully. But tell us,
I'm asking a question.
You have only.
I just asked the question. I asked him, what do they do? He said he's going to ask Dre anyway, though.
Mr. Speed, there's some questions sometimes you don't answer. That's a brilliant answer.
Yes.
Good night, Mr. Speed.
After Neo people, I have some question. One is on the screen
this person that asks what is my connection with the team's current physical trainer. The team has 2 physical trainers, Bojo and Lamar. Lamar used to coach at Cavalier in his younger days, long time ago, like maybe 10 years ago. I don't know what else the person wants to know. Just answering the question.
Okay. Go ahead. And I have some more after Neo asks his question.
Just two quick questions, Mr. Speed. Good night. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for taking my question.
Yes.
My question is, isn't the JFF a non-profit organization? And if so, isn't it governed? Doesn't it have reporting requirements under the Companies Act in Jamaica?
Yes.
Public disclosure requirements.
Right. So the first one is not a non-profit, more like a loss organization.
Not a loss.
No, Mr. Speed.
He's speaking about your legal status.
Mr. Speed, you just say you have money to do all that sort of things, and you have managed money well enough.
Mr. Speed.
Yeah, no, I'm going to answer your question.
I know.
Yeah. No, but overall, we run at a loss most time. I mean, we don't have enough money to run all the programs properly.
Right, Mr. Speed. But the question was whether or not it is a non-profit organization, and if so, whether or not there are public disclosure requirements that you guys have under the Companies Act.
So it doesn't have non-profit organization status, right?
It is a regular corporation.
Yes, because to get that status is not easy.
But Mr. Speed, I read your articles of incorporation. I researched this thing. It is a non-profit organization. I mean, I know you're not an attorney. I'm an attorney, right? And based on my research, right, the JFF is a non-profit organization. It is governed by the Companies Act. Yes, you don't have any requirements to report to the public, but the reason why you have your financial statements and your bylaws and all of those things online is because you have a public disclosure requirement, and that is how you guys, it seems to me, had fulfilled that requirement.
And we have, but I must tell you, although you are the attorney, remember all non-profit organizations status was taken away and people have to reapply. Don't forget that.
Right. Okay. All right. So you're saying that at this point it is no longer a non-profit organization. Anyways, let's not believe about that.
It's not but I know that you have to reapply. So even if you have the status now in words, it don't mean in reality you can get cars without paid duties and those things. So that is why I'm saying we're not. Right?
No, but I can say with some confidence that it is a non-profit organization. No, you said that maybe you guys had to reapply. Maybe
everybody has to reapply.
So I don't know if you've done so yet, but you couldn't exist. You couldn't exist as a corporation, a limited. It is a company limited by a guarantee. You couldn't exist unless you're either you're going to transition back to non-profit corporate, a non-profit organization. So I don't know if you have to reapply, but that's what you were before. If you lost the status, I don't know.
No, everybody lost the status. You remember the government came back and said everybody have to reapply. What you were able to do before, you're not able
Yeah.
to do now. All the sporting organizations in Jamaica, well, I know, we had to, whenever we wanted to like bring in goods, we had to go through SDF. They were the only one who could actually allow you to bring in like sporting equipment, etc. without duty. So
But
I'm just
isn't the main benefit of being a non-profit organization that you guys have certain you taxes, there are taxes that are not, that don't become due. I guess you pay less taxes. There are certain freedom with regards to raising money. I mean, I'm only asking because I know I heard that you're an accountant.
you are I'm saying to you,
Yeah.
what you said initially is correct.
Okay.
I'm just
All right.
saying the reality that we have,
Right.
we do have some of those benefits that you think we have.
Okay, I hear you. Okay, so
Yeah.
so my other question was just two more questions, and thanks for taking them. The other question was I just wanted to point out to you that the bylaws, right? There are several objectives stated in the bylaw, and one of them says to prevent racial, religious, or political discrimination or distinction among players, etc., etc. Right?
Right.
And within those words, right? It also, what can be derived from those words is that you can't have any ethnic or national origin discrimination. And I'm not accusing you personally or the JFF of doing that. I am just putting it out there that those objectives, which I think are worthy objectives of any good organization, right? It seems to me that those objectives would also preclude people from saying, well, treating Jamaicans who are born elsewhere, which would be a ethnic or a national distinction, from Jamaicans who are born on the island. So I'm saying that when we say certain things, right, it seems to me that if you're saying that, well, we're going to give preference to local players who are born on the island, that notion, that sentiment is running afoul of the objectives in the organization, in addition to which FIFA precludes the same very thing. And so I'm saying that I know that we're talking amongst ourselves, but we're on YouTube, and a lot of people all over the world is watching it. And I'm saying that we have to be careful how we act and careful how we talk, because it is not only contrary to GFF's own rules, but it's also contrary to FIFA rules. And so, I just wanted to put that out there because I am sympathetic to having our local born people have, full benefits to make the team, and I want to see development there too. But I'm also, I was born in Jamaica, went to UA, spent most of my life, well, I don't know if it's most of my life at this point, in Jamaica. But I'm also very, I get very, apprehensive when I hear people say things like, well, we're gonna the local players should be given preference or something of that sort, because it seems to me that, and I'm not asking you to comment on this, that Tapa's downfall, it seems to me, was to consistently choose players who appear because they were, they were local and he knows them better, rather than choose players based on their ability. But anyway, so I just wanted to put that out there.
Right.
Mr. Speed.
All right.
So
Well,
sorry,
Mr.
no, but let me respond a little. I never at any time believe are saying we must pick players regardless of their ability. What I'm saying is that we have a local program that we have to make it remain relevant all the time. And
Definitely.
Right. So that's it. We have, and a lot of our stakeholders are here, the parishes, the clubs. There was a time that all the Premier League players would say, "Oh, not even not try too hard because me can't make the national team," because you had coaches before who said that there was nobody locally who can manage international football. So we have all of that in the back of our minds. So that's not our case. We have no racial or ethnic
national origin.
Right.
Origin.
I wanted to say something this week. I cranky had a question that I didn't finish. Now we realize that there's limitations to. We only had 13 people who voted, for the president and some of the members of certain, like the vice presidents, right? And effectively the general secretary. And remember, we are in a review process right now that wants to increase that amount of persons from 13 to 71. And that those documents are with FIFA is for them to come back to us before we adopt it formally. So the firing process, Cranky, it used to be 104 under Captain Burrell, and Captain Burrell is the one who brought it down to 13 votes, right? So this president is trying to bring it back up to 71. So it means that the professional football organization, they will have votes. The Women Professional League will have votes. The Coaches Association will have votes. The parishes will have votes. Players Association, once you incorporate yourself properly, you will have vote and can decide who is the presidency, or they can decide to speed and one good chairman, a technical committee, etc. So there is progress on the way, and we just have to wait until that point.
Just one last question to address that.
Did the president decide that, or did FIFA decide that?
It was the JFF who decided that they didn't like the way it was constructed now, and they asked FIFA to help them in the process.
Or just one last question.
I know all the media keep on saying that is the FIFA. That's not true. Let me just explain something about FIFA. FIFA don't even have those rules in place for themselves. Sorry, continue.
Let me
we have a call online in the morning.
Oh jeez, and peace. No, I'm running on, but all right.
That's Speed, you're hot. Is that Speed?
More. Neo, we are go, you say you have a follow-up question.
Just one last question.
I don't want to go past that issue doing it because my thing is part of what Neo, and I need to just say this, please, because it's tied with Neo. When it comes on to a coach, I think a coach must choose players that he believes fit. If Paul Hall comes and chooses 23 players born in England, I would not have a problem. All right? I would not. Therefore, if Theodore Whitmore chose 23 persons born in Jamaica, I would not have a problem with him doing that, though I would not have done that.
Man, you're deliberately missing a point. I'm sorry.
No, man. No, let me finish.
But you are Manning's man.
No, let me finish. Let me finish. The point I'm making is that at the end of the day, as it relates to Tapper, all I'm saying is that I don't think it is fair to use the discriminating stuff in relation to him, because we don't know that was the reason why he preferred. That's all I'm saying. Why he preferred, in our estimation, a certain group of players. I don't know if it had anything to do with.
I think that's a reasonable point, Mannings, man. I'm not going to argue with you. My thing was that I said that it looked to me like it was based on favoritism and connection. And yes, there's a distinction between that and discrimination based on national origin. So I can agree with that. But the point is that it equals the same thing, because the people who he was more familiar with and had favorites with were the ones who were born on the island. So it's basically it's the same result. Even if we make that distinction that you're trying to make, it ended up being the same result. But I agree that's a reasonable distinction. But the question for Mr. Speed was this. Mr. Speed, I'm just trying to understand, right? So the Parish Association heads, they also are a part of the board of the JFF?
Yes.
They pay a fee to the JFF so that they can become members of the JFF?
No, nobody pays anything to the JFF. The money goes the other way. Actually, the JFF pays give the parishes money.
All right. So the Parish Association heads who are the board and who elect the president, right? They receive money from the same entity that they're voting for and the same president that them vote for, right?
Yes.
And so therefore,
well, same thing with FIFA. FIFA send money to us and we vote for the person of FIFA.
Yeah,
not
different. Right, but FIFA
too.
Mr. Speed, I'm an attorney in New York, and we prosecuted FIFA because of the things that FIFA were doing. And I can't go into detail what my role was, but they got prosecuted for that. So my question is, FIFA got prosecuted, yes, by the Southern District of New York. But my question is this. right? If the people who are electing the board are getting paid by the board, Mr. Speed.
No, they don't get paid.
No,
They
all right,
don't
they
get
get
paid.
but they get funded by the
The
board.
parish get funding.
Yes, the parish association
Same
heads.
thing, yeah.
Right.
No, it's not the same thing. They don't get paid. I don't get paid. Let me make it clear. I don't get a cent.
Yeah, all right.
Right?
So,
Okay.
let me correct myself. So they vote for the JFF president and make up the board, and the JFF in return and the president in return helps to fund their parish associations, right?
Fund the programs, like fund the under 13.
Yes, Mr. Speed.
Yes,
so I'm putting it to you that is, it seems to me that is a recipe for conflicts of interest. That's a recipe for self-dealing, and I'm just recommending to you that there should be more reform, because guess what? Maybe none of that is happening, but I'm just saying that you have to get away from the appearance of conflict and the appearance of corruption. I'm recommending to the JFF and to you personally, because I give you a lot of respect. I'm just recommending that you guys look into reforms that would make these that would drive away these appearances, and that would lead to better administration of the Jamaican Football Federation.
And the reforms, as I said before, are coming, because the parish president will not be automatically become a board member, right? So those reforms are in train. But people, is the same thing CONCACAF do, is the same thing FIFA do. So you guys need to don't make it look like it's a Jamaican thing.
So
right?
Neo, guys.
Hold on the cranky. I think Neo said it, that he FIFA was prosecuted. But from one attorney to our next, we have another attorney online. Go ahead, sir attorney.
Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen. Mr. Speed, I've got a couple of questions and then a follow-up comment on one of the things that Neo said. In an earlier comment that you made, you indicated that one of the plans that you guys were mulling over was to take some Jamaican players to England and to see how they match up against players in England that are of Jamaican parentage, to see how they match up, and if they are comparable or superior to the Jamaican players, then they would be given full consideration of making the Jamaican team. As an attorney, I can tell you that that doesn't play around well in my head, because when we are selecting our local players, we're not using English-born players as a measuring stick at all. Okay, so when we're selecting English-born players, Jamaican-born players should not be a measuring stick in that sense. You go to England, you scout, you know what you're looking for in terms of talent, in terms of fit into your system, and if you see kids there that match up well with whatever the coaching staff is vision of what the team is supposed to look like, then you pick them. Okay, hey, him no better than the baller from over Portmore type of. Nobody does that. Nobody does that. You select you go out, you scout, you bring your guys in a camp, okay, and you let them compete, and you let the chip fall where they may. So I would suggest that you guys not do that. If you're gonna go scout in England, if you're gonna scout in the United States, if you're gonna scout in Europe, scout. Scout. If you're gonna take Jamaican kids there, take them there for something other than, trying to match them up against a potential teammate. You're going to have an opportunity to do that in a camp setting when you bring these players down to Jamaica, and everybody, local and foreign-based players, are in a camp and going through their competitive period. So that's one. Two, something that Neil Sovereign said that's very, very important. Okay, it's not impropriety that the JFF needs to be concerned about, even though that is a primary concern. It's the appearance of impropriety, and I think that's what he's getting at. When you do things, okay, you have to do them in such a way that they are above reproach. There is full transparency from the cradle to the grave. And I know I give you credit. You said there are reforms that are coming in. We hope to see them. Third point that I wanted to make is this, that when you look at the structure of how football is learned in Jamaica, that is something that the JFS has to address. I can tell you, as a kid that was born in Jamaica, that grew up for a significant portion of my life in Jamaica, there is no formal introduction to football in Jamaica. Okay? There's no formal introduction to football in Jamaica. So, I mean, we get to the Manning Cup level, we get to, you know, I mean, even sometimes to the national team level, and you're seeing guys that just based off of fundamental technical ability, they're lacking. They're weak on one side. Okay, you know, their spatial awareness, their tactical awareness is completely lacking. So that's one of the things that the JFF has to put on their agenda, is we have to have a plan in terms of footballing education for our kids. And I'll give you a primary example. In the United States, as far as basketball is concerned, okay, you have high school basketball, okay, where kids play in whatever divisions or conference they're in. But during the summer, all of these kids are playing something called AAU basketball, okay? And so what you have are a set of kids that they are literally inundated, ingrained in the sports year round. Football in Jamaica is seasonal, and that's why it's difficult. It's very, very difficult for us to develop the talent that we've got in Jamaica the way we're supposed to develop it. So one of my recommendations is we have to, especially for our youngsters, we have to see whether or not it's possible for us, okay, to have the kids working on their skill set year round. Okay, and I think a large part of you being able to do that is leveraging the high school system. Okay, one. Two, having some type of intermediate program between the end of the high school season. Okay, and three, the academies. Okay, you know, Spain is the way it is because they've got academies. England is the way it is because they've got academies. Germany is the way it is because they've got academies. Okay, Argentina, Brazil, all of these places, the clubs there have academy. Now, I know there are limits in Jamaica in terms of resources, but in terms of structure, okay, every single Premier League Jamaican club should have an academy system. Okay, and I'll take your comments up there.
All right. Thanks, Council, for this call and sharing your point of view. Mr. Speed, how do you respond to this?
Right. So the first question is that if England and the United States were the two places we're proposing to target, and you know, they probably have. If you ask for all the Jamaicans in England, they probably could find 1,000, 2,000. If you ask Cataract, you know how much people up there can play for Jamaica. And the same for USA. It's easier for us to assess them in those countries than to try and carry them here into camps because of the sheer number of persons that we have to go through, both male, female. We could have a scrimmage 6 versus 6 and an immediate assessment in our view to see what the standard is. I think it would be very instrumental in us deciding on the final squad. So I know you meant well, Councillor, but I think you got that one wrong. The second point he made was I can't remember. It took so long. The second point he made was the appearance of whatever it is. I think I went through that already, so I don't know if I have to answer that one. And the third point about the Jamaicans, the point of entry. Yes, now we have grassroots programs in every parish, both male and female. We have under 13 competition and under 15 competition in the parishes. Every Premier League club have youth teams, and there also some Premier League clubs have female teams. Just this year, we passed the regulation concerning academies, which will categorize academies in A, B, C, and D academies. So far, we probably only have about 5 clubs who can make an A academy right now, but that is coming on stream. So those improvements are being made as we speak, and we hope to put them into fusion as soon as the pandemic passes.
Let me just say a couple of things. Let me say a couple of things quickly. One, in Paris, right? I just like, honestly, I like balance. I like when we talk, because Kaim Paris is a locally born player who has not been called up. And there are persons born in England that got an opportunity and he did not. No, that's fine, because that is a coach's decision. Yeah. So Curtis still got a call when Javian Brown did not. And I think, in my opinion, Javian Brown is okay.
There's Campbell too, who is a very good player.
So there are selection issues. So though I agree that everybody must be given the opportunity, there are persons born in Jamaica who feel the same way now, that they were not given an opportunity. I just want us to look at the other side of the argument.
But it's not a valid comparison. It's not valid. Here's why it's not valid, man. Because no one feel that they weren't called up because they were born in Jamaica. That's why it's not a valid argument.
No, so let me. That's why I'm asking you to make my point.
Okay, go ahead.
Kaim Paris feels like because a person is from England, they have been given the chance over him. Whether you don't believe that, Cranky, that's how he feels. That's what I'm saying to you. He feels like the only reason why a particular player was selected is because he's from England. That's how he feels.
We're not saying that sometimes. Wait, let me just say this. We're not saying
that's all I'm saying, but that's what I'm saying. Sometimes that's what I'm saying, Cranky. That sometimes they feel that way to say it's two sides. Are you saying they disagree with it?
But we're digressing. We moved away from that, Mannings, man. Which is the reason why people are very focused on this issue is around Haka. Let's be clear on that. No one can just feel they can justify why Haka is in the team. I don't want to be.
No, all of you agree that.
But that's the main person who drives that narrative, and you know this.
No, I will go back to Mr. Speed. Mr. Speed was driving this narrative until Anthony Grant proved him wrong.
Mr. Speed, I have another question, Mr. Speed.
I'm fair.
Given a chance to ask a question.
I'm fair, right? Because here's the thing.
I am going next.
Haka, Kevin Lambert could have been called. So those are what I'm saying. That is more a selection issue of the coach. That's all I'm saying. The coach made some selection issue, some selection mistake. I don't think it like. Anyways, you know what?
All right, hold on, Cranky.
Go ahead.
Hold on, Cranky. A lot of people are sending in questions in, and I have to be fair, you know. 2 questions, Mr. Speed. 1, the issue around selection criteria is hot. Same thing it depend, you know. Hold on, where's the question? Oh yeah, what does the best Jamaican team look like to you, Sir Speed? Player quality, diversity of leagues, the most active players form, and what would your policy be in terms of that? Another question, real quick, in terms of what you spoke about the private company. Since the JFF is a private company, then we can create an alternate football association. Would that be viable?
All right. So the second one is easy to answer. Just like, as I say, Miss World pageant is the company that gets the franchise operated. So the JFF have the franchise from FIFA to operate it now. So for you to get an alternate JFF, you'd have to find a way for CFU recognize you on CONCACAF and FIFA, which at this particular point in time is just impossible. So tell the person to take that out of their mind.
All right. And the other question, you remember it?
Oh, yeah, the top part about, look here, if you ask me about Cavalier, I tell you how I construct Cavalier. I can't tell you how a coach would construct a national team, because everybody different and it's their prerogative. They are the ones going to lose their job, not me. So I can't tell you that.
All right, Cranky then formula.
So Mr. Speed, so Neil asked Mr. Speed a series of questions around conflict of interest.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure people were listening to Mr. Speed earlier when he said it was set up in a way so how the president was elected was all designed and constructed for the person in that seat to be elected by those who elected. Was the transparent process. There was only 13 people doing the election. Some of those people are sitting on the board. And we won't say about who set this up, but the person lost the previous election way back when and made sure going forward, they would never lose the election. So inherent in this whole construct is conflict of interest. It's embedded in the construct. And so it's hard to then, and not only that, it's worsened by the fact how FIFA operates. So we use CONCACAF and FIFA, who are not exemplary for anything ever in life. So marry that with how we're constructed here in our organization. It's not a good setup, people. And going forward, if we want to do better, it has to change. So I'm glad we're going on the route of expanding that electoral process to make sure there's more people involved in electing who sits at the head of the organization. Because I can tell you, if the JFF did its job, we would be strolling along to get to the World Cup qualifiers. I'm telling you, to the sourcing players, have the right people in their seats in terms of who run coaching, whatever we need to have. And Mr. Speed, my last point is Mr. Speed. It's a little bit of a soliloquy. I read your financial statements, and I know they're dated somewhat. I'm amazed that we are saying you have the resources for us to take charter on flights and do what we do. I read through them in detail, and I looked at it, and they're not the best I've seen. I've seen bad financial statements. They're challenged. So where does these resources come from to allow us to be able to support the program through the qualifiers?
Well, I mean, as I said before, I think the one that you read was 2020, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2020, we are pretty, no, it's not, it is recent. That's the most recent financial statement you could have, 2020. As I said before, I don't want to go into too much details about finance because I'm not here about finance. I know about the finances, but I don't want to discuss it.
Okay.
But I'm telling you that you have seen what we have done so far in 8 games, and we're doing fairly okay. Now, the spectator aspect is something, as you know, we're very upset when the government didn't approve spectators, and that will help us a lot go, in the final stretch drive. And we've also projected for those two what we think we should make from that, and we think we're in pretty good shape to finish the qualification. So that's all I can say. We're in pretty good shape to finish qualification. Remember, Frankie, is not the company that makes a loss go out of business first. Is the company that run out of cash.
Yeah.
Remember. Okay.
All right, Formula.
Whether the JFF likes to admit it or not, right? There is a public perception, a black cloud that surrounds the Jamaica Football Federation, right? Whether the JFF deems it fair or not, the reality exists that there's a black cloud that surrounds the Jamaica Football Federation. One of the reasons why, as a matter of fact, the main reason, in my opinion, why the Federation struggles to get sponsorship, right? Black cloud surrounding the Jamaica Football Federation of corruption, right? Whether you think it's fair or not, it's the perception. What is the JFF doing to go about changing that respective narrative?
And I used to work in media. Coach means you need to disassociate yourself and your program from that statement that was just made. You need to really say it publicly. Say, me disassociate myself from that statement that was just made, just in case somebody wants to the corruption statement. Look here.
No, I said public perception.
As I said before, no, but you can't say these things.
That's opinion. No, you can't. Defamation is not opinion, Mr. Speed.
No, you can. You can. I work in media. You can. You can say it like that, and the damage is done.
I studied law, Mr. Speed.
I don't care which law you study. I am telling you.
Boss, I passed tortious liability at the university level.
So you can just say anything. You can just say anything and say somebody's perception. Anybody. The dog says so. So is our perception. No, that's not how it goes. I'm just saying, and I'm saying it over. You hear Cranky just tell you, him is a reliable source of you guys. We have accounts up to 2020. 2021 is not yet due. And I said before in the program, you guys talking about one old-time JFF where we don't get rid of that syndrome yet. So you guys need to assess what is there now and just get to the program. We can't keep an account for something that happened in the past. We up to 2020. We file returns with FIFA. FIFA audit us with every single audit known that FIFA have in them arsenal, and we pass all of them. That's all me can tell you. Anything else you want, we can't help you.
But Mr. Speed, to be fair, and as I said, it is a public perception. Public perception does not necessarily mean.
But if you keep on repeating it like that, then some other person will believe you. You have to do your research.
No, but it is the reality of the matter, Mr. Speed.
It's your reality. You must go do your research and look on the evidence and talk about the evidence.
Mr. Speed, I guarantee if I ask everyone on this panel if this perception exists, they will agree with me.
Let me tell you about
chat would agree with me as well.
Let me tell you about journalists in Jamaica. You guys lazy, you don't ask the right questions, and you just assume things. Go and do the research. You realize our file returns from 19 to 2020. FIFA audit us every year, then give us every single pilot audit and can find the year misses up, that happened. And all of those will pass with flying colors, right? You know, you're the government that carry a court for nothing. You know, you're nobody a sue with anything. What more proof you want, brother?
Mr. Speed, let me give you a perfect example of the perception, right?
You see, you come again with the perception.
Boss, but it is the reality. That is what we're dealing with.
No,
here. Whether you want to admit it or not, I'm not saying the JFF is corrupt, you know, Mr. Speed.
The reality is that
I'm not saying it is corrupt, you know.
That the rest of normal companies them in Jamaica do.
Mr. Speed, let me give you a perfect example of how this perception is affecting the Jamaica Football Federation, right? After the Reggae Girls went to the World Cup, I don't remember what games it was that the Federation, right after the World Cup, the Federation wanted to raise money for the respective tournament and struggled. Sidela Marley stepped in, right, and generated the funding from respective corporate entities. The respective corporate entities stated that the only grounds that this money is being given to Sidela Marley is that it is paid directly to the vendors and not passing through the hands of the Jamaica Football Federation. You are going to tell me that this perception is a facade?
Right now, yes.
Mr. Speed, sorry, Mr. Speed, to cut in, but I believe that the perception is floating around that what Formula is saying is so. People believe so for true, Mr.
But
Speed.
you guys need to do your jobs and find out the fact and stop talking about perception. Media is for the truth. Media is supposed to seek out the truth.
Yes, but Mr. Speed, we do programs, we do article incorporation, we do the whole accounting, and me do this for my program. Me and Neo do it. All right? But that still does not negate from the fact that the people them still have them perception. And that's the point I'm trying to make.
And the perception needs to be changed. It is hampering the JFF's ability to generate funding.
But it can't change because you now come on the program and say, like our computer come and say, yes, them have them accounts. Yes, then confirm to the companies acting in Jamaica. Yes, then do all of the FIFA audit and then pass them. If you report and say that,
yeah, man, we say it, but that still not change the people.
So if every time you come and the only thing the people in my ear, you know, we can have your option. 2 words stand out, then you want whole sentence, and then we hear 2 words out of the whole sentence. Who does the change?
Mr. Speed, hold on 1 second, the cranky. Mr. Speed, right?
After Formula is gonna be Catara. Go ahead, Formula.
When the media reported on the matter of FIFA intervening the changing of the voting laws, right? That was a big deal for many people in terms of a public perception of corruption. Now, my thing is, hold on, Mr. Speed. The media, credible media outlets reported that it was not the JFF who got FIFA to intervene or got FIFA involved. It was whistleblowers. That is what credible media reported.
And the media wasn't credible. That is a corrupt media. That media is a corrupt media. And guess what? We used to work for CM media. Me, I tell you that was a corrupt story. So me, I tell you about the corruption. See? So when I tell you, said all of this was started by the JFF and they asked FIFA for help to make sure, right? Say, it passed. So I just try telling about the media. You guys, if you sell a paper or if you make somebody listen to a story, you don't seek out the facts.
So why in that case didn't the JFF sue? Isn't there legal liability that can arise from that?
Why the JFF not sue you too?
No, sue me for what? No, you cannot sue me for defamation because me saying that there is a public perception is not defamatory, right? And has no basis for liability. So the JFF cannot sue me. There's no grounds to sue. There's no grounds to sue.
Coach,
Coach, can we get Coach?
No, CC Cataract acts first. There's a sequence. I go after Cataract.
And then
hold on.
Hold on, man. We do the thing in the right way, brethren, then. Because we have done the thing. So Drake can come after CZ. Mr. Speed, I can tell you I've worked in media because you have danced around many of the questions today. So what I'm going to ask you to do is if you can get a little pen to jot down what I'm asking so that you don't pick one convenient question and answer, and then don't answer the rest of them.
No, man.
No, Mr. Speed, right?
No, ask them 3 1 time. Ask them
no, man. But I give it them, because we are rotate. You, earlier when I asked about the under-15 tournament, and I'm not one of those lazy journalists, blamed COVID, blood tests, etc. And you made a pronouncement that said that at under 14 level, and under 15, that our footballers are equal. I'm asking you to then comment on the fact that in the 2018, when there was no COVID, Jamaica drew 0-0 with the mighty St. Kitts and Nevis in the under 14 tournament held at Arnett Gardens. And we managed to demolish the mighty Barbados 1-0 at the under 14 level. Explain how these results in non-COVID times, which happened to match the results in August 2021, explains that somehow our young footballers are better than their counterparts at under 14. That's number one. Let me go through this quickly. They wanted to ask you said that we needed wingers and CDM position were the two positions of weakness. No one can challenge that. I'm asking, does the technical committee also believe that the right back position is a problematic position for which reinforcements might be needed? And I will ask about the technical committee, because when you came on a previous program, you said the responsibility of the technical committee, of which you are a head, is to bring the pool of players, and then the coach has the responsibility to select the team from the pool of players. So based on that responsibility, I'm going to ask you some very specific question, but very specific. In the pool of players that the technical committee has the responsibility of selecting, has the technical committee done so in the past or will contact for consideration Kyle Walker-Peters, Deshaun Bernard of Manchester United, and I'm talking people who have indicated that they will play for Jamaica, Lewis Baker, and I'm not asking you whether you're going to pick them, I'm asking you whether you will consider contacting them to add them to the team. Lewis Baker, Ivan Toney, Mason Greenwood, and who was the last one? Coach Tyreek Mitchell, Dane Scarlett, Keenan Davis, Cameron Archer. 8. All Premier League players. I rest my 3 questions.
So the first one, I never thought St. Kitts or Barbados was mighty.
Yes, but you said we were equal. I'm saying that we we could not beat St. Kitts, and we could not.
No,
we
I
could
never
barely.
said that. I said
No,
that
no.
our players at those age groups are equal with anybody in the world. I never
No, but they're
said.
not.
Well,
They can't beat St. Kitts.
Tottenham Hotspur came out here and played Cavalier and we mashed them up 2-0.
With what team?
With
what team? Do you know that there's over? Do you know that at the academy at Spurs or Chelsea?
Do we really care? Or which team then care come? Fancy and Tottenham Hotspur certainly.
Yeah.
Come on. Then come in an international tournament. Do we care?
Okay. I congratulate you on the result.
We play also sooner that at under 17 in Sweden. We go over there. 6-0. We play Deportivo de Alves 2-0.
Oh, well, Mr.
Me I
Speed,
tell
so
you
why
by
we can't
experience.
why we can't go to the Youth World Cup?
Me not ask you about where somebody else do. Me I tell you where we do, Cavalier do. Right? And we play BK Happen in Sweden 1-1. Me not ask you about when nobody do, you know, so me believe so. Right? When we play FC Dallas 4-0. And them score they will get them.
But this is not an interview about Cavalier. This is an interview about national team.
A Jamaican team. So I'm saying when we play France 2011 Mexico World Cup under 17, 1-1 the match draw. France with Kurt Zuma and Paul Pogba. So I'm saying it's something when me know. Me not ask, me not go around the bush. At certain levels, we can compete. Is after the 16-year-old the gap start just widen. And you know why the gap widen? Is because we now have the coaching here to bring them at the same level like the other teams are.
Oh, but Mr. Speed, so why is it that we only went to 2 under
Coach, what is it last thing that beat Manchester United? What is the last thing that beat Coach Minzy? Which is the last thing that beat?
I asked 3 questions.
So the first one. The second one, you misinterpret what I said about the technical committee and players. Let me just explain again to you. There is 2 processes, right? One of the things we played with from 1994, when we can remember, all of you remember, every single match we used to go play, there was a war as to how much money players must get and then strike. We thought at the technical committee said that is something we need to solve before anything else. So we came up with an idea that we were going to make sure that all of those players that are eligible to play for Jamaica sign a contract. If you don't sign the contract, we was not going to pick you. So we widened the pool, and if the people said they wanted to come, we would go after them from the technical side. We go after those players and make sure they sign the contract. You see, after that is not the coach decide we want to pick. We don't business after that. We just pave the way so that when they come to games, if you notice, this World Cup qualifiers, you know, here nobody or the goalkeeper just pass or talk about money because all of that was settled before. So that is, so don't mix up the 2.
No, I'm not mixing it up. I'm not mixing it up at all.
We don't pick players.
I said that you do not pick the players. I'm saying you establish the pool. And so I'm asking you if I asked about the 8 particular players at the pool, and the second question was related to the right back issue.
So we never think the right back was as serious, and we're not trying to hold the coach's hand. We never hold him on for every position, because we could say other things too about other positions. We just picked out the most glaring ones. And as it relates to the 8th person where you just call, come on. You get new player? I not even know if my fan.
Because some of them will be eligible for under 20 and under 23.
We're going to look for players for under 20. Yes.
Mr. Speed.
There's no under 23 competition this time.
Let me say this, right? What I'll say is that while I agree with some of what Ketarak says, if any team beats Jamaica, Jamaica has no excuse. So when a Jamaican team or Jamaica beat them, let there be no excuse. I'm going to tell you why. All right? Again, for me, this is just balance. Over the years, our youth team, could they have done better? I believe so. I believe if the last under 20 team that we had, the coach had stayed in position and enough time was spent to them, it was the Jamai Tope, the McGee, Nick Daly, all of those guys. That Mexico team that defeated them, I think, went to the finals.
They went to the finals, yes.
Of that Youth World Cup. And they played, I mean, we didn't qualify, Mark you, and this was the final stages with a team that was underprepared. Right?
No, hold on. Sorry. That's not true. The team was underprepared. You see, that's a narrative that people wanted to believe. That team even played 3 or 4 international games at IMG a couple months before the tournament. This is not true.
All right,
just keep on saying these things.
All right, so the coach was
leave the team.
Right. The coach left the team. So I think they could have. The point I'm making though is this: while I agree that we need a lot of development, while I agree that we don't have the best talent we don't have the amount of talent as the amount of talent in England, I will agree with that. What I will not agree with is if we lose out to St. Kitts, it means that something is wrong. Because if Brazil loses a game to a lower ranked team, it doesn't mean the whole system is flawed. Because generally our youth team beat the teams in the Caribbean. Generally. We don't struggle against. Listen,
but Mannings, the Caribbean is catching up. The Caribbean is catching up. That's the problem.
But we are catching up to the Mexico. Generally, when we go to Mexico, we get 10 and 6. Generally, when you go to Mexico from the 1980s, what I can give you games that we get 10 from Mexico.
80s.
And 8. Which 90s? 90s we went there and get 6 2 times.
In a medieval times,
medieval times. After we come from the World Cup,
in the 90s we went to Mexico, and in the 90s we went to Mexico and got 6 on more than one occasion. I can give you that.
If Mexico finished their chances at the Azteca in the qualifiers, we would have gotten 6 if they weren't in the final third.
Mannings. And in the 90s,
I don't want to lose.
And in the 90s, Frisco Kid was a big DJ.
What is
right? Times change.
Isn't that what we're saying? So when you are talking, so listen on that. I'm telling you, Cataract. Let me make the point because watch this. So when you say, when you try to belittle the under 15s in Jamaica, because they had a struggle against St. Kitts, but those same under 15, a couple of them were players that Craig Butler took, were part of Dylan John. Well, Craig Butler took some under 15 Jamaicans and beat some club teams. We're going to minimize that. We're going to say that is no big deal. These are same Jamaicans. But when we struggle with St. Kitts, something is wrong with the football. But if some under 15, when Mount Pleasant went and defeated some teams, But when Jamaica get beaten something, we have to be brethren. All I'm asking is that we will be fair. Teams are catching up, but we are catching up to some teams.
Management, can I address your point? Actually, Cataract's point was this. Mr. Speed made a blanket comment that at certain level we are world class. Cataract was pointing out examples that suggest that perspective may not be accurate. And secondly, management, I sit here objectively thinking, how can Mr. Speed make that statement when the players don't matriculate? If you think all our players are 15 and 4 are world class, at a minimum, 5, 6, 7 should be matriculating to world class levels, no matter what the restrictions are.
That's what we have been saying in cricket. Because at 16,
that point was made already.
He said
guys, no, you missed the point though. At 16, you go think about English players, as Saka, as Smith Rowe. At 16, no, management, listen, before you respond, listen. At 16, you reach a level where you're almost at that level you need to be at the adult basis.
But that's what he's saying. But that's why you missed
we don't have the coaching crank.
We don't have the team to develop them. That's what we are saying.
Coach, I heard him. Let me respond. Regardless of the coach, guys at 16, all your development should almost be done. You're now moving to that next level. And no matter how much coaching, management, listen. You're talking about coaching. I agree, coaching is an imperative. But at that level, at that age, coaching should preclude some people from matriculating to be world class. It should not.
Let me help you, Cranky. If I have Usain Bolt at 15 and Asafa Powell as 15. One are sent to Coach Minzy to coach. They have the same speed now at 15. One goes to Glen Mills and one goes to Coach Minzy Elite Track Club.
Mm-hmm.
Right? One goes to Racers and one goes to Coach Minzy's out at the McGrath field, football field, and they have to run on the grass out there. And the next one is at Glen Mills. For that year, his development goes way further than the person with Coach Minzy. They have the same talent level at 15.
That's not true.
No, that's hypothetically speaking.
No, but a bad example I use for true.
Management. There's the Partays, they're the Basumas. There are players that come out of African countries, man, playing at world-class level. We have limited, if none, that does that for Jamaica. Leon Bailey is the only player you can point to in the last number of years. We can say is at a certain level where we expect him to get to world class. We have no one else that was coming up.
Why? Because
What about Shaw?
Let me help you. Why, Cranky? Here's why. And this is what I'm saying. A lot of what we see in Jamaica up to the age of 15.
The guest is speaking.
Up to the age of 14, what we see in Jamaica is raw talent. With the parties in those places, they're already in an academy. A lot of the players, I will say this, let me finish. A lot of the players in Africa, they get developed in Europe, in France, and in other European nations. So at 14, they are in proper academies. At 14, it's just a Jamaican youth playing. Is really the street ball talent that causes us to compete a whole lot at that age. What I am saying is that if we had our 14-year-old in the same system that the guys had in France, they would have gone on. But because it is raw talent, they can compete. But after a while, talent is not enough.
Management, that is a good management. That makes a lot of sense. But here's the point, management. You have the trickling effect, right? Which is even with those restrictions, even with those challenges, management, people still achieve the highest level, even with all you're saying, and we don't see it happening, management. So when we make the blanket statement about all these kids are world-class, management, it doesn't stack up. It just doesn't.
But I never said they were world-class. No, I want to clear this. I never said they were world-class.
Something, Mr. Speed,
I said that they were as good as anybody in the world at that age. And
tell me they're world-class at 14 then. They're world-class.
I don't know if anybody's world-class at 14.
No, world-class at their level at 14. That's what I mean.
I'm saying that we had people just as good as those people at up to 16. I have the proof. I have played against them. You can say what you want to say, but I see them with my eyes, play football matches against them, and they are not better than us at up to that age. And the result
hold on. Let Mannings one. Let just get a message in the Mannings one. The comment you make about the baller, Kaim Paris. The person is saying that is not true, and the baller not say nothing like that. So just a clear up that part.
Listen, I want to say something.
But Mr. Speed.
Okay. So Paris.
Hold on.
No. So what the person said is that Paris at no point feel anyway about not being in the side and has no reason as to why he's not in the side.
All right, just leave it at that, the money, man.
Brother. Coach means you're sure if you want to come off, me can come off. Jared, no, man. Brother, man, come tell me about don't say that. Oh, man, I'm on the program on YouTube, and I said, and you're telling me enough to respond to. Come on, man, relax, man. Relax yourself from a Coach Minzy. Relax yourself. Which means you want to be silent. I will. Don't tell me to come off for that. Somebody say something.
All me can say.
Don't say that, man. Don't do that, brother. Don't pass the place. Don't try raise up. Don't do that. Turn down your mic. Relax.
When I WhatsApp Paris, you know, answer me for 2 months. That person
there you go, sir.
To get him to answer them so quick.
There you go. So make them go and talk and tell it.
But Mr. Speed, on the issue of research.
Yes.
On the issue of research, Mr. Speed. I just have a quick question. My formula, and it's actually related in a way to what you were saying. But let me just ask Mr. Speed. Mr. Speed, this question is just me raising a concern, and so this is several shows ago you were on with Management, and I think Management asked you a question about the Reggae Boyz logo. And at the time, I was supposed to be, Management. I was in the comment section, and you stated that, that it was your understanding, as far as you were aware, that the GFF owns the Reggae Boyz logo, right? So I mean, I am, I am okay with that. So, but let me just ask you the following question, because I kind of did some research, and it's intriguing research, and it might be something that you should know or ought to know. And so let me tell you what I discovered. So I went to the US Patent and Trademark Office, and I also searched the EU equivalent. They also have a trademark and patent office equivalent, right? And my research revealed that the Reggae Boyz logo is actually, it doesn't say that it's owned by the GFF. It said that there is a pending application for ownership by a company located in Brussels, and that the company is called Business to Sports, right? Nothing necessarily improper with that. But my question was whether or not, to your knowledge, is the GFF affiliated with Business to Sports, right? And if so, right, if you're not aware of it, it's something that the GFF should look into to find out whether or not this company is earning royalties from the trademark, whether or not you guys need to defend your trademark. So I don't know. I just wanted to say this because, of course, we are all behind the GFF. We are all behind the Reggae Boyz. We support the organization. We all want the team to do well, and a big part of the team doing well is funding and earning revenue. So I just did some research, and from one media man to the, well, I don't know if I'm a media man yet, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention because it might be something that the board should look into.
No, we actively looking into it. I still don't know because I try to stay in my lane as much as possible. And if you know the politics of football, I really stay in my lane as much as possible. So, so I don't know. But now that you say it, I am going to talk to Gensec and ask him to look into it.
Yeah, so the company is located in Brussels, right? Yeah. And they have made an application. In fact, it appears that they own it in the EU, and there's a pending application based on their ownership in EU to the US Patent and Trademark Office for them to own it. And I think it's an important issue, as I said, because I know you guys have a kit deal with, is it Puma? If memory serves me correctly. So it's a real important issue.
No, it is because even our contracts with the players, we talk about trademark and rights, intellectual property rights, which they themselves is a party to it. So if we don't get those revenue, then they can't get it. So
yeah. Leo, okay. Neo, how much that service cost? Because we have a check in the mail for you, Neo.
Listen, it is free of cost, right? The only payment I require is that we qualify for the World Cup.
Yes, thanks. This question that you have here, coach. The truth is, look here. I think I beat this one long enough. There's the guy that coached Switzerland and won the World Cup. I can't remember what his name. He came to Jamaica and he saw our 15, 14, 16-year-old playing, and he said, I have nothing like those when I win the World Cup at under 17. I mean, this is a guy testimony. The players that he was seeing here. And I think I connected the dots by telling you over and over that our best coaches up to 2 years ago were their qualification that they had is grassroots qualification. Their qualification that they had is only supposed to coach at the grassroots level, which is actually a C license. So you can see the problems that we have. And I think I connected the dots very well, and that is the reason why our players don't progress, because imagine you have a grassroots coach coaching somebody at the international level. And I keep telling you, one of the reasons why those teams in like St. Kitts, Curacao, start to compete with us. Remember, Curacao beat us in the last Caribbean Cup, you know.
Stefan Marini.
Right. Those people, they have pro license and them have A license. Oh, you going to come up against them when you with your little grassroots license? You know what a grassroots license is? You coach kids under 12 and you coach business house and any league that is not a promotional league. That is what a grassroots coach is. And that is the reason, Cranky, why the players cannot progress no more. Because the truth is, you become the real deal at about 23 if you're good. Maybe 25. You peak at about 28. So nobody at 16, 17, or 18 is not the real deal, you know. Nobody become the real deal as a teenager. It's when
unless a Brazilian Mr. Speed.
Like who? I don't know nobody. Unless you're
Pele when you World Cup 17.
But man, if he was the real deal still, he was everything. He was a complete package. So I'm saying nobody becomes a real deal till you're like low 20s if you start there early. So all of that years where you're supposed to be learning from 15, 16, 17.
Erling Allen.
Yeah, 1 and 2 come true, but the majority doesn't. So I'm saying those formative years when you're not nobody if you carry it to this next step, teach you the moments, it's not ever become good. And that is the problem we have in Jamaica. So until we go down the route there, Belgium was ranked 66 in the world. Them start coaching education and rank number 1 now. Take them 20 years. It's a real thing. Don't gloss over it anymore.
No,
Mr. Speed,
I'm saying that coaching is not imperative because Spain has 2,700 UEFA A, and that's helped them into the tiki-taka stuff. I watched my alma mater play today. I must say they look very good. They have quality players.
Who is that?
There's only one alma mater. Mr. Speed, is a rhetorical question?
I don't know who.
Okay.
You know, you have some crazy school in town.
No, the best high school in Jamaica.
4 crazy schools you have in Jamaica. 4
the best high school in Jamaica, the most prominent high school, the one with the richest history, is only one school. I'm not even saying who they are.
Wilmot. We have no idea.
It's okay because you don't know football in Jamaica. Cataract. I'm sorry. Formula, the best track team, school challenge, sports, the cult.
Challenge.
There's only one cult in Jamaica in high school.
Did you say school
challenge?
Last also.
There's only one challenge. Cult.
Challenge.
Oh, there's only one. When I say cult, we understand which school, man.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not going further.
Mr. Speed, we have a question for you from somebody in the diaspora.
Yeah.
That individual wants to know whether the federation has ever attempted to raise money through that medium, the diaspora.
There has been attempts, but it hasn't gone so well. And there have been people who wanted to partner with us for the same thing, and it hasn't gone so well. And even with the female ambassadorship, that is one of the ways that has probably worked the best. So yes, we have tried it.
Question, Mr. Speed.
And there's a question on screen to CC for him to read.
I think he had said something about
okay.
Yeah,
go ahead.
There's just a few.
Oh yeah. Mr. Speed, my thing is because I've been saying it when I come on and I read the whole coaching scenario, right? This is why I said that a lot of persons are suggesting local coaches for the national job. And here you are just stating that even in our local sphere, we don't have enough qualified coach in order to get the local guys to a certain level. So that in and of itself suggests to me that we can't hire a local coach even for the senior men's national team. Because if we don't have enough local coaches to develop the talent that we have, how do we select a local coach to coach the senior men's national team to a senior World Cup, which is a much more difficult task than the younger guys, right? But my question, so I've heard a lot of older heads saying that this coach and that coach, but from my perspective, I see a lot of coaches that are recently been getting their license by JFF and the whole thing that JFF is trying to do, which I think is a very good thing that they're trying to uplift the coaches that we have locally to a standard that when we are selecting coach 10 years, 15 years from now, they are at a certain standard. But my question to you is pre the whole under 17 and the guys. I think we have the talent can compete with anyone at a certain level. But I want to know what is it that Cavaliers and like even Phoenix are doing because on the 2011 under 17 World Cup had 8 Cavaliers players.
9.
All right, me get it wrong, but I know that they add up to that amount. So I'm wondering what it is that Cavaliers is doing correctly that is not being translated amongst the other semi-professional or professional clubs in the country.
Well, it's not us. Above you does a good job. Portmore does a good job too of fostering youth development. And now you have Mount Pleasant, but it's not enough because, as you know, because of the percentages, even if those clubs do very well and spit out 2% each, it's just not enough for the country as a whole. So that 2011 team, when we had 9 players, we qualified for the World Cup. The best performance by any any team in the World Cup, any team that we have ever sent to the World Cup. But after that, it was said that Cavaliers have too much players in the team, and so we're never able to have more than 4 players. But what we did was that their process that they would have gone through at 15 to play under 17 would have gone through that process at 12. Above, we would have done it to people like Portmore. So we are ahead of the national team in terms of identifying talent. And the same thing with Phoenix now. So that is really the difference. But then, we pick some of the time, as management was saying, and it's not, we at times we believe that some players wasn't picked because they were saying we had too much. So like a Chevron Marsh never played football at under 17 level for the national team. But when you see him play locally, he was way ahead of everybody else. Pim Pim, everybody know about Pim Pim from Georges. I mean, there was no better striker than Pim Pim in Jamaica, but he never played either. So these clubs that I just named, they have a very good scouting system at the lower level. They go to the primary school and they scout from there, and that is why they are able to go abroad. Above has gone abroad and win youth tournament, international tournament. Portmore, Mount Pleasant, Cavalier, Phoenix, regular thing up to age 15.
So, Mr. Steve, you're saying that the quota system a mash up of football? Because I believe that if Cavaliers have the 10 best players in the island, at them for the under 17, under 20, business if the other clubs, Mr. Speed, is not producing the quality players. I don't care. Look at Barcelona and Spain. Barcelona had about 8 or 7 starting in the Spanish national team. So I don't care who have the most. Once if Cavaliers, Phoenix, whosoever have the most players at a certain level, it doesn't matter. They should be in the league. This thing, that is why I'm saying that this quota thing or this thing that one team have too much ball in our team. At that time, mash up the football.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be unfair to anybody, but so like a Dunzel wouldn't even care. That is why he has qualified 3 youth teams to World Cup. Dunzel, he's a legend. A lot of people don't even have him like that, because he would pick the best people, not care what. I mean, if you remember the national team that he trained when they were playing the Caribbean Cup, Germany was front and center, ball and knock. Germany was the man that time, if you can always remember. He was the one who discovered the Abbeville player that died just a couple of days ago. What's his name? The leading all-time goal scorer. So, I mean, but everybody's different. But other coaches more believe that they have to even out the playing field like is a all-star team. So some Jamaican teams pick like an all-star team instead of a national team. And it affects us. It happens all the time.
And Mr. Speed, to add to that, you made a telling point earlier about the players not doing well after 16. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Because of poor coaching.
Yeah.
So that is telling us then that there's a flawed system of progression. And if that system of progression is flawed, can we say that if we are not playing the best local players, we are wasting our time? Would that logic be ridiculous? Because if they are not good after 16, then why use them?
I didn't say they wasn't good. I said they didn't progress like their counterparts in the rest of the world. I didn't say they weren't good.
Obviously, well, in our terms, Mr. Speed, we are going to say them not good if they not progress. So
right. So what we are doing something about it, because we have now 24 B license coach who actually can coach. They know about the moments based on that course. And that course is really for elite youths and top amateurs still in our B license for elite youths and top amateur. It's not for professional playing, but those people teach you how to coach. The A license now will line up 6 coaches to do the A license next year. And that is for really a semi-professional level.
Why is only 6?
Well, for one, it costs about 700,000 Jamaican dollar figure. So how much coach I got?
700,000 per Jamaican coach?
Yeah, 700,000 Jamaican dollar each. But that it costs. The B license costs 250,000.
Mr. Speed, can I ask a question?
Well, me not finish.
Sorry.
Because if the coaches aren't up to par and they are not, let me use the term, progressing the way that they should be progressing at the level with the rest of the world, because if we are trying to prepare them for international market, then progression is not happening. So, is it a bad thing to start getting players for the senior team from, say, 17, 18?
No, we believe that you should probably have 2. That used to be our policy, that the senior team have 2 teenagers. It just kind of gone out the window. That is how Paris made the senior team initially at about 17, because that policy was in place and it was seen as one of the best around. Remember, he's one of the youngest players ever play international football for Jamaica. But just to go back on the coaches thing. So the plan is, you need the B license coach to be almost like Rice Green in Jamaica.
I'm going to interrupt you again. Dre, anyway, you are going to ask the next question, because you move to possum, brother. If you have a question for how long, you need to ask the question. Go ahead, Mr. Speed.
Right. So, and then once we have the A license coaches, those are the ones who's going to be teaching the B license, because you need a lot of them. You need like hundreds of them, 200 of them. Every Manning Cup and Dakar Cup coach should be a B license coach, because they are teaching top amateurs and pro and top amateurs and elite youths. So we have a progression, but the problem is, over the years we have always paid money that we can afford to overseas coach, to coach a national team. When they left nothing behind. So we have to cut that cycle, take leaks, and then improve. And I think that's what we're trying to do.
All right.
All right, Mr. Speed. Yes. So am I to understand that back in before the Costa Rica game, was there a letter drafted up for Mr. Whitmore?
There was no such letter. Is the corrupt media make up the letter? The corrupt media make up the letter. I had no such letter in my pocket walking along to El Salvador. Not true. I did not go there to fire the coach. I went there to observe what was happening, because I never
Mr. Speed, why you look like you're trying to discredit the media, boss?
Yeah.
It seems to be a flaw, you know. But
Coach,
can I just ask one quick question in relation to the topic?
Gentlemen, we have to be more patient, gentlemen, because everybody have burning issues. And Mr. Speed is the only person where I show up on them platform. I see we got 5.5 hours in the piece.
Mr. Speed standing on his feet answering the questions. Congratulations.
And him stand up long, you know. So but this have to do with one question. We're gonna have formula then cataract. So Mr. Speed, I want to do that license, you know.
Which one?
How me get selected to do it?
Which one?
No, the new one that come up, man, the 750,000.
A? Well, first you have to have a B license, right? Because it's a progression. You have to have a B license. Then
No,
you
but
can
on a
get.
serious note, what is the criteria? So
All
the
right,
B
so this is
license
the
have to go
general. This
first.
is the general criteria.
Mhm.
To do the B, you have to have a C license, and you have to have it for at least a year practicing. To do the B, right? No, Jamaica don't really have the C. We have an advanced level 2, and it's not really equivalent to the C. That's how bad we are. So a lot of these people with the advanced level 1 and level 2 have to go to the C, right? Of course, one is coming up in a week time, a C license. But it's hard to get in because you get the Premier League teams first and you get the national coaches first preference. The B license now, you have to have the C for a year practicing before you can get the B, and the B you have to have again another year before you can do the A. So we have 24 people who have the B for about 3 years. So we're going to select 6 out of that for the A license. So it's difficult until we start to teach it here. It's difficult, but where you can set up yourself up, Coach Minzy, is the B. We have a B coming up in our first quarter of 2022. So once you have a advanced level 2, we'll allow you to do the B.
Okay. Formula, quickly.
Yeah, quickly, in relation to when Mr. Speed was speaking about the quality of our teenagers, right? And him basically using his situation with Cavaliers to, judge and to, as a reference point. So
How
to
about you two and Portmore and all of them will beat up teams overseas? I don't know alone.
All right, cool. So my question is, are these the best youngsters that we're bringing, the best youngsters in Jamaica? Are these the best youngsters that we are taking to these international jurisdictions to play against the best, the very best youngsters in those respective jurisdictions? Or is it what I am seeing, you could correct me if I'm wrong, is that we're playing against a very small sector of the respective talent in other jurisdictions. So is it fair to say that if that's the case, is it fair to say that our teenagers are better than teenagers in other jurisdictions, generally speaking? If you understand the question.
Right. So I understand. So I can only go by evidence that I have, and me I'll even be flawed. But if you look at this 7 tenets of the game, right? First one is running. Surely, me and you say, up to 16, you're not nobody in the world that can keep up with us, right? We agree? Although running is not just running fast, it's running onto the ball, running with the ball. There's a whole concept of running. But just think of that one alone. Think about our physicality and strength where we have. That again, it comparable. Most Jamaicans, them control is distinct, right? Which is another tenet, right? We might not pass so well because we're not practicing. Dribbling, we have some of that. Just kicking the ball, usually we have power. Heading, right? The one where we excel at, not dribbling, but more conducting, where you can kick and run down. If you look at all of those tenets of the game, right? Which is the key things, if you do under pressure, we probably come out better than most other kids in the world with both 4 of them. And that is why we are able to do what we do at that age group. So when I go to Sweden, we go for 1 week, we sleep in a school, and we have 8 back after 1 week. When I talk to my counterpart, they say, so we come from a tournament in Spain last week, we come here so this week, and next week we are go to Germany. But we have to turn back and come to Jamaica because we don't have no more money. So that is the point where I try get into everybody to understand their development process in the summer is these people have money and they wear it all and they must keep traveling around, developing these players playing against different people with better coaches. And then by the time them do it at 16 and 17 and 18, and you look at their passport, me can't care about the set up me care at 17, me can't carry them back at 18, me have to carry one new set again, come up there. So that is really what is happening. And them just progress and leave us behind. Also, you have coaches, because they're in the business of football in Europe. When these people are there playing, coaches start coming and start jot down name, then start track them, then talk to them. You have a million agent over there that say, so if you do A, B, C, and D, I can make it turn $1 million here. You can buy a Porsche, you can buy a house up on the hill. That's the difference with our player as against a player who is overseas in a developed country, that football is actually a sport, is actually a business, and not like how we take it recreationally out there. So these are the things that I see for myself and know what is happening. And when I travel, I know why the progress are leave us.
So, Mr.
I'm
Speed,
not
I'm going to pass over to somebody else, but I'll know Mr. Speed now answer a question. You know?
Oh, yeah, question. Sorry. What your question?
Boss, I asked it previously. I'll know you answer it, boss.
My question. Sorry.
Mr. Speed, I asked you. Sorry to cut. I think it was cranky, but Mr. Speed never answered my question.
Ask, man.
I asked you, from what I am seeing, tell me if I am wrong. From what I am seeing, it's a case where our best youngsters in the country are going on these international trips overseas to play in these competitions. Are we playing against a very small sector of players in these jurisdictions that we're going to play these tournaments, or are we playing against the very best in these? Because when you guys go on, like for instance, Tottenham is playing Cavaliers, right? The Tottenham Academy is just a very small, very small sector of what England has to offer. Are we playing against the very best in England? That's what I'm asking.
Right. And Tottenham is one of the best, yes. But when I go to the Gothia Cup, let me talk about the Gothia Cup. They go all over the world and invite the best teams. So they go to Right to Dream from Africa. Then got, I can't remember the rest of them, 2 teams from Africa. They go all over the globe and invite the best team. It's an invitational tournament. They came here and look at us play before they invite us, you know. So even when we as a matter of fact, is after we beat Tottenham at Spur, them start to say, hold on, one team from Way beat Tottenham at Spur. They say, we want to see this team. Is so the organizer, the Gothia Cup, came to Jamaica and then saw us play and then said, no, well, you can come. So, and there was a team from France, there was a team from Spain, and if the guy is dealing with standard, 2 teams from Africa, Right to Dream, who own a club now in Belgium, I think. I don't know. They own some other club because they do so well with that academy. So I am going to say the Gothia Cup is a very good representative of what some of the best players in Europe. Yes. I'm not going to say it's what it is, yeah.
So, Mr. Speed, I want to follow on from Manningsman. I'm glad he asked the question before me. Because I am not a lazy journalist. Mr. Speed, in 2017, wasn't it the Bahamas Tottenham Hotspur that you played? And not the Tottenham Hotspur?
I don't know who. All I can tell you that the team named Tottenham.
According to CBS,
no, I don't know if
it's the Bahamas Tottenham Hotspur.
No, the team never come from Bahamas.
I know, Mr. Speed. According to CBS,
with CBS.
You don't know CBS?
No, with CBS.
Medium. In 2017,
big US
Bahamas Tottenham Hotspur FC, right? In 2016, you did play Tottenham Hotspur FC. I really just wanted to have a request for you the next time you come. Is it possible? I'm being a responsible journalist. That you see the 2016 team, they play the actual Tottenham Hotspur, right? But after that is the Bahamas Tottenham Hotspur. But for the Cayman Cup, I want to ask if, for our sake, you can provide us with the next time or anytime you can forward the coach. I'm interested to know who the 11 players, starting players were for Tottenham Hotspur. No, man, you must have the team sheet and those things. Those are records, coach. Come.
Why would I come on a program and carry 11 starting players?
No. I'm not saying to you, hold on, coach, listen to me. You said to ask the questions. I've asked at an alternative time. I am just interested to know because I want to match how our players developed versus the 11 that we beat, whether those are the...
Sorry, you say we beat the real Tottenham Hotspur 1 year?
Yeah, man. Yes, yes.
So when you talk about the next...
No, man, no. Hold on. I am just saying that in the 2016. That's why I'm asking, because I want us to be.
Come on.
No, hold on now. No, you said to ask the hard question. So I'm asking in the future.
That's a hard question.
But at some point, no man, you have the thing. We want to match the development. I want to look at how our players develop. Who was there? Let me if I can read correctly. Dwayne Busy Atkinson, Orville Smichael, Michael Allen, O'Keefe Cunningham, Roger Baines, Khalif Richards were among the players. And you'll be familiar with those names. I just want to look at their development vis-a-vis.
So Atkinson's playing in a Premier League team. They have him as the best young attacking player in Jamaica now. They think so. Khalifa Richards play for KC, still play for KC now. Him on the team that look at him when I win the Manning Cup. The next one you call Migrate. Dwayne Allen played for KC till last year and can't play anymore in Ola now. He's with the Premier League squad. So
which Premier League squad? Okay, Cavalier. Okay.
Yeah.
And there's Roger Barnes.
Roger Barnes is gone on Soldier.
And Michael Allen.
Baines.
Yeah, we spoke Baines. Michael Allen you spoke to, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But I'm interested in the Spurs team that they.
And the other one play for JC. The other guy you can't play for JC, but he migrate now from overseas.
Okay. And I also want to point out that where your argument was flawed in terms of your causal thing is that Gillingham FC, which is a League One team, beat Harborview.
So let me
tell you why the argument is flawed, because you pointed out that while it's absolutely correct that Cavaliers won, they beat Tottenham Hotspur amongst other teams. Not only one victory they had.
And for love.
Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. Harborview, the report said, struggled throughout the tournament and they lost. So we have to be balanced, because you have a cause and effect.
Harborview might not have been strongest at that time, but Harborview has won other international titles. That's what I was saying at the youth level. What's wrong with that? Them must come good this week.
Mr. Speed, I have a question for you.
Let me, Cranky.
Speed, I have a question for you. Mr. Speed, for the program to progress, right, we have to be innovative. We have to think outside the box. You mentioned having 13 parishes who elect the board, right? So the members of the board. You mentioned that may be expanded. My question for you is this. Have you thought about how best you can leverage the global Jamaican community to help the program move forward? So for example, in the UK nowadays, and I know you don't like to use the first world countries or developed countries as examples.
Why you say that?
Well, you mentioned it a couple of times.
We use them for our coaching. So
okay. So the question I ask is this: for example, a lot of the teams, in reacting to the disapproval by the community around the ESL, when they're trying to find a Super League, have now all these advisory boards of fans, whether it's informal or substance, doesn't matter. Have you thought about a construct such as that, which is an advisory community of informed parties for the JFF to help the JFF as they go through?
Yeah, well, we tried to have the Reggae Boyz fan club. I don't even know what happened to it, so I don't want to comment. But
can I make a quick comment, Mr. Speed?
Yeah.
Actually, it paragraph. Hold on. You know that the bylaw specifically create a means by which the JFF can allow a group or an individual to participate in the board of directors without a vote as an observer, right? So you can actually have somebody as an observer. They can't vote, but they can come in and observe what's going on. Just like Cranky is saying that they have done the English I know not the English FA, but the clubs,
team, some other clubs.
Right, the Premier League teams, they have done that. I'm just telling you that what Cranky suggests is actually specifically mentioned in the bylaws, and I'm trying to look at the particular thing. I think it's paragraph 14. You know, but I just had to point that out. So go ahead.
No. Well, two things. I didn't know that because I didn't read it. But like myself, I am on the board but I'm a non-voting member. I don't vote. And also Dennis Strong don't vote. But we give advice.
Right.
So it is not strange what Cranky is suggesting for that to happen. But what I think in most cases, nobody is going to go to them way to do it. I think what should happen is that this body should form themselves, become responsible, then come and have a talk with the JFF. I don't think the JFF is the one who's gonna, form. I don't think the English people did. They form their own body, then they come and talk. Isn't that right? So do it. Go ahead. Fine.
Okay, since nobody else have a question, let me jump in, please, just quick. You never go quick enough, Ketrag.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Speed, I posted a question in the chat section concerning oh my goodness, I need to find it. Yes, so the USA Soccer Federation, right? They have created a company called the Soccer United Marketing, and basically what happens is that they have their own non-profit football federation, but they created a subsidy called Soccer United Marketing, and that is a for-profit company, right? And so that company's sole goal, unlike the non-profit, which is the federation, that subsidiary is a profit-making entity, and their sole goal is to raise money for the federation. And so my question to you is, has the JFF ever given thought to getting something like this? I mean, a group of individuals in the private sector whose sole goal is to make money, and they'll basically be earning a commission based on how much money they can make. So they have an incentive to make that money, to look into your trademark, to look into your deals, to expand marketing, to secure broadcasting rights, stuff like that. My suggestion is, to you, respectfully, is, I think that's a good model, and I'm just wondering if the JFF has ever looked into something like that.
Right. So, the Premier League, the Professional Football Jamaica Limited, is one such model.
All right.
We've got private people, Christopher Williams and Lloyd Distance and Nadane. These are not football people to be independent directors and head up that organization. So the JFF gave them the commercial right and said, go and market it. And we all know what happened. Look, it have issues too, but it's like 3 times better than what we had before.
So when they earn money, does some of that money come back to the JFF?
No, all of that is stayed in the professional body. If we ever make excess money, it is for development. Because one of the charge that JFF gave the Premier League clubs is that talent identification is part of your remit, governance, and the commercialization of the sport. So those are the 3 remit that JFF hand over to them for them to
right.
deal with.
But the entity that I was referring to, and I don't want to take up too much more of your time.
No. I was coming to that. So
okay.
After the success of that entity, we looked at forming another entity to just deal with the World Cup qualifier for both the male and the female. And we even had a name for it, right? Credible. So we looked through it, but the persons that we could find to do it, who wanted to do it, it was inconvenience at the particular time. We couldn't find independent people to edit up, and that is why it is not a reality. But we looked at it, we finished how we could operate everything, but we need the person.
At this moment, just finishing the question. Not a question, just finishing. At this moment, you have eyes from England, from the United States, from Jamaica, from all over the globe, looking at our football program. If there is any time to form this type of entity and to exploit all those markets, the time is now. That's what I had to say. So I just
all right. Brilliant time.
Yeah, Mr. Speed, 2 questions. I know we're closing off in another 5 minutes. 2 questions. Will there be a camp? 1, 2. When and how can we get some of the brilliant minds on this panel a part of the JFF, so we can help the football?
A camp for what?
for the game that is coming up?
Oh,
The
I don't-
national team. A
I
national
don't,
team
I don't
camp.
know because we only have days, and based on what I think the team might be. They'll pick the team tomorrow, so it's days. I don't know if we'll be able to get a camp, but we're trying. The thing is also we have the girls, they're under 17, under 20 in the camp now, so I don't know if we have enough space, and as you know, hotel is very expensive, so I'm not sure if we're going to get a camp, but we're going to try. Oh, in the JFF now, if you want them, the only sure way you can get in the JFF, if you're going to a parish and become the president, as how it stands right now, right? Otherwise, somebody have to recognize your ability and invite you to sit on the board. So far, there's only 2 positions. One is taken by me, and the other is by Dennis Strom. That is not a parish president. And then you have the 3 vice president and the president. So you'll have to get one of those positions to get in there. Otherwise, you guys could serve on a committee. Now you know that they have technical, they have finance, they have competition, women committee. So those are committees that you could serve on to try and help. And again, the board actually have to ratify you if you want to serve on those committees. So if people here, like me have a vacancy for my technical committee. So if people here really want to serve, just tell me where you'd like to be, and see if it can work. Can't promise anything.
All right. Last question from me, then we take Mannings, man, and then we probably can just close out. If we in the diaspora would contribute money, how many more B license coach can you get to go for their A license?
What? If you have money, send the money come. Because look here. I don't believe it's the fields is a problem, right? It's a problem, but I don't believe the fields. I believe that coaching is the key to solving our problem.
One of my colleagues want challenge you still in Mr. Speed, because they must say it's all about disseminating information, because you can't get to the highest level and you can't teach.
No, but everybody know that what we want to have is a lot, so then the cream can rise out of it. That's how it goes.
Fair enough.
So to me, coaching, education, and club license are the 2 key. And those are what we focus on to make sure it's it.
Money, go ahead.
Fees are an issue, Mr. Speed. The fees are a major issue. The fee, because the field hampers the movement or the pace.
Mr. Speed, that's about the technical.
The African player.
Mr. Speed,
why cannot speak to what the Africans play on?
Mr. Speed,
but Tremaine Stewart himself said it before he passed.
No, Mr. Speed.
Tremaine Stewart in an interview said it. Right, on a major platform. The fact of the matter is the fields do hamper development when the ball cannot move, right, quickly. I mean, we're talking, it's so many issues. Muscle memory, right? The muscle memory is expecting a bounce, right? When you go on a decent field, the bounce is not going to take place. So the muscle memory isn't sharp enough to move the ball as quickly because we are not used to the ball being moved as quickly.
I have to teach you something tonight. Don't forget this. There's 10 moments in football, right? You need to know what to do in the 10 moments. Not care whether if they feel good or bad, you need to know what to do in the 10 moments. If you don't know, you get yourself into serious trouble when you come up against any form of quality. It's not the field is the most important thing. Is you have to know how to play in the moments. Just remember me telling you that.
Yeah, but Mr. Speed,
I need a coach.
Things like ball control and them thing there.
Formula. Make we hear Mannings though, because the show are done. We don't want to start up our next conversation. But me kind of agree with you. But it is not the most important. You should be able to teach coaches at a higher level to disseminate information. Mannings, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, still, you know, when the artists are gonna close the show, the man them feel no.
You're not close the show. You just have to go ahead quickly.
But first, let me you know that coach, you know, so we come on the show, and while I was here, you know, because it just get shut up on the trap, you know, and right at the Mannings Hill Road right there, so you understand me. But Dre, my apologies.
Sorry,
right?
that man.
Man.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gone, you know. But my apologies. So that's why I can't go to bed yet, because you understand, I have to deal with that. But Dre, my apologies are here. a cataract cause it to happen. But my apologies, no excuses, right? Because I'm under interrupt me thing. But here's what I say now, people. Let me talk to you about this. You see, here's my position.
Zone now, you know.
Yeah, cause headspace, right? You know. Here's my thing. You see, at the senior level, I have no opposition to the composition of the squad. Talking about where you're born is not a factor to me. In the composition of the squad. You see, except that for you to be selected on a team, if you're playing outside of Jamaica and I have a talent in Jamaica, my position is that you have to be better. If both of you are at the same level, some part of me as a coach would want to bring you in my system to make you better because you have less opportunities too. That would be my assessment if I'm a coach. Next coach is a different. I see at the junior level, just follow me, at the junior level, I think it's very complicated because there are two things to bear in mind, right? I believe if we were to go to England and all the persons in the United States and in England and even in Holland, like I said to you, there are 7 persons in Holland now who are connected. I didn't know that the Jamaican population in Holland is large, right? So there are 7 Jamaicans that are around between 15 and 17 that, based on what I've heard, if they were to come to the under 15, under 17, they would definitely be in the side. I have no doubt that they would be in a 23-man squad. And I believe that at any given time, if we go to England and all the Jamaican connected people come out, we could have a squad of persons born in England of 23. However, though that is realistic, I think it can be problematic in terms of how do you consistently do that and local football is developed. All I want to do is for one forum, persons kind of help me to understand how do we take the best under 15 who will be definitely be in England and still develop football and keep youths encouraged. That's all I'm asking, you know. I'm not making the choice. I'm just asking the question for it to be looked at in terms of football development. If you cause youngsters to become disinterested in the sport, that is already happening. And I'm saying this because I have to go into places now where there's no football being played on the street. So the opportunities to play football are getting lesser and lesser in Jamaica because of crime. And we have to look at the reality. So when you see 10 youngsters playing football in a community right now, you have to lift their hats to them because they're playing under condition that normal kids are not supposed to play under. And you don't want to take that away. So all I want to know is for us to have a forum where we can looking at all of those players born outside of Jamaica, but still finding a way to keep the youngsters in Jamaica who want to play the sport involved. And I think we are more concerned about getting the best while not looking at the conditions of the others. And that is where I want the conversation to also go. What are we going to do to keep them? And this is not the forum, but I want to raise it because when I hear that, I'll become satisfied in terms of my whole position on concerning the 13-year-old and the 12-year-old and the 14-year-old. I don't want to call in the community, right? That one that is there. How do we do that, like I said, and keep them enthused? What are the plans to do that? That's what I want to find out on the next forum. So put it out there. So all brilliant minds like Cranky and Neo and Cataract and Dre and Formula and, you know, not CC, but Coach Minzy can think about it.
All right. So Cataract and hold on. Cataract and everybody else that is going to speak, we want to do it as short as possible. Mr. Speed has been on for quite some time. And if you notice, he has been standing. All of us are sitting. And he has been standing for over 3 hours.
Coach, that's a good thing, Coach. It's healthy to do that.
Especially for men. Especially for men. Especially for men. Go ahead, Cataract.
People have their mics open. I'm going to give a commentary. This is a forum to ask. I will tackle Manning's man at an appropriate time because his early retraction was a facade. Coach, Mr. Speed, I have a very important question, a totally different matter. But I don't know if you can be able to finish it, but I know you're going to say it is not in your wheel well, but I want to ask, what has happened to the tickets that are allocated for away fans for the World Cup qualifying that has not been made available to the away fans, i.e. the Jamaicans, for the matches that have just passed, except Mexico that had a stadium ban? I have been asking repeatedly and I have not gotten an answer. I've called the JFF and not gotten an answer. And I have been unable, especially the last game, the one away to El Salvador.
I wonder if
to
you get on
and cheer my team. And those of us in the ultras, we are very concerned. We're not making a deal about it to embarrass the federation, but we know that every federation is giving away tickets. And just to tell you, in closing, please make those calls and contacts. Even if you don't need a friend now, injuries, COVID, and other things might mean that the players that you're depending on may or may not be available. We have seen a number of players with season-ending injuries, particularly in many leagues, particularly in England, league that I watch. But the away fans ticket, and I urge you to make those calls. Kind of Walker Peters is the name. Lewis Baker, just reminded that again.
I don't know what happened to the ticket, if there's any. These are different times. There's nothing normal about these times. I know if you come to the matches and you want a couple tickets, I know we have access to it, can give anybody a couple tickets, but
no man, meaning a whole arrangement to
but I don't
so that we know.
I don't know.
God,
those people, I look back at the video tomorrow, jot down the names, and pass it on to the coach, see if he need them.
All right. So formula, 30 seconds.
Yeah, man. I just want to say big thank you and a big shout out to Mr. Speed. You know, it's difficult to get other members of the Jamaica Football Federation to have a conversation with them. So the mere fact that Mr. Speed is available is a pretty big deal, and I think Reggae Boyz fans like myself and others in the comment section, you know, really do appreciate it. And I want to also big up the federation and its emphasis for developing, you know, the coaching education aspect of I think it's very important, and we're heading in the right direction. Quickly, can I get an update on Busy Atkinson's trial in Spain?
Well, when we reach, we realize there's a 4th division team and not even a 3rd. He wasn't going to sign for that team, and the team was struggling at the bottom of the league, so it could be 5th division next time. So I told him to come home, so he's back here.
CC.
I'm not hearing you.
Yeah, we might mute.
30 seconds, and I'm going to mute you if you're not finishing at 30 seconds, people.
Yeah, bless up. No, as I said, still, the night was good, and thank you, Mr. Speed, for answering my questions and everything that I have to say. I don't really have much other than the question that I've asked before, so that's pretty much it.
Yeah, my respect, man.
All right. Neo, resident attorney.
So, Mr. Speed, again, thanks for taking the questions, and I just want to restate formula what he said about you appearing on the show and taking all the questions on your feet. My compliments to you for doing that. Mr. Speed, because you've appeared and taken these questions, and you have done so over and over again, and you've spoken to people on these on the social media stuff. I just have to say to you that I hope that you consider running for president. All right. So I hope that you consider running for president, and I hope you consider making some other reforms, because at the very least we know that you're open to conversation, you're open to reasoning, and you're open to talking to the people who love the football as much as you do.
Thank you, sir.
Jerry, anyway, that.
Big up Mr. Speed for joining us again. Don't know. Big up yourself all the time. Pick up everybody in the comment section, the chat section. We have one more night to go tomorrow. Man, big up yourself, said we don't know our family. Got you them thing there. So, Mr. Speed, real quick, just pass on information to the gaffer about the 3 big player them over here, and then we just get back to any one of us, Cataract, Minzy, Management, and then we can get an interview, fast track, for the paperwork that's needed, and make things go through fast, quick and fast. We have the link over England.
No problem. But that's 7 player me here, though.
No, man. 3 man. Walker Peters, Baker, and the Murray.
And Cranky's closing the show and giving the official voter tags. All right, so big up to Mr. Speed. As we said before, Mr. Speed is always open to conversation. He's not shy to come on these platforms and engage the fans, which is very, very important. So, Mr. Speed, I put it to you that you need to tell the other members of the hierarchy that they need to start to engage the fans. Okay, yes, when you have a fans by your side, brethren, it goes a far way and it argues well for you. You cannot come ask the fans if you come support and you're afraid to talk to the fans.
Okay.
This is what I'm saying. All right, and yeah, man, big up to everybody. And me here say, Anthony Grant a public apology, so we are waiting on that before the show end. Saying too old and him not good at that. So me see some comment in the comments.
I know why the person said I never say him not good. I didn't say that part.
So if you owe apology, me know you can do it still. You're not gonna shy away from that.
I apologize to him long time.
Okay, okay, cool. All right, so Cranky, take it away. Then we drop the style and flavor.
So, Mr. Speed, I think the panelists all echo my perspective around you being here, staying for the entire journey. Your phone actually worked for the entire journey this time with your computer, whatever it is. You keep mentioning this Gensec. I don't know if it's a new drink or something. I've never heard of Gensec come out and speak. Maybe I'm not in the environment where he speaks. Our goal, as Coach alluded to, and everyone's saying, is that there is always a good thing when you can manage the information that's out there about you, when you can actually engage, when you can disseminate, when you can actually think about who your constituent is and engage your constituent. We have over 300 and plus people still in the chat at my time, 1:19 a.m., just past my bedtime, but I stayed up because the conversation was engaging. And
we're also at 1:19.
1:19 a.m. Yes, that's what my computer says. I'm not sure what yours says, money.
We're all on the same time zone.
I'm at 19 past 1.
Okay, so good. So you're the same time I am. I don't track time anymore.
I am 1:19.
So if I can finish, please. Now, Mr. Speed, the whole concept of how we engage in today's world is different from, as you know, from how we engaged previously. This whole view that the traditional media is becoming obsolete, frankly, because their news is dated, how they engage is dated, and people have to adapt the environment they're operating in. So we do appreciate you being here and engaging with us, and frankly, receptive to taking the difficult questions and trying as best as you can to answer those questions. So we do appreciate it. We also would appreciate, at least from where I sit, here's my view, which is, I understand some of the challenges that you face as an organization about developing football in Jamaica. But I also understand that fans want to win. And as Manning Man said, it's very important to marry the two. So when we have players like an Antonio or Calvin Phillips who reach out to us and we just don't reply to them and they go play for England, I get upset about that. So what it suggests to me, if we really were thinking deductively and holistically and about where we're trying to get to, those players will be in our program. We'll be able to compete at a global level, at a very high level, not just trying to compete. And the players who we're trying to develop would actually have something to aspire to, would actually also be seen, no matter what people say about who would dominate your teams. It would create an avenue for them. It would give them exposure and get them more access than what we have today. So my suggestion to you is we sort of rethink how we operate, rethink how we think, be much more innovative about what we do, bring more intellectual capital into your program to allow us to foster, grow, and maximize the potential that we have. So again, thanks for being here with us. And more importantly, thanks for those who are in the comments, because you make us do what we do. and we welcome what you do, and we appreciate it. And hopefully we can continue this dialogue. I think it's important for us to move the football forward. And this is only a microcosm of the society in general. And as I've said before, what we should be doing is think about the Jamaican community as global versus local. So thank you. And everyone, thanks and good night.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. Big up
Respect.
everybody.
All right, cool.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.